37. The new democratic republics of America and France. Section 1. Inconveniences of the Great Power System. Section 2. The 13 colonies before their revolt. Section 3. Civil war is forced upon the colonies. Section 4. The War of Independence. Section 5. The Constitution of the United States. Section 6. Primitive features of the United States Constitution. Section 7. Revolutionary ideas in France. Section 8. The Revolution of the year 1789. Section 9. The French Crowned Republic of 89-91. Section 10. The Revolutions of the Jacobins. Section. The Jacobin Republic 1792-94. Section 12. The Directory. Section 13. The Pause in Reconstruction and the Dawn of Modern Socialism. Section 1. When Gibbon, nearly a century and a half ago, was congratulating the world of refined and educated people that the age of great political and social catastrophes was past, he was neglecting many signs which we in the wisdom of accomplished facts-good have told him portended far heavier jolts and dislocations than any he foresaw. We have told how the struggle of the 16th and 17th century princes for ascendancies and advantages developed into a more cunning and complicated struggle of foreign offices, masquerading as idealized great powers, as the 18th century wore on. The intricate and pretentious art of diplomacy developed. The prince ceased to be a single and secretive Machiavellian schemer and became merely the crowned symbol of a Machiavellian scheme. Prussia, Russia, and Austria fell upon and divided Poland. France was baffled in profound schemes against Spain. Britain circumvented the designs of France in America and acquired Canada and got the better of France in India. And then a remarkable thing occurred. A thing very shocking to European diplomacy. The British colonies in America flatly refused to have further part or lot in this game of great powers. They objected that they had no voice and no great interest in these European schemes and conflicts, and they refused to bear any portion of the burthen of taxation these foreign policies entailed. Of course, this decision did not flash out complete and finished from the American mind at the beginning of these troubles. In America in the 18th century, just as in England in the 17th, there was an entire willingness, indeed a desire on the part of ordinary men, to leave foreign affairs in the hands of the king and his ministers. But there was an equally strong desire on the part of ordinary men to be neither taxed nor interfered with in their ordinary pursuits. These are incompatible wishes. Common men cannot shirk world politics and at the same time enjoy private freedom, but it has taken them countless generations to learn this. The first impulse in the American revolt against the government in Great Britain was therefore simply a resentment against the taxation and interference that followed necessarily from foreign policy, without any clear recognition of what was involved in that objection. It was only when the revolt was consummated that the people of the American colonies recognized at all clearly that they had repudiated the great power view of life. The sentence in which that repudiation was expressed was Washington's injunction to avoid entangling alliances. From his time until the year 1917, the United Colonies of Great Britain in North America, liberated and independent as the United States of America, stood apart altogether from the blood-stained intrigues and conflicts of the European foreign offices. Soon after 1810-1823, they were able to extend their principle of detachment to the rest of the continent, and to make all the New World out of bounds for the scheming expansionists of the old. When at length, in 1917, they were obliged to re-enter the arena of world politics, it was to bring the new spirit and new aims their aloofness had enabled them to develop into the tangle of international relationships. They were not, however, the first to stand aloof. Since the Treaty of Westphalia, 1648, the Confederated States of Switzerland, in their mountain fastnesses, had sustained their right to exclusion from the schemes of kings and empires. But since the North American peoples are now to play an increasingly important part in our history, it will be well to devote a little more attention than we have hitherto given to their development. We have already glanced at this story in Section 8 of the preceding chapter. We will now tell a little more fully, though still in the barest outline, what these colonies were, whose recalcitrance was so disconcerting to the king and ministers of Great Britain in their diplomatic game against the rest of mankind. Section 2. The extent of the British colonies in America in the early half of the 18th century is shown in the accompanying map. The darker shading represents the districts settled in 1700, the lighter the growth of the settlements up to 1760. It will be seen that the colonies were a mere fringe of population along the coast, spreading gradually inland and finding in the Allegheny and Blue Mountains a very serious barrier. Among the oldest of these settlements was the colony of Virginia, the name of which commemorates Queen Elizabeth, the Virgin Queen of England. The first expedition to found a colony in Virginia was made by Sir Walter Raleigh in 1584, but there was no permanent settlement at that time, and the real beginnings of Virginia date from the foundation of the Virginia Company in 1606 in the reign of James I. 1603-25. The story of John Smith and the early founders of Virginia, and of how the Indian princess, Pocahontas, married one of his gentlemen, is an English classic. In growing tobacco, the Virginians found the beginning of prosperity. At the same time that the Virginian Company was founded, the Plymouth Company obtained a charter for the settlement of the country to the north of Long Island Sound, to which the English laid claim. But it was only in 1620 that the northern region began to be settled, and that under fresh charters. The settlers of the northern region, New England, which became Connecticut, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts, were men of a different stamp to the Virginia people. They were Protestants discontented with the Anglican Church compromise, and Republican-spirited men hopeless of resistance to the grand monarchy of James I. and Charles I. Their pioneer ship was the Mayflower, which founded New Plymouth in 1620. The dominant northern colony was Massachusetts. Differences in religious method and in ideas of toleration led to the separation of the three other Puritan colonies from Massachusetts. It illustrates the scale upon which things were done in those days that the whole state of New Hampshire was claimed as belonging to a certain Captain John Mason, and that he offered to sell it to the King Charles Roman II in 1671, in exchange for the right to import 300 tons of French wine free of duty, an offer which was refused. The present state of Maine was bought by Massachusetts from its alleged owner for £1,250. In the Civil War, that ended with the decapitation of Charles I. The sympathies of New England were for the Parliament, and Virginia was Cavalier. But 250 miles separated these settlements, and there were no serious hostilities. With the return of the monarchy in 1660, there was a vigorous development of British colonization in America. Charles Roman II and his associates were greedy for gain, and the British Crown had no wish to make any further experiments in illegal taxation at home. But the undefined relations of the colonies to the Crown and the British government seemed to afford promise of financial adventure across the Atlantic. There was a rapid development of plantations and proprietary colonies. Lord Baltimore had already in 1632 set up a colony that was to be a home of religious freedom for Catholics under the attractive name of Maryland, to the north and east of Virginia. And now the Quaker Penn, who was nevertheless a very good friend of Charles Roman II, established himself to the north at Philadelphia and founded the colony of Pennsylvania. Its main boundary with Maryland and Virginia was delimited by two men, Mason and Dixon, whose Mason and Dixon line was destined to become a very important line indeed in the later affairs of the United States. Carolina, which was originally an unsuccessful French Protestant establishment, and which owed its name not to Charles Carolus, Roman II of England, but to Charles Roman IX of France, had fallen into English hands and was settled at several points. Between Maryland and New England stretched a number of small Dutch and Swedish settlements, of which the chief town was New Amsterdam. These settlements were captured from the Dutch by the British in 1664, lost again in 1673, and restored by treaty when Holland and England made peace in 1674. Thereby the whole coast from Maine to Carolina became in some form or other a British possession. To the south the Spanish were established. Their headquarters were at Fort St. Augustine in Florida. And in 1732 the town of Savannah was settled by a philanthropist Oglethorpe from England, who had taken pity on the miserable people imprisoned for debt in England, and rescued a number of them from prison to become the founders of a new colony, Georgia, which was to be a bulwark against the Spanish. So by the middle of the 18th century, we have these settlements along the American coastline. the New England group of Puritans and Free Protestants, Maine belonging to Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. The captured Dutch group, which was now divided up into New York, New Amsterdam rechristened, New Jersey, and Delaware, Swedish before it was Dutch, and in its earliest British phase attached to Pennsylvania. Then came Catholic Maryland, Cavalier Virginia, Carolina, which was presently divided into North and South, and Oglethorpe's Georgia. Later on, a number of Tyrolese Protestants took refuge in Georgia, and there was a considerable immigration of a good class of German cultivators into Pennsylvania. Illustration: the American colonies, showing territories settled up to 1,760. Such were the miscellaneous origins of the citizens of the 13 colonies. The possibility of their ever becoming closely united would have struck an impartial observer in 1760 as being very slight. Superadded to the initial differences of origin, fresh differences were created by climate. North of the Mason and Dixon line farming was practiced mainly upon British or Central European lines by free white cultivators. The settled country of New England took on a likeness to the English countryside. Considerable areas of Pennsylvania developed fields and farmhouses like those of South Germany. The distinctive conditions in the North had, socially, important effects. Masters and men had to labor together as backwoodsmen and were equalized in the process. They did not start equally. Many servants are mentioned in the roster of the Mayflower. But they rapidly became equal under colonial conditions. There was, for instance, a vast tract of land to be had for the taking, and the servant went off and took land like his master. The English class system disappeared. Under colonial conditions, there arose equality in the faculties both of body and mind, and an individual independence of judgment impatient of interference from England. But south of the Mason and Dixon line, tobacco growing began, and the warmer climate encouraged the establishment of plantations with gang labor. Red Indian captives were employed. Cromwell sent Irish prisoners of war to Virginia, which did much to reconcile the royalist planters to republicanism. Convicts were sent out, and there was a considerable trade in kidnapped children, who were spirited away to America to become apprentices or bond slaves. But the most convenient form of gang labor proved to be that of Negro slaves. The first Negro slaves were brought to Jamestown in Virginia by a Dutch ship as early as 1620. By 1700, Negro slaves were scattered all over the states, but Virginia, Maryland, and the Carolinas were their chief regions of employment. And while the communities to the north were communities of not very rich and not very poor farming men, the South developed a type of large proprietor and a white community of overseers and professional men subsisting on slave labor. Slave labor was a necessity to the social and economic system that had grown up in the South. In the North, the presence of slaves was unnecessary and in some respects inconvenient. Conscientious scruples about slavery were more free, therefore, to develop and flourish in the northern atmosphere. To this question of the revival of slavery in the world, we must return when we come to consider the perplexities of American democracy. Here we note it simply as an added factor in the heterogeneous mixture of the British colonies. But if the inhabitants of the 13 colonies were miscellaneous in their origins and various in their habits and sympathies, they had three very strong antagonisms in common. They had a common interest against the Red Indians. For a time, they shared a common dread of French conquest and dominion. And thirdly, they were all in conflict with the claims of the British Crown and the commercial selfishness of the narrow oligarchy who dominated the British Parliament and British affairs. So far as the first danger went, the Indians were a constant evil, but never more than a threat of disaster. They remained divided against themselves, yet they had shown possibilities of combination upon a larger scale. The Five Nations of the Iroquois, (CMAP), p. 283, was a very important league of tribes, but it never succeeded in playing off the French against the English to secure itself, and no Red Indian Genghis Khan ever arose among these nomads of the New World. The French aggression was a more serious threat. The French never made settlements in America on a scale to compete with the English, but their government set about the encirclement of the colonies and their subjugation in a terrifyingly systematic manner. The English in America were colonists, the French were explorers, adventurers, agents, missionaries, merchants, and soldiers. Only in Canada did they strike root. French statesmen sat over maps and dreamt dreams, and their dreams are to be seen in our map in the chain of forts creeping southward from the Great Lakes and northward up the Mississippi and Ohio rivers. The struggle of France and Britain was a worldwide struggle. It was decided in India, in Germany, and on the high seas. In the Peace of Paris, 1763, the French gave England Canada and relinquished Louisiana to the inert hands of declining Spain. It was the complete abandonment of America by France. The lifting of the French danger left the colonists unencumbered to face their third common antagonist, the crown and government of their motherland. Section 3. We have noted in the previous chapter how the governing class of Great Britain steadily acquired the land and destroyed the liberty of the common people throughout the 18th century, and how greedily and blindly the new Industrial Revolution was brought about. We have noted also how the British Parliament, through the decay of the representative methods of the House of Commons, had become both in its upper and lower houses merely the instrument of government through the big landowners. Both these big property holders and the Crown were deeply interested in America, the former as private adventurers, the latter partly as representing the speculative exploitations of the Stuart kings, and partly as representing the state in search of funds for the expenses of foreign policy. And neither lords nor crown were disposed to regard the traders, planters, and common people of the colonies with any more consideration than they did the yeomen and small cultivators at home. At bottom, the interests of the common man in Great Britain, Ireland, and America were the same. Each was being squeezed by the same system. But while in Britain oppressor and oppressed were closely tangled up in one intimate social system, in America, the crown and the exploiter were far away, and men could get together and develop a sense of community against their common enemy. Moreover, the American colonist had the important advantage of possessing a separate and legal organ of resistance to the British government in the assembly or legislature of his colony that was necessary for the management of local affairs. The common man in Britain, cheated out of his proper representation in the Commons, had no organ, no center of expression and action for his discontents. It will be evident to the reader, bearing in mind the variety of the colonies, that here was the possibility of an endless series of disputes, aggressions, and counter-aggressions. The story of the development of irritations between the colonies and Britain is a story far too intricate, subtle, and lengthy for the scheme of this outline. Suffice it that the grievances fell under three main heads: attempts to secure for British adventurers or the British government the profits of the exploitation of new lands; systematic restrictions upon trade designed to keep the foreign trade of the colonies entirely in British hands, so that the colonial exports all went through Britain and only British-made goods were used in America; and finally attempts at taxation through the British Parliament as the supreme taxing authority of the empire. Under the pressure of this triple system of annoyances, the American colonists were forced to do a very considerable amount of hard political thinking. Such men as Patrick Henry and James Otis began to discuss the fundamental ideas of government and political association very much as they had been discussed in England in the great days of Cromwell's Commonweal. They began to deny both the divine origin of kingship and the supremacy of the British Parliament, and James Otis, 1762, to say such things as, "God made all men naturally equal. Ideas of earthly superiority are educational, not innate. Kings were made for the good of the people, and not the people for them. No government has a right to make slaves of its subjects. Though most governments are de facto arbitrary, and consequently the curse and scandal of human nature, yet none are de jure arbitrary." Some of which propositions reach far. This ferment in the political ideas of the Americans was started by English leaven. One very influential English writer was John Locke, 1630 to 1704, whose two treatises on civil government may be taken, as much as any one single book can be taken in such cases, as the point of departure for modern democratic ideas. He was the son of a Cromwellian soldier. He was educated at Christ Church, Oxford, during the Republican ascendancy. He spent some years in Holland in exile, and his writings form a bridge between the bold political thinking of those earlier Republican days and the revolutionary movement both in America and France. But men do not begin to act upon theories. It is always some real danger, some practical necessity, that produces action. And it is only after action has destroyed old relationships and produced a new and perplexing state of affairs that theory comes to its own. Then it is that theory is put to the test. The discord in interests and ideas between the colonists was brought to a fighting issue by the obstinate resolve of the British Parliament after the Peace of 1763 to impose taxation upon the American colonies. Britain was at peace and flushed with successes. It seemed an admirable opportunity for settling accounts with these recalcitrant settlers. But the great British property owners found a power beside their own, of much the same mind with them, but a little divergent in its ends: the reviving crown. King George Roman III, who had begun his reign in 1760, was resolved to be much more of a king than his two German predecessors. He could speak English. He claimed to glory in the name of Britain, and indeed it is not a bad name for a man without a perceptible drop of English, Welsh, or Scotch blood in his veins. In the American colonies and the overseas possessions generally, with their indefinite charters or no charters at all, it seemed to him that the crown might claim authority and obtain resources and powers absolutely denied to it by the strong and jealous aristocracy in Britain. This inclined many of the Whig noblemen to a sympathy with the colonists that they might not otherwise have shown. They had no objection to the exploitation of the colonies in the interests of British private enterprise, but they had very strong objections to the strengthening of the crown by that exploitation so as to make it presently independent of themselves. The war that broke out was therefore in reality not a war between Britain and the colonists. It was a war between the British government and the colonists, with a body of Whig noblemen and a considerable amount of public feeling in England on the side of the latter. An early move after 1763 was an attempt to raise revenue for Britain in the colonies by requiring that newspapers and documents of various sorts should be stamped. This was stiffly resisted, the British Crown was intimidated, and the Stamp Acts were repealed, 1766. Their repeal was greeted by riotous rejoicings in London, more hearty even than those in the colonies. But the Stamp Act affair was only one eddy in a turbulent stream flowing towards civil war. Upon a score of pretexts, and up and down the coast, the representatives of the British government were busy asserting their authority and making British government intolerable. The quartering of soldiers upon the colonists was a great nuisance. Rhode Island was particularly active in defying the trade restrictions. The Rhode Islanders were free traders, that is to say, smugglers. A government schooner, the Gaspee, ran aground off Providence. She was surprised, boarded, and captured by armed men in boats and burnt. In 1773, with a total disregard of the existing colonial tea trade, special advantages for the importation of tea into America were given by the British Parliament to the East India Company. It was resolved by the colonists to refuse and boycott this tea. When the tea importers at Boston showed themselves resolute to land their cargoes, a band of men disguised as Indians, in the presence of a great crowd of people, boarded the 3 tea ships and threw the tea overboard, December 16, 1773. All 1774 was occupied in the gathering up of resources on either side for the coming conflict. It was decided by the British Parliament in the spring of 1774 to punish Boston by closing her port. Her trade was to be destroyed unless she accepted that tea. It was a quite typical instance of that silly firmness which shatters empires. In order to enforce this measure, British troops were concentrated at Boston under General Gage. The colonists took countermeasures. The first colonial congress met at Philadelphia in September, at which 12 colonies were represented: Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Delaware, Virginia, and North and South Carolina. Georgia was not present. True to the best English traditions, the Congress documented its attitude by a Declaration of Rights. Practically, this Congress was an insurrectionary government, but no blow was struck until the spring of 1775. Then came the first shedding of blood. 2 of the American leaders, Hancock and Samuel Adams, had been marked down by the British government for arrest and trial for treason. They were known to be at Lexington, about 11 miles from Boston. And in the night of April 18, 1775, Gage set his forces in motion for their arrest. That night was a momentous one in history. The movement of Gage's troops had been observed. Signal lanterns were shown from a church tower in Boston, and two men, Dawes and Paul Revere, stole away in boats across the Back Bay to take horse and warn the countryside. The British were also ferried over the water, and as they marched through the night towards Lexington, the firing of signal cannon and the ringing of church bells went before them. As they entered Lexington at dawn, they saw a little company of men drawn up in military fashion. It seems that the British fired first. There was a single shot and then a volley, and the little handful decamped, apparently without any answering shots, leaving 8 dead and 9 wounded upon the village green. The British then marched on to Concord, 10 miles further, occupied the village, and stationed a party on the bridge at that place. The expedition had failed in its purpose of arresting Hancock and Adams, and the British commander seems to have been at a loss what to do next. Meanwhile, the colonial levies were coming up from all directions, and presently the picket upon the bridge found itself subjected to an increasing fire from a gathering number of assailants firing from behind trees and fences. A retreat to Boston was decided upon. It was a disastrous retreat. The country had risen behind the British. All the morning the colonials had been gathering. Both sides of the road were now swarming with sharpshooters firing from behind rock and fence and building. The soldiers were in conspicuous scarlet uniforms, with yellow facings and white gaiters and cravats. This must have stood out very vividly against the cold, sharp colors of the late New England spring. The day was bright, hot, and dusty, and they were already exhausted by a night march. Every few yards a man fell, wounded or killed. The rest tramped on, or halted to fire an ineffectual volley. No counterattack was possible. Their assailants lurked everywhere. At Lexington, there were British reinforcements and 2 guns, and after a brief rest, the retreat was resumed in better order. But the sharpshooting and pursuit was pressed to the river, and after the British had crossed back into Boston, the colonial levies took up their quarters in Cambridge and prepared to blockade the city. Section 4. So the war began. It was not a war that promised a conclusive end. The colonists had no one vulnerable capital. They were dispersed over a great country, with a limitless wilderness behind it, and so they had great powers of resistance. They had learnt their tactics largely from the Indians. They could fight well in open order and harry and destroy troops in movement. But they had no disciplined army that could meet the British in a pitched battle and little military equipment, and their levies grew impatient at a long campaign and tended to go home to their farms. The British, on the other hand, had a well-drilled army, and their command of the sea gave them the power of shifting their attack up and down the long Atlantic seaboard. They were at peace with all the world. But the king was stupid and greedy to interfere in the conduct of affairs. The generals he favored were stupid, strong men, or flighty men of birth and fashion, and the heart of England was not in the business. He trusted rather to being able to blockade, raid, and annoy the colonists into submission than to a conclusive conquest and occupation of the land. But the methods employed, and particularly the use of hired German troops, who still retained the cruel traditions of the 30 Years' War, and of Indian auxiliaries who raped and scalped the outlying settlers, did not so much weary the Americans of the war as of the British. The Congress, meeting for the second time in 1775, endorsed the actions of the New England colonists and appointed George Washington the American commander-in-chief. In 1777, General Burgoyne, in an attempt to get down to New York from Canada, was defeated at Freeman's Farm on the Upper Hudson, and surrounded and obliged to capitulate at Saratoga with his whole army. This disaster encouraged the French and Spanish to come into the struggle on the side of the colonists. The French sent an army to the States under General Lafayette, and their fleet did much to minimize the advantage of the British at sea. General Cornwallis was caught in the Yorktown Peninsula in Virginia in 1781 and capitulated with his army. The British government, now heavily engaged with France and Spain in Europe, was at the end of its resources. At the outset of the war, the colonists in general seemed to have been as little disposed to repudiate monarchy and claim complete independence as were the Hollanders in the opening phase of Philip II's persecutions and follies. The separatists were called radicals. They were mostly extremely democratic, as we should say in England today, and their advanced views frightened many of the steadier and wealthier colonists for whom class privileges and distinctions had considerable charm. But early in 1776, an able and persuasive Englishman, Tom Paine, published a pamphlet at Philadelphia with the title of Common Sense, which had an enormous effect on public opinion. Its style was rhetorical by modern standards. The blood of the slain, the weeping voice of nature cries, 'tis time to part, and so forth. But its effects were very great. It converted thousands to the necessity of separation. The turnover of opinion, once it had begun, was rapid. Only in the summer of 1776 did Congress take the irrevocable step of declaring for separation. The Declaration of Independence, another of those exemplary documents which it has been the peculiar service of the English to produce for mankind, was drawn up by Thomas Jefferson, and after various amendments and modifications, it was made the fundamental document of the United States of America. There were two noteworthy amendments to Jefferson's draft. He had denounced the slave trade fiercely and blamed the home government for interfering with colonial attempts to end it. This was thrown out, and so too was a sentence about the British. We must endeavor to forget our former love for them. We might have been a free and a great people together. But for the British crown and great proprietors, and the mutual ignorance of the common men in the two countries. Towards the end of 1782, the preliminary articles of the treaty in which Britain recognized the complete independence of the United States were signed at Paris. The end of the war was proclaimed on April 19, 1783, exactly 8 years after Paul Revere's ride, and the retreat of Gage's men from Concord to Boston. The Treaty of Peace was finally signed at Paris in September. Section 5. From the point of view of human history, the way in which the 13 states became independent is of far less importance than the fact that they did become independent. And with the establishment of their independence came a new sort of community into the world. It was like something coming out of an egg. It was a Western European civilization that had broken free from the last traces of empire and Christendom. It had not a vestige of monarchy left and no state religion. It had no dukes, princes, counts, nor any sort of title bearers claiming to ascendancy or respect as a right. Even its unity was as yet a mere unity for defense and freedom. It was in these respects such a clean start in political organization as the world had not seen before. The absence of any binding religious tie is especially noteworthy. It had a number of forms of Christianity. Its spirit was indubitably Christian. But as a state document of 1796 explicitly declared, the government of the United States is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion. The new community had in fact gone right down to the bare and stripped fundamentals of human association, and it was building up a new sort of society and a new sort of state upon those foundations. Here were about 4 million people scattered over vast areas with very slow and difficult means of intercommunication, poor as yet, but with the potentiality of limitless wealth, setting out to do in reality on a huge scale such a feat of construction as the Athenian philosophers 22 centuries before had done in imagination and theory. This situation marks a definite stage in the release of man from precedent and usage, and a definite step forward towards the conscious and deliberate reconstruction of his circumstances to suit his needs and aims. It was a new method becoming practical in human affairs. The modern states of Europe have been evolved institution by institution slowly and planlessly out of preceding things. The United States were planned and made. Illustration: the United States, showing the extent of settlement in 1790. In one respect, however, the creative freedom of the new nation was very seriously restricted. This new sort of community and state was not built upon a cleared site. It was not even so frankly an artificiality as some of the later Athenian colonies, which went out from the mother city to plan and build brand new city-states with brand new constitutions. The 13 colonies by the end of the war had all of them constitutions either like that of Connecticut and Rhode Island dating from their original charters, 1662, or, as in the case of the rest of the states, where a British governor had played a large part in the administration remade during the conflict. But we may well consider these reconstructions as contributory essays and experiments in the general constructive effort. Upon the effort, certain ideas stood out very prominently. One is the idea of political and social equality. This idea, which we saw coming into the world as an extreme and almost incredible idea in the age between Buddha and Jesus of Nazareth, is now asserted in the later 18th century as a practical standard of human relationship. Says the fundamental statement of Virginia, all men are by nature equally free and independent, and it proceeds to rehearse their rights, and to assert that all magistrates and governors are but trustees and servants of the commonweal. All men are equally entitled to the free exercise of religion. The king by right, the aristocrat, the natural slave, the god-king, and the god have all vanished from this political scheme so far as these declarations go. Most of the states produced similar preludes to government. The Declaration of Independence said that all men are born equal. It is everywhere asserted in 18th century terms that the new community is to be, to use the phraseology we have introduced in an earlier chapter, a community of will and not a community of obedience. But the thinkers of that time had a rather clumsier way of putting the thing. They imagined a sort of individual choice of and assent to citizenship that never in fact occurred, the so-called social contract. The Massachusetts Preamble, for instance, asserts that the state is a voluntary association, by which the whole people covenants with each citizen, and each citizen with the whole people, that all shall be governed by certain laws for the common good. Now it will be evident that most of these fundamental statements are very questionable statements. Men are not born equal, they are not born free, they are born a most various multitude enmeshed in an ancient and complex social net. Nor is any man invited to sign the social contract, or, failing that, to depart into solitude. These statements, literally interpreted, are so manifestly false that it is impossible to believe that the men who made them intended them to be literally interpreted. They made them in order to express certain elusive but profoundly important ideas that after another century and a half of thinking the world is in a better position to express. Civilization, as this outline has shown, arose as a community of obedience and was essentially a community of obedience. But generation after generation, the spirit was abused by priests and rulers. There was a continual influx of masterful will from the forests, parklands, and steppes. The human spirit had at last rebelled altogether against the blind obediences of the common life. It was seeking, and, at first, it was seeking very clumsily to achieve a new and better sort of civilization that should also be a community of will. To that end, it was necessary that every man should be treated as the sovereign of himself. His standing was to be one of fellowship and not of servility. His real use, his real importance depended upon his individual quality. The method by which these creators of political America sought to secure this community of will was an extremely simple and crude one. They gave what was for the time, and in view of American conditions, a very wide franchise. Conditions varied in the different states. The widest franchise was in Pennsylvania, where every adult male taxpayer voted. But compared with Britain, all the United States were well within sight of manhood suffrage by the end of the 18th century. These makers of America also made efforts, considerable for their times, but puny by more modern standards, to secure a widely diffused common education. The information of the citizens as to what was going on at home and abroad, they left, apparently without any qualms of misgiving, to public meetings and the privately owned printing press. The story of the various state constitutions and of the Constitution of the United States as a whole is a very intricate one, and we can only deal with it here in the broadest way. The most noteworthy point in a modern view is the disregard of women as citizens. The American community was a simple, largely agricultural community, and most women were married. It seemed natural that they should be represented by their men folk. But New Jersey admitted a few women to vote on a property qualification. Another point of great interest is the almost universal decision to have two governing assemblies, confirming or checking each other, on the model of the Lords and Commons of Britain. Only Pennsylvania had a single representative chamber, and that was felt to be a very dangerous and ultra-democratic state of affairs. Apart from the argument that legislation should be slow as well as sure, it is difficult to establish any necessity for this bicameral arrangement. It seems to have been a fashion with constitution planners in the 18th century rather than a reasonable imperative. The British division was an old one. The Lords, the original Parliament, was an assembly of notables, the leading men of the kingdom. The House of Commons came in as a new factor, as the elected spokesmen of the burghers and the small landed men. It was a little too hastily assumed in the 18th century that the commonalty would be given to wild impulses and would need checking. Opinion was for democracy, but for democracy with powerful brakes always on, whether it was going uphill or down. About all the upper houses, there was therefore a flavor of selectness. They were elected on a more limited franchise. This idea of making an upper chamber which shall be a stronghold for the substantial man does not appeal to modern thinkers so strongly as it did to the men of the 18th century. But the bicameral idea in another form still has its advocates. They suggest that a community may with advantage consider its affairs from two points of view through the eyes of a body elected to represent trades, industries, professions, public services, and the like, a body representing function, and through the eyes of a second body elected by localities to represent communities. For the members of the former, a man would vote by his calling, for the latter by his district of residence. They point out that the British House of Lords is in effect a body representing function, in which the land, the law, and the church are no doubt disproportionately represented, but in which industrialism, finance, the great public services, art, science, and medicine also find places, and that the British House of Commons is purely geographical in its reference. It has even been suggested in Britain that there should be labor peers, selected from among the leaders of the great industrial trade unions. But these are speculations beyond our present scope. The central government of the United States was at first a very feeble body, a Congress of representatives of the 13 governments, held together by certain Articles of Confederation. This Congress was little more than a conference of sovereign representatives. It had no control, for instance, over the foreign trade of each state. It could not coin money nor levy taxes by its own authority. When John Adams, the first minister from the United States to England, went to discuss a commercial treaty with the British Foreign Secretary, he was met by a request for 13 representatives, one from each of the states concerned. He had to confess his inadequacy to make binding arrangements. The British presently began dealing with each state separately over the head of Congress, and they retained possession of a number of posts in the American territory about the Great Lakes because of the inability of Congress to hold these regions effectually. In another, urgent matter, Congress proved equally feeble. To the west of the 13 states stretched limitless lands into which settlers were now pushing in ever-increasing numbers. Each of the states had indefinable claims to expansion westward. It was evident to every clear-sighted man that the jostling of these claims must lead in the long run to war, unless the central government could take on their apportionment. The feebleness of the central government, its lack of concentration, became so much of an inconvenience and so manifest a danger that there was some secret discussion of a monarchy. And Nathaniel Gorham of Massachusetts, the president of Congress, caused Prince Henry of Prussia, the brother of Frederick the Great, to be approached on the subject. Finally, a constitutional convention was called in 1787 at Philadelphia, and there it was that the present Constitution of the United States was in its broad lines hammered out. A great change of spirit had gone on during the intervening years, a widespread realization of the need of unity. When the Articles of Confederation were drawn up, men had thought of the people of Virginia, the people of Massachusetts, the people of Rhode Island, and the like. But now there appears a new conception, the people of the United States. The new government, with the executive president, the senators, congressmen, and the Supreme Court that was now created, was declared to be the government of the people of the United States. It was a synthesis and not a mere assembly. It said, "We the people," and not "we the states," as Lee of Virginia bitterly complained. It was to be a federal and not a confederate government. State by state, the new Constitution was ratified, and in the spring of 1788 the First Congress upon the new lines assembled at New York, under the presidency of George Washington, who had been the national commander-in-chief throughout the War of Independence. The Constitution then underwent considerable revision, and Washington upon the Potomac was selected as the federal capital. Section 6. In an earlier chapter, we have described the Roman Republic, and its mixture of modern features with dark superstition and primordial savagery, as the Neanderthal anticipation of the modern democratic state. A time may come when people will regard the contrivances and machinery of the American Constitution as the political equivalents of the implements and contrivances of Neolithic man. They have served their purpose well, and under their protection the people of the states have grown into one of the greatest, most powerful, and most civilized communities that the world has yet seen. But there is no reason in that for regarding the American Constitution as a thing more final and inalterable than the pattern of street railway that overshadows many New York thoroughfares, or the excellent and homely type of house architecture that still prevails in Philadelphia. These things also have served a purpose well, they have their faults, and they can be improved. Our political contrivances, just as much as our domestic and mechanical contrivances, need to undergo constant revision as knowledge and understanding grow. Since the American Constitution was planned, our conception of history and our knowledge of collective psychology has undergone very considerable development. We are beginning to see many things in the problem of government to which the men of the 18th century were blind. And, courageous as their constructive disposition was in relation to whatever political creation had gone before, it fell far short of the boldness which we in these days realize to be needful if this great human problem of establishing a civilized community of will in the earth is to be solved. They took many things for granted that now we know need to be made the subject of the most exacting scientific study and the most careful adjustment. They thought it was only necessary to set up schools and colleges, with a grant of land for maintenance, and that they might then be left to themselves. But education is not a weed that will grow lustily in any soil. It is a necessary and delicate crop that may easily wilt and degenerate. We learn nowadays that the underdevelopment of universities and educational machinery is like some underdevelopment of the brain and nerves, which hampers the whole growth of the social body. By European standards, by the standard of any state that has existed hitherto, the level of the common education of America is high. But by the standard of what it might be, America is an uneducated country. And those fathers of America thought also that they had but to leave the press free, and everyone would live in the light. They did not realize that a free press could develop a sort of constitutional venality due to its relations with advertisers, and that large newspaper proprietors could become buccaneers of opinion and insensate wreckers of good beginnings. And finally, the makers of America had no knowledge of the complexities of vote manipulation. The whole science of elections was beyond their ken. They knew nothing of the need of the transferable vote to prevent the working of elections by specialized organizations, and the crude and rigid methods they adopted left their political system the certain prey of the great party machines that have robbed American democracy of half its freedom and most of its political soul. Politics became a trade, and a very base trade. Decent and able men, after the first great period, drifted out of politics and attended to business, and what I have called elsewhere the sense of the state declined. Private enterprise ruled in many matters of common concern because political corruption made collective enterprise impossible. Yet the defects of the great political system created by the Americans of the Revolutionary period did not appear at once. For several generations, the history of the United States was one of rapid expansion and of an amount of freedom, homely happiness, and energetic work unparalleled in the world's history. And the record of America for the whole last century and a half, in spite of many reversions towards inequality, in spite of much rawness and much blundering, is nevertheless as bright and honorable a story as that of any other contemporary people. In this brief account of the creation of the United States of America, we have been able to do little more than mention the names of some of the group of great men who made this new departure in human history. We have named casually, or we have not even named such men as Tom Paine, Benjamin Franklin, Patrick Henry, Thomas Jefferson, the Adams brothers, Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and George Washington. It is hard to measure the men of one period of history with those in another. Some writers, even American writers, impressed by the artificial splendors of the European courts and by the tawdry and destructive exploits of a Frederick the Great or a Great Catherine, display a snobbish shame of something homespun about these makers of America. They feel that Benjamin Franklin at the court of Louis Roman XVI, with his long hair, his plain clothes, and his pocky manner, was sadly lacking in aristocratic distinction. But stripped to their personalities, Louis Roman XVI was hardly gifted enough or noble-minded enough to be Franklin's valet. If human greatness is a matter of scale and glitter, then no doubt Alexander the Great is at the apex of human greatness. But is greatness that? Is not a great man rather one who, in a great position or amidst great opportunities and great gifts, are no more than great opportunities serves God and his fellows with a humble heart? And quite a number of these Americans of the revolutionary time do seem to have displayed much disinterestedness and devotion. They were limited men, fallible men. Washington was, for example, a conspicuously indolent man, but on the whole they seem to have cared more for the commonweal they were creating than for any personal end or personal vanity. They were all limited men. They were limited in knowledge and outlook, they were limited by the limitations of the time, and there was no perfect man among them. They were, like all of us, men of mixed motives. Good impulses arose in their minds, great ideas swept through them, and also they could be jealous, lazy, obstinate, greedy, vicious. If one were to write a true, full, and particular history of the making of the United States, it would have to be written with charity and high spirits as a splendid comedy. And in no other regard do we find the rich, tortuous humanity of the American story so finely displayed as in regard to slavery. Slavery, having regard to the general question of labor, is the test of this new soul in the world's history, the American soul. Slavery began very early in the European history of America, and no European people who went to America can be held altogether innocent in the matter. At a time when the German is still the moral whipping boy of Europe, it is well to note that the German record is in this respect the best of all. Almost the first outspoken utterances against Negro slavery came from German settlers in Pennsylvania. But the German settler was working with free labor upon a temperate countryside, well north of the plantation zone. He was not under serious temptation in this matter. American slavery began with the enslavement of Indians for gang work in mines and upon plantations, and it is curious to note that it was a very good and humane man indeed, Las Casas, who urged that Negroes should be brought to America to relieve his tormented Indian proteges. The need for labor upon the plantations of the West Indies and the South was imperative. When the supply of Indian captives proved inadequate, the planters turned not only to the Negro, but to the jails and poorhouses of Europe for a supply of toilers. The reader of Defoe's Moll Flanders will learn how the business of Virginian white slavery looked to an intelligent Englishman in the early 18th century. But the Negro came very early. The year 1620, that saw the Pilgrim Fathers landing at Plymouth in New England, saw a Dutch sloop disembarking the first cargo of Negroes at Jamestown in Virginia. Negro slavery was as old as New England. It had been an American institution for over a century and a half before the War of Independence. It was to struggle on for the better part of a century more. But the conscience of thoughtful men in the colonies was never quite easy upon this score, and it was one of the accusations of Thomas Jefferson against the Crown and Lords of Great Britain that every attempt to ameliorate or restrain the slave trade on the part of the colonists had been checked by the great proprietary interests in the mother country. With the moral and intellectual ferment of the Revolution, the question of Negro slavery came right into the foreground of the public conscience. The contrast and the challenge glared upon the mind. All men are by nature free and equal, said the Virginia Bill of Rights, and outside in the sunshine, under the whip of the overseer toiled the Negro slave. It witnesses to the great change in human ideas since the Roman imperial system dissolved under the barbarian inrush, that there could be this heart-searching. Conditions of industry, production, and land tenure had long prevented any recrudescence of gang slavery. But now the cycle had come round again, and there were enormous immediate advantages to be reaped by the owning and ruling classes in the revival of that ancient institution in mines, upon plantations, and upon great public works. It was revived but against great opposition. From the beginning of the revival there were protests, and they grew. The revival was counter to the new conscience of mankind. In some respects, the new gang slavery was worse than anything in the ancient world. Peculiarly horrible was the provocation by the trade of slave wars and manhunts in Western Africa and the cruelties of the long transatlantic voyage. The poor creatures were packed on the ships often with insufficient provision of food and water, without proper sanitation, without medicines. Many who could tolerate slavery upon the plantations found the slave trade too much for their moral digestions. 3 European nations were chiefly concerned in this dark business: Britain, Spain, and Portugal, because they were the chief owners of the new lands in America. The comparative innocence of the other European powers is to be ascribed largely to their lesser temptations. They were similar communities. In parallel circumstances, they would have behaved similarly. Throughout the middle part of the 18th century, there was an active agitation against Negro slavery in Great Britain as well as in the States. It was estimated that in 1770 there were 15,000 slaves in Britain, mostly brought over by their owners from the West Indies and Virginia. In 1771, the issue came to a conclusive test in Britain before Lord Mansfield. A Negro named James Somerset had been brought to England from Virginia by his owner. He ran away, was captured, and violently taken on a ship to be returned to Virginia. From the ship, he was extracted by a writ of habeas corpus. Lord Mansfield declared that slavery was a condition unknown to English law, an odious condition, and Somerset walked out of the court a free man. The Massachusetts Constitution of 1780 had declared that all men are born free and equal. A certain Negro, Quaco, put this to the test in 1783, and in that year the soil of Massachusetts became like the soil of Britain, intolerant of slavery. To tread upon it was to become free. At that time, no other state in the Union followed this example. At the census of 1790, Massachusetts, alone of all the states, returned no slaves. The state of opinion in Virginia is remarkable because it brings to light the peculiar difficulties of the southern states. The great Virginian statesmen, such as Washington and Jefferson, condemned the institution, yet because there was no other form of domestic service, Washington owned slaves. There was in Virginia a strong party in favor of emancipating slaves, but they demanded that the emancipated slaves should leave the state within a year or be outlawed. They were naturally alarmed at the possibility that a free barbaric black community, many of its members African-born and reeking with traditions of cannibalism and secret and dreadful religious rites, should arise beside them upon Virginian soil. When we consider that point of view, we can understand why it was that a large number of Virginians should be disposed to retain the mass of blacks in the country under control as slaves, while at the same time they were bitterly opposed to the slave trade and the importation of any fresh blood from Africa. The free blacks, one sees, might easily become a nuisance. Indeed, the free state of Massachusetts presently closed its borders to their entry. The question of slavery, which in the ancient world was usually no more than a question of status between individuals racially akin, merged in America with the different and profounder question of relationship between two races at opposite extremes of the human species and of the most contrasted types of tradition and culture. If the black man had been white, there can be little doubt that Negro slavery, like white servitude, would have vanished from the United States within a generation of the Declaration of Independence, as a natural consequence of the statements in that declaration. Section 7. We have told of the War of Independence in America as the first great breakaway from the system of European monarchies and foreign offices, as the repudiation by a new community of Machiavellian statescraft, as the directive form of human affairs. Within a decade, there came a second and much more portentous revolt against this strange game of great powers, this tangled interaction of courts and policies which obsessed Europe. But this time, it was no breaking away at the outskirts. In France, the nest and home of grand monarchy, the heart and center of Europe, came this second upheaval. And unlike the American colonists, who simply repudiated a king, the French, following in the footsteps of the English Revolution, beheaded one. Like the British Revolution, and like the Revolution in the United States, the French Revolution can be traced back to the ambitious absurdities of the French monarchy. The schemes of aggrandizement, the aims and designs of the Grand Monarch, necessitated an expenditure upon war equipment throughout Europe out of all proportion to the taxable capacity of the age. And even the splendors of monarchy were enormously costly, measured by the productivity of the time. In France, just as in Britain and in America, the first resistance was made not to the monarch as such, and to his foreign policy as such, nor with any clear recognition of these things as the roots of the trouble, but merely to the inconveniences and charges upon the individual life caused by them. The practical taxable capacity of France must have been relatively much less than that of England, because of the various exemptions of the nobility and clergy. The burthen resting directly upon the common people was heavier. That made the upper classes the confederates of the court instead of the antagonists of the court as they were in England, and so prolonged the period of waste further. But when at last the bursting point did come, the explosion was more violent and shattering. During the years of the American War of Independence, there were few signs of any impending explosion in France. There was much misery among the lower classes, much criticism and satire, much outspoken liberal thinking, but there was little to indicate that the thing as a whole, with all its customs, usages, and familiar discords, might not go on for an indefinite time. It was consuming beyond its powers of production, but as yet only the inarticulate classes were feeling the pinch. Gibbon, the historian, knew France well. Paris was as familiar to him as London, but there is no suspicion to be detected in the passage. We have quoted that days of political and social dissolution were at hand. No doubt the world abounded in absurdities and injustices, yet nevertheless, from the point of view of a scholar and a gentleman, it was fairly comfortable, and it seemed fairly secure. There was much liberal thought, speech, and sentiment in France at this time. Parallel with and a little later than John Locke in England, Montesquieu, 1689–1755, in France, in the earlier half of the 18th century, had subjected social, political, and religious institutions to the same searching and fundamental analysis, especially in his Esprit des Lois. He had stripped the magical prestige from the absolutist monarchy in France. He shares with Locke the credit for clearing away many of the false ideas that had hitherto prevented deliberate and conscious attempts to reconstruct human society. It was not his fault if at first some extremely unsound and impermanent shanties were run up on the vacant site. The generation that followed him in the middle and later decades of the 18th century was boldly speculative upon the moral and intellectual clearings he had made. A group of brilliant writers, the encyclopedists, mostly rebel spirits from the excellent schools of the Jesuits, set themselves under the leadership of Diderot to scheme out, in a group of works, a new world, 1766. The glory of the encyclopedists, says Mallet, lay in their hatred of things unjust, in their denunciation of the trade in slaves, of the inequalities of taxation, of the corruption of justice, of the wastefulness of wars, in their dreams of social progress, in their sympathy with the rising empire of industry, which was beginning to transform the world. Their chief error seems to have been an indiscriminate hostility to religion. They believed that man was naturally just and politically competent, whereas his impulse to social service and self-forgetfulness is usually developed only through an education essentially religious, and sustained only in an atmosphere of honest cooperation. Uncoordinated human initiatives lead to nothing but social chaos. Side by side with the encyclopedists were the economists or physiocrats, who were making bold and crude inquiries into the production and distribution of food and goods. Morley, the author of the Code de la Nature, denounced the institution of private property and proposed a communistic organization of society. He was the precursor of that large and various school of collectivist thinkers in the 19th century who are lumped together as socialists. Both the encyclopedists and the various economists and physiocrats demanded a considerable amount of hard thinking in their disciples. An easier and more popular leader to follow was that eloquent sentimentalist, Rousseau, 1712–78. He preached the alluring doctrine that the primitive state of man was one of virtue and happiness, from which he had declined through the rather inexplicable activities of priests, kings, lawyers, and the like. We have tried to convey to our readers in Chap. Roman 9, Section 2, primitive man's state of virtue and happiness, as the vivid vision of Mr. Worthington Smith has realized it, and we have done our best to show both the necessity of priests and kings to early civilization and the possible inconveniences of their later row one ease in human affairs. Rousseau's work was essentially demoralizing. It struck not only at the existing social fabric, but at any social organization. When he wrote of the social contract, he did so rather to excuse breaches of the covenant than to emphasize its necessity. Man is so far from perfect that a writer who could show that the almost universal disposition, against which we all have to fortify ourselves, to repudiate debts, misbehave sexually, and evade the toil and expenses of education for ourselves and others, is not after all a delinquency, but a fine display of natural virtue, was bound to have a large following in every class that could read him. Rousseau's tremendous vogue did much to swamp the harder, clearer thinkers of this time, and to prepare a sentimental, declamatory, and insincere popular psychology for the great trials that were now coming upon France. We have already remarked that hitherto no human community has begun to act upon theory. There must first be some breakdown and necessity for direction that lets theory into her own. Up to 1788, the Republican and anarchist talk and writing of French thinkers must have seemed as ineffective and politically unimportant as the aesthetic socialism of William Morris at the end of the 19th century. There was the social and political system going on with an effect of an invincible persistence, the king hunting and mending his clocks, the court and the world of fashion pursuing their pleasures, the financiers conceiving continually more enterprising extensions of credit, business blundering clumsily along its ancient routes, much incommoded by taxes and imposts, the peasants worrying, toiling, and suffering, full of a hopeless hatred of the nobleman's shadow. Men talked and felt they were merely talking. Anything might be said, because nothing would ever happen. Section 8. The first jar to this sense of the secure continuity of life in France came in 1787. Louis Roman XVI, 1774–92, was a dull, ill-educated monarch, and he had the misfortune to be married to a silly and extravagant woman, Marie Antoinette, the sister of the Austrian emperor. The question of her virtue is one of profound interest to a certain type of historical writer, but we need not discuss it here. She lived, as Paul Wyriath puts it, side by side, but not at the side of her husband. She was rather heavy-featured, but not so plain as to prevent her posing as a beautiful, romantic, and haughty queen. When the exchequer was exhausted by the war in America, an enterprise to weaken England of the highest Machiavellian quality, when the whole country was uneasy with discontents, she set her influence to thwart the attempts at economy of the king's ministers, to encourage every sort of aristocratic extravagance, and to restore the church and the nobility to the position they had held in the great days of Louis Roman XIV. Non-aristocratic officers were to be weeded from the army. The power of the church over private life was to be extended. She found in an upper-class official, Calonne, her ideal minister of finance. From 1783–87, this wonderful man produced money as if by magic, and as if by magic it disappeared again. Then in 1787 he collapsed. He had piled loan on loan, and now he declared that the monarchy, the grand monarchy that had ruled France since the days of Louis Roman XIV, was bankrupt. No more money could be raised. There must be a gathering of the notables of the kingdom to consider the situation. To the gathering of notables, a summoned assembly of leading men, Calonne propounded a scheme for a subsidy to be levied upon all landed property. This roused the aristocrats to a pitch of great indignation. They demanded the summoning of a body roughly equivalent to the British Parliament, the States General, which had not met since 1610. Regardless of the organ of opinion they were creating for the discontents below them, excited only by the proposal that they should bear part of the weight of the financial burthens of the country, the French notables insisted. And in May 1789, the States General met. It was an assembly of the representatives of three orders, the nobles, the clergy, and the Third Estate, the commons. For the Third Estate the franchise was very wide, nearly every taxpayer of 25 having a vote. The parish priests voted as clergy, the small noblesse as nobles. The States General was a body without any tradition of procedure. Inquiries were sent to the antiquarians of the Academy of Inscriptions in that matter. Its opening deliberations turned on the question whether it was to meet as one body or as three, each estate having an equal vote. Since the clergy numbered 308, the nobles 285, and the deputies 621, the former arrangement would put the commons in an absolute majority, the latter gave them one vote in three. Nor had the States General any meeting place. Should it meet in Paris or in some provincial city? Versailles was chosen, because of the hunting. It is clear that the king and queen meant to treat this fuss about the national finance as a terrible bore, and to allow it to interfere with their social routine as little as possible. We find the meetings going on in salons that were not wanted, in orangeries and tennis courts, and so forth. The question whether the voting was to be by the estates or by head was clearly a vital one. It was wrangled over for 6 weeks. The Third Estate, taking a leaf from the book of the English House of Commons, then declared that it alone represented the nation, and that no taxation must be levied henceforth without its consent. Whereupon the king closed the hall in which it was sitting, and intimated that the deputies had better go home. Instead, the deputies met in a convenient tennis court, and there took oath, the oath of the tennis court, not to separate until they had established a constitution in France. The king took a high line and attempted to disperse the Third Estate by force. The soldiers refused to act. On that, the king gave in with a dangerous suddenness and accepted the principle that the 3 estates should all deliberate and vote together as one national assembly. Meanwhile, apparently at the Queen's instigation, foreign regiments in the French service, who could be trusted to act against the people, were brought up from the provinces under the Marshal de Broglie, and the king prepared to go back upon his concessions. Whereupon Paris and France revolted. Broglie hesitated to fire on the crowds. A provisional city government was set up in Paris and in most of the other large cities, and a new armed force, the National Guard, a force designed primarily and plainly to resist the forces of the crown, was brought into existence by these municipal bodies. The Revolt of July, 1789, was really the effective French Revolution. The grim-looking prison of the Bastille was stormed by the people of Paris, and the insurrection spread rapidly throughout France. Everywhere chateaux belonging to the nobility were burnt by the peasants, their title deeds carefully destroyed, and the nobles murdered or driven away. In a month, the ancient and decayed system of the aristocratic order had collapsed. Many of the leading princes and courtiers of the Queen's party fled abroad. The National Assembly found itself called upon to create a new political and social system for a new age. Section 9. The French National Assembly was far less fortunate in the circumstances of its task than the American Congress. The latter had half a continent to itself, with no possible antagonist but the British government. Its religious and educational organizations were various, collectively not very powerful, and on the whole friendly. King George was far away in England and sinking slowly towards an imbecile condition. Nevertheless, it took the United States several years to hammer out a working constitution. The French, on the other hand, were surrounded by aggressive neighbors with Machiavellian ideas. They were encumbered by a king and court resolved to make mischief, and the Church was one single great organization inextricably bound up with the ancient order. The Queen was in close correspondence with the Count of Artois, the Duke of Bourbon, and the other exiled princes who were trying to induce Austria and Prussia to attack the new French nation. Moreover, France was already a bankrupt country, while the United States had limitless undeveloped resources, and the Revolution, by altering the conditions of land tenure and marketing, had produced an economic disorganization that has no parallel in the case of America. These were the unavoidable difficulties of the situation, but in addition the Assembly made difficulties for itself. There was no orderly procedure. The English House of Commons had had more than 5 centuries of experience in its work, and Maryborough, one of the great leaders of the early Revolution, tried in vain to have the English rules adopted. But the feeling of the times was all in favor of outcries, dramatic interruptions, and such-like manifestations of natural virtue. And the disorder did not come merely from the Assembly. There was a great gallery, much too great a gallery, for strangers, but who would restrain the free citizens from having a voice in the national control? This gallery swarmed with people eager for a scene, ready to applaud or shout down the speakers below. The abler speakers were obliged to play to the gallery and take a sentimental and sensational line. It was easy at a crisis to bring in a mob to kill debate. So encumbered, the Assembly set about its constructive task. On the 4th of August, it achieved a great dramatic success. Led by several of the nobles, it made a clean sweep, in a series of resolutions, of serfdom, privileges, tax exemptions, tithes, feudal courts. Titles followed. Long before France was a republic, it was an offense for a nobleman to sign his name with his title. For 6 weeks, the Assembly devoted itself, with endless opportunities for rhetoric, to the formulation of a Declaration of the Rights of Man on the lines of the Bills of Rights that were the English preliminaries to organized change. Meanwhile, the court plotted for reaction, and the people felt that the court was plotting. The story is complicated here by the scoundrelly schemes of the king's cousin, Philip of Orleans, who hoped to use the discords of the time to replace Louis on the French throne. His gardens at the Palais Royal were thrown open to the public and became a great center of advanced discussion. His agents did much to intensify the popular suspicion of the king, and things were exacerbated by a shortage of provisions for which the king's government was held guilty. Presently, the loyal Flanders regiment appeared at Versailles. The royal family was scheming to get farther away from Paris in order to undo all that had been done, to restore tyranny and extravagance. Such constitutional monarchists as General Lafayette were seriously alarmed. And just at this time occurred an outbreak of popular indignation at the scarcity of food that passed by an easy transition into indignation against the threat of royalist reaction. It was believed that there was an abundance of provisions at Versailles, that food was being kept there away from the people. The public mind had been much disturbed by reports, possibly by exaggerated reports, of a recent banquet at Versailles, hostile to the nation. Here are some extracts from Carlyle descriptive of that unfortunate feast. The hall of the opera is granted, the Salon de Hercule shall be drawing room. Not only the officers of Flanders, but of the Swiss, of the 100 Swiss, nay of the Versailles National Guard, such of them as have any loyalty, shall feast. It will be a repast like few. And now suppose this repast, the solid part of it, transacted, and the first bottle over. Suppose the customary loyal toasts drunk, the king's health, the queen's with deafening vivats, that of the nation omitted or even rejected. Suppose champagne flowing, with pot valorous speech, with instrumental music, empty featherheads growing ever the noisier in their own emptiness in each other's noise. Her Majesty, who looks unusually sad tonight, His Majesty sitting dulled with the day's hunting, is told that the sight of it would cheer her. Behold, she enters there, issuing from her staterooms, like the moon from clouds, this fairest unhappy Queen of Hearts, royal husband by her side, young dauphin in her arms. She descends from the boxes, amid splendor and acclaim, walks queen-like round the tables, gracefully nodding, her looks full of sorrow, yet of gratitude and daring, with the hope of France on her mother bosom. And now, the band striking up, O Richard, O Monroy, El Univers t'abandon, O Richard, O my king, the world is all forsaking thee, could man do other than rise to height of pity, of loyal valor? Could feather-headed young ensigns do other than, by white Bourbon cockades, handed them from fair fingers, by waving of swords drawn to pledge the queen's health, by trampling of national cockades, by scaling the boxes, whence intrusive murmurs may come, by vociferation, sound, fury, and distraction, within doors and without testify what tempest-tossed state of vacuity they are in. A natural repast, in ordinary times a harmless one, now fatal poor ill-advised Marie Antoinette, with a woman's vehemence, not with a sovereign's foresight. It was so natural, yet so unwise. Next day, in public speech of ceremony, Her Majesty declares herself delighted with Thursday. And here to set against this is Carlyle's picture of the mood of the people. In squalid garret, on Monday morning maternity awakes to hear children weeping for bread. Maternity must forth to the streets, to the herb makers and bakers' queues, meets there with hunger-stricken maternity, sympathetic, exasperative. Oh, we unhappy women! But instead of bakers' queues, why not to aristocrats' palaces, the root of the matter? Allens, let us assemble. To the Hôtel de Ville, to Versailles. There was much shouting and coming and going in Paris before this latter idea realized itself. One Maillard appeared with organizing power and assumed a certain leadership. There can be little doubt that the revolutionary leaders, and particularly General Lafayette, used and organized this outbreak to secure the king, before he could slip away as Charles I did to Oxford to begin a civil war. As the afternoon wore on, the procession started on its 11-mile tramp. Again we quote Carlyle. Maillard has halted his draggled Menads on the last hilltop, and now Versailles and the Château of Versailles, and far and wide the inheritance of royalty opens to the wondering eye. From far on the right, over Marly and Saint-Germain-en-Laye, round towards Rambouillet on the left, beautiful all, softly embosomed, as if in sadness in the dim moist weather. And near before us is Versailles, new and old, with that broad frondent avenue de Versailles between stately frondent, broad, 300 feet as men reckon, with its 4 rows of elms. And then the Château de Versailles, ending in royal parks and pleasaunces, gleaming lakelets, arbors, labyrinths, the menagerie, and Great and Little Trianon. High-towered dwellings, leafy pleasant places, where the gods of this lower world abide. Whence, nevertheless, black care cannot be excluded, whither monadic hunger is even now advancing, armed with pike theosy. Rain fell as the evening closed. Behold, the esplanade, over all its spacious expanse, is covered with groups of squalid dripping women, of lank-haired male rascality, armed with axes, rusty pikes, old muskets, iron-shod clubs, batons ferrés which end in knives or sword blades, a kind of extempore billhook, looking nothing but hungry revolt. The rain pours, guards du corps go caracoling through the groups amid hisses, irritating and agitating what is but dispersed here to reunite there. Innumerable squalid women beleaguer the president and deputation, insist on going with him. Has not His Majesty himself, looking from the window, sent out to ask what we wanted? Bread and speech with the king, that was the answer. 12 women are clamorously added to the deputation, and march with it across the esplanade, through dissipated groups, caracoling bodyguards and the pouring rain. Bread and not too much talking, natural demands. One learns also that the royal carriages are getting yoked, as if for Metz. Carriages, royal or not, have verily showed themselves at the back gates. They even produced, or quoted, a written order from our Versailles municipality which is a monarchic, not a democratic one. However, Versailles patrols drove them in again, as the vigilant Lecanter had strictly charged them to do. So sink the shadows of night, blustering, rainy, and all paths grow dark. Strangest night ever seen in these regions, perhaps since the Bartholomew night, when Versailles, as Bassompierre writes of it, was a chétif château. Oh, for the lyre of some Orpheus, to constrain, with touch of melodious strings, these mad masses into order. For here all seems fallen asunder, in wide-yawning dislocation. The highest, as in down-rushing of a world, is come in contact with the lowest, the rascality of France beleaguering the royalty of France. Iron-shod batons lifted round the diadem, not to guard it. With denunciations of bloodthirsty anti-national bodyguards are heard dark growlings against a queenly name. The court sits tremulous, powerless, varies with the varying temper of the esplanade, with the varying color of the rumors from Paris. Thick-coming rumors, now of peace, now of war. Necker and all the ministers consult, with a blank issue. The Old de Boeuf is one tempest of whispers. We will fly to Metz, we will not fly. The royal carriages again attempt egress though for trial merely, they are again driven in by Lecanter's patrols. But we must send the reader to Carlisle to learn of the coming of the National Guard in the night under General Lafayette himself, the bargaining between the Assembly and the King, the outbreak of fighting in the morning between the bodyguard and the hungry besiegers, and how the latter stormed into the palace and came near to a massacre of the royal family. Lafayette and his troops turned out in time to prevent that, and timely cartloads of loaves arrived from Paris for the crowd. At last it was decided that the king should come to Paris. Processional marches not a few our world has seen, Roman triumphs and ovations, Cabiric cymbal beatings, royal progresses, Irish funerals. But this of the French monarchy marching to its bed remained to be seen, miles long and of breadth losing itself in vagueness for all the neighboring country crowds to see. Slow, stagnating along like shoreless lake, yet with a noise like Niagara, like Babel and Bedlam. A splashing and a tramping, a hurrahing, uproaring, musket volleying, the truest segment of chaos seen in these latter ages, till slowly it disembog itself in the thickening dusk, into expectant Paris, through a double row of faces all the way from Passy to the Hôtel de Ville. Consider this, vanguard of national troops, with trains of artillery of pikemen and pikewomen mounted on cannons, on carts, hackney coaches, or on foot, loaves stuck on the points of bayonets, green boughs stuck in gun barrels. Next, as main march, 50 cartloads of corn, which have been lent for peace from the stores of Versailles, behind which follow stragglers of the Garde du Corps, all humiliated in grenadier bonnets. Close on these comes the royal carriage, come royal carriages, for there are 100 national deputies too, among whom sits Murray-Bow his remarks not given. Then finally, pell-mell, as rear-guard, Flander, Swiss, 100 Swiss, other bodyguards, brigands, whosoever cannot get before. between and among all which masses flows without limit saintantin and the monadic cohort. Monadic especially about the royal carriage. Covered with tricolor, singing elusive songs, pointing with one hand to the royal carriage which the illusions hit, and pointing to the provision wagons with the other hand, and these words: "Courage, friends, we shall not want bread now, we are bringing you the baker, the baccarus, and baker's boy." The wet day draggles the tricolor, but the joy is unextinguishable. Is not all well now? "Ah, madame, not bon réunie," said some of these strong women some days hence. "Ah, madame, our good queen, don't be a traitor any more, and we will all love you." This was October the 6th, 1789. For nearly 2 years the royal family dwelt unmolested in the Tuileries. Had the court kept common faith with the people, the king might have died there a king. From 1789 to 1791, the early revolution held its own. France was a limited monarchy, the king kept a diminished state in the Tuileries, and the National Assembly ruled a country at peace. The reader who will glance back to the maps of Poland we have given in the previous chapter will realize what occupied Russia, Prussia, and Austria at this time. While France experimented with a crowned republic in the west, the last division of the crowned republic of the east was in progress. France could wait. When we consider its inexperience, the conditions under which it worked, and the complexities of its problems, one must concede that the Assembly did a very remarkable amount of constructive work. Much of that work was sound and still endures, much was experimental and has been undone. Some was disastrous. There was a clearing up of the penal code. Torture, arbitrary imprisonment, and persecutions for heresy were abolished, and the ancient provinces of France, Normandy, Burgundy, and the like gave place to 80 departments. Promotion to the highest ranks in the army was laid open to men of every class. An excellent and simple system of law courts was set up, but its value was much vitiated by having the judges appointed by popular election for short periods of time. This made the crowd a sort of final court of appeal, and the judges, like the members of the assembly, were forced to play to the gallery. And the whole vast property of the church was seized and administered by the state. Religious establishments not engaged in education or works of charity were broken up, and the salaries of the clergy made a charge upon the nation. This in itself was not a bad thing for the lower clergy in France, who were often scandalously underpaid in comparison with the richer dignitaries. But in addition, the choice of priests and bishops was made elective, which struck at the very root idea of the Roman Church, which centered everything upon the Pope, and in which all authority is from above downward. Practically, the National Assembly wanted at one blow to make the Church in France Protestant, in organization if not in doctrine. Everywhere there were disputes and conflicts between the state priests of the Republic and the recalcitrant, non-juring, priests who were loyal to Rome. One curious thing the National Assembly did which greatly weakened its grip on affairs. It decreed that no member of the Assembly should be an executive minister. This was in imitation of the American Constitution, where also ministers are separated from the legislature. The British method has been to have all ministers in the legislative body, ready to answer questions and account for their interpretation of the laws and their conduct of the nation's business. If the legislature represents the sovereign people, then it is surely necessary for the ministers to be in the closest touch with their sovereign. This severance of the legislature and executive in France caused misunderstandings and mistrust. The legislature lacked control, and the executive lacked moral force. This led to such an ineffectiveness in the central government that in many districts at this time, communes and towns were to be found that were practically self-governing communities. They accepted or rejected the commands of Paris as they thought fit, declined the payment of taxes, and divided up the church lands according to their local appetites. Section 10. It is quite possible that with the loyal support of the Crown and a reasonable patriotism on the part of the nobility, the National Assembly, in spite of its noisy galleries, its Rousseauism, and its inexperience, might have blundered through to a stable form of parliamentary government for France. In Murraybau, it had a statesman with clear ideas of the needs of the time. He knew the strength and the defects of the British system, and apparently he had set himself to establish in France a parallel political organization upon a wider, more honest franchise. He had, it is true, indulged in a sort of Ruritanian flirtation with the Queen, seen her secretly, pronounced her very solemnly the only man about the king, and made rather a fool of himself in that matter. But his schemes were drawn upon a much larger scale than the scale of the backstairs of the Tuileries. By his death in 1791, France certainly lost one of her most constructive statesmen, and the National Assembly its last chance of any cooperation with the king. When there is a court, there is usually a conspiracy, and royalist schemes and royalist mischief-making were the last straw in the balance against the National Assembly. The royalists did not care for Murraybow, they did not care for France. They wanted to be back in their lost paradise of privilege, haughtiness, and limitless expenditure, and it seemed to them that if only they could make the government of the National Assembly impossible, then by a sort of miracle, the dry bones of the ancient regime would live again. They had no sense of the other possibility, the gulf of the Republican extremists that yawned at their feet. One June night in 1791, between 11 o'clock and midnight, the king and queen and their 2 children slipped out of the Tuileries disguised, threaded their palpitating way through Paris, circled round from the north of the city to the east, and got at last into a traveling carriage that was waiting upon the road to Chalons. They were flying to the Army of the East. The Army of the East was loyal, that is to say, its general and officers at least were prepared to betray France to the king and court. Here was adventure at last after the Queen's heart, and one can understand the pleasurable excitement of the little party as the miles lengthened between themselves and Paris. Away over the hills were reverence, deep bows, and the kissing of hands, then back to Versailles. A little shooting of the mob in Paris artillery, if need be. A few executions, but not of the sort of people who matter. A white terror for a few months, then all would be well again. Perhaps Calonne might return too, with fresh financial expedients. He was busy just then gathering support among the German princes. There were a lot of chateaux to rebuild, but the people who burnt them down could hardly complain if the task of rebuilding them pressed rather heavily upon their grimy necks. All such bright anticipations were cruelly dashed that night at Varennes. The king had been recognized at St. Menihood by the landlord of the post-house, and as the night fell, the eastward roads clattered with galloping messengers rousing the country and trying to intercept the fugitives. There were fresh horses waiting in the upper village of Varennes. The young officer in charge had given the king up for the night and gone to bed, while for half an hour in the lower village the poor king, disguised as a valet, disputed with his postilions, who had expected reliefs in the lower village and refused to go further. Finally, they consented to go on. They consented too late. The little party found the postmaster from St. Menihood, who had ridden past while the postilions wrangled, and a number of worthy Republicans of Varennes whom he had gathered together, awaiting them at the bridge between the 2 parts of the town. The bridge was barricaded. Muskets were thrust into the carriage. "Your passports." The king surrendered without a struggle. The little party was taken into the house of some village functionary. "Well," said the king, "here you have me." Also he remarked that he was hungry. At dinner he commended the wine, quite excellent wine. What the queen said is not recorded. There were royalist troops at hand, but they attempted no rescue. The tocsin began to ring, and the village illuminated itself to guard against surprise. A very crestfallen coachload of royalty returned to Paris and was received by vast crowds in silence. The word had gone forth that whoever insulted the king should be thrashed, and whoever applauded him should be killed. It was only after this foolish exploit that the idea of a republic took hold of the French mind. Before this flight to Varennes, there was no doubt much abstract republican sentiment, but there was scarcely any expressed disposition to abolish monarchy in France. Even in July, a month after the flight, a great meeting in the Champ de Mars, supporting a petition for the dethronement of the king, was dispersed by the authorities, and many people were killed. But such displays of firmness could not prevent the lesson of that flight soaking into men's minds. Just as in England in the days of Charles I, so now in France men realized that the king could not be trusted. He was dangerous. The Jacobins, the extreme Republican party, grew rapidly in strength. Their leaders, Robespierre, Danton, Marat, who had hitherto been a group of impossibles on the extreme left, began to dominate the National Assembly. These Jacobins were the equivalents of the American radicals, men with untrammeled advanced ideas. Their strength lay in the fact that they were unencumbered and downright. They were poor men with nothing to lose. The party of moderation, of compromise with the relics of the old order, was led by such men of established position as General Lafayette, the general who had commanded the French troops in America, and Murraybow, an aristocrat who was ready to model himself on the rich and influential aristocrats of England. But Robespierre was a needy but clever young lawyer from Arras, whose most precious possession was his faith in Rousseau. Danton was a scarcely more wealthy barrister in Paris, one of those big, roaring, gesticulating Frenchmen who are in normal times the heroic loud-talkers of provincial cafes. Marat was an older man, a Swiss of very great scientific distinction, but equally unembarrassed by possessions. On Marat's scientific standing, it is necessary to lay stress, because there is a sort of fashion among English writers to misrepresent the leaders of great revolutionary movements as ignorant men. This gives a false view of the mental processes of revolution, and it is the task of the historian to correct it. Marat, we find, was conversant with English, Spanish, German, and Italian. He had spent several years in England. He was made an honorary MD of St. Andrew S., and had published some valuable contributions to medical science in English. Both Benjamin Franklin and Goethe were greatly interested in his work in physics. This is the man who is called by Carlyle rabid dog, atrocious, squalid, and dog-leech, this last by way of tribute to his science. The Revolution called Marat to politics, and his earliest contributions to the great discussion were fine and sane. There was a prevalent delusion in France that England was a land of liberty. His Tableau des Vices de la Constitution d'Angleterre showed the realities of the English position. His last years were maddened by an almost intolerable skin disease, which he caught while hiding in the sewers of Paris to escape the consequences of his denunciation of the king as a traitor after the flight to Varennes. Only by sitting in a hot bath could he collect his mind to write. He had been treated hardly and suffered, and he became hard. Nevertheless, he stands out in history as a man of rare, unblemished honesty. His poverty seems particularly to have provoked the scorn of Carlyle. What a road he has traveled, and sits now, about 7:30 of the clock, stewing in slipper-bath, sore afflicted, ill of revolution fever, excessively sick and worn, poor man, with precisely 11 halfpenny of ready money in paper, with slipper-bath, strong 3-footed stool for writing on the while, and a squalid washerwoman for his sole household. That is his civic establishment in Medical School Street. Thither and not elsewhere has his road led him. Hark, a rap again. A musical woman's voice, refusing to be rejected. It is the citoyenne who would do France a service. Marat, recognizing from within, cries, "Admit her." Charlotte Corday is admitted. The young heroine for Republican leaders are fair game, and their assassins are necessarily heroines, and their voices, musical, offered to give him some necessary information about the counter-revolution at Keene. And as he was occupied in making a note of her facts, she stabbed him with a large sheath knife, 1792. Such was the quality of most of the leaders of the Jacobin party. They were men of no property untethered men. They were more dissociated and more elemental, therefore, than any other party, and they were ready to push the ideas of freedom and equality to a logical extremity. Their standards of patriotic virtue were high and harsh. There was something inhuman even in their humanitarian zeal. They saw without humor the disposition of the moderates to ease things down, to keep the common folk just a little needy and respectful, and royalty and men of substance just a little respected. They were blinded by the formulae of Rousseauism to the historical truth that man is by nature oppressor and oppressed, and that it is only slowly by law, education, and the spirit of love in the world that men can be made happy and free. And while in America, the formulae of 18th century democracy were on the whole stimulating and helpful, because it was already a land of open-air practical equality so far as white men were concerned. In France, these formulae made a very heady and dangerous mixture for the town populations, because considerable parts of the towns of France were slums full of dispossessed, demoralized, degraded, and bitter-spirited people. The Parisian crowd was in a particularly desperate and dangerous state, because the industries of Paris had been largely luxury industries, and much of her employment parasitic on the weaknesses and vices of fashionable life. Now the fashionable world had gone over the frontier, travelers were restricted, business disordered, and the city full of unemployed and angry people. But the Royalists, instead of realizing the significance of these Jacobins with their dangerous integrity and their dangerous grip upon the imagination of the mob had the conceit to think they could make tools of them. The time for the replacement of the National Assembly under the new-made constitution by the Legislative Assembly was drawing near. And when the Jacobins, with the idea of breaking up the moderates, proposed to make the members of the National Assembly ineligible for the Legislative Assembly, the Royalists supported them with great glee and carried the proposal. They perceived that the Legislative Assembly, so clipped of all experience, must certainly be a politically incompetent body. They would extract good from the excess of evil, and presently France would fall back helpless into the hands of her legitimate masters. So they thought, and the Royalists did more than this. They backed the election of a Jacobin as mayor of Paris. It was about as clever as if a man brought home a hungry tiger to convince his wife of her need of him. There stood another body ready at hand, with which these Royalists did not reckon, far better equipped than the court to step in and take the place of an ineffective legislative assembly. And that was the strongly Jacobin Commune of Paris installed at the Hôtel de Ville. So far France had been at peace. None of her neighbors had attacked her, because she appeared to be weakening herself by her internal dissensions. It was Poland that suffered by the distraction of France, but there seemed no reason why they should not insult and threaten her and prepare the way for a later partition at their convenience. At Pillnitz in 1791, the King of Prussia and the Emperor of Austria met and issued a declaration that the restoration of order and monarchy in France was a matter of interest to all sovereigns. And an army of émigrés, French nobles and gentlemen, an army largely of officers, was allowed to accumulate close to the frontier. It was France that declared war against Austria. The motives of those who supported this step were conflicting. Many Republicans wanted it because they wished to see the kindred people of Belgium liberated from the Austrian yoke. Many Royalists wanted it because they saw in war a possibility of restoring the prestige of the crown. Marat opposed it bitterly in his paper L'Ami du Peuple because he did not want to see Republican enthusiasm turned into war fever. His instinct warned him of Napoleon. On April 20th, 1792, the king came down to the assembly and proposed war amidst great applause. The war began disastrously. 3 French armies entered Belgium, 2 were badly beaten, and the third, under Lafayette, retreated. Then Prussia declared war in support of Austria, and the Allied forces, under the Duke of Brunswick, prepared to invade France. The Duke issued one of the most foolish proclamations in history. He was, he said, invading France to restore the royal authority. Any further indignity shown the king he threatened to visit upon the Assembly and Paris with military execution. This was surely enough to make the most royalist Frenchman a Republican at least for the duration of the war. The new phase of revolution, the Jacobin Revolution, was the direct outcome of this proclamation. It made the Legislative Assembly, in which orderly Republicans, Girondins, and Royalists prevailed, it made the government which had put down that Republican meeting in the Champ de Mars and hunted Marat into the sewers impossible. The insurgents gathered at the Hôtel de Ville, and on the 10th of August, the Commune launched an attack on the palace of the Tuileries. The king behaved with a clumsy stupidity, and with that disregard for others, which is the prerogative of kings. He had with him a Swiss guard of nearly 1,000 men, as well as National Guards of uncertain loyalty. He held out vaguely until firing began, and then he went off to the adjacent assembly to place himself and his family under its protection, leaving his Swiss fighting. No doubt he hoped to antagonize assembly and commune, but the assembly had none of the fighting spirit of the Hôtel de Ville. The royal refugees were placed in a box reserved for journalists, out of which a small room opened, and there they remained for 16 hours while the assembly debated their fate. Outside, there were the sounds of a considerable battle. Every now and then, a window would break. The unfortunate Swiss were fighting with their backs to the wall because there was now nothing else for them to do. The assembly had no stomach to back the government's action of July in the Champ de Mars. The fierce vigor of the Commune dominated it. The king found no comfort whatever in the assembly. It scolded him and discussed his suspension. The Swiss fought until they received a message from the king to desist, and then the crowd, being savagely angry at the needless bloodshed and out of control, they were for the most part massacred. The long and tedious attempt to Merovingianize Louis, to make an honest crowned republican out of a dull and inadaptable absolute monarch, was now drawing to its tragic close. The Commune of Paris was practically in control of France. The Legislative Assembly, which had apparently undergone a change of heart, decreed that the king was suspended from his office, confined him in the Temple, replaced him by an executive commission, and summoned a national convention to frame a new constitution. The tension of patriotic and republican France was now becoming intolerable. Such armies as she had were rolling back helplessly toward Paris. Longwy had fallen, the great fortress of Verdun followed, and nothing seemed likely to stop the march of the Allies upon the capital. The sense of royalist treachery rose to panic cruelty. At any rate, the royalists had to be silenced and stilled and scared out of sight. The Commune set itself to hunt out every royalist that could be found until the prisons of Paris were full. Danton incited the crowd against the prisoners. Marat saw the danger of a massacre. Before it was too late, Marat tried to secure the establishment of emergency tribunals to filter the innocent from the guilty in this miscellaneous collection of schemers, suspects, and harmless gentlefolk. He was disregarded, and early in September the inevitable massacre occurred. Suddenly, first at one prison and then at others, bands of insurgents took possession. A sort of rough court was constituted, and outside gathered a wild mob armed with sabers, pikes, and axes. One by one the prisoners, men and women alike, were led out from their cells, questioned briefly, pardoned with the cry of "Vive la nation," or thrust out to the mob at the gates. There the crowd jostled and fought to get a slash or thrust at a victim. The condemned were stabbed, hacked, and beaten to death, their heads hewn off, stuck on pikes and carried about the town, their torn bodies thrust aside. Among others, the Princess de Lamballe, whom the king and queen had left behind in the Tuileries, perished. Her head was carried on a pike to the temple for the queen to see. In the queen's cell were 2 National Guards. One would have had her look out and see this grisly sight. The other, in pity, would not let her do so. Illustration: northeastern frontier of France, showing the military position, September 1792. Even as this red tragedy was going on in Paris, the French General Dumouriez, who had rushed an army from Flanders into the forests of the Argonne, was holding up the advance of the Allies beyond Verdun. On September 20th occurred a battle, mainly an artillery encounter, at Valmy. A not very resolute Prussian advance was checked. The French infantry stood firm. Their artillery was better than the Allied artillery. For 10 days after this repulse, the Duke of Brunswick hesitated, and then he began to fall back towards the Rhine. This battle at Valmy was little more than a cannonade, was one of the decisive battles in the world's history. The revolution was saved. The National Convention met on September 21st, 1792, and immediately proclaimed a republic. The trial and execution of the king followed with a sort of logical necessity upon these things. He died rather as a symbol than as a man. There was nothing else to be done with him. Poor man, he cumbered the earth. France could not let him go to hearten the emigrants, could not keep him harmless at home. His existence threatened her. Marat had urged this trial relentlessly, yet with that acid clearness of his, he would not have the king charged with any offense committed before he signed the Constitution, because before then he was a real monarch, superlegal, and so incapable of being illegal. Nor would Marat permit attacks upon the king's council. Throughout, Marat played a bitter and yet often a just part. He was a great man, a fine intelligence, in a skin of fire, wrung with that organic hate in the blood that is not a product of the mind, but of the body. Louis was beheaded in January 1793. He was guillotined since the previous August the guillotine had been in use as the official instrument in French executions. Danton, in his leonine role, was very fine upon this occasion. "The kings of Europe would challenge us," he roared. "We throw them the head of a king." Section 11. And now followed a strange phase in the history of the French people. There arose a great flame of enthusiasm for France and the Republic. There was to be an end to compromise at home and abroad. At home, royalists and every form of disloyalty were to be stamped out. Abroad, France was to be the protector and helper of all revolutionaries. All Europe, all the world, was to become republican. The youth of France poured into the republican armies. A new and wonderful song spread through the land, a song that still warms the blood like wine, the Marseillaise. Before that chant, and the leaping columns of French bayonets and their enthusiastically served guns, the foreign armies rolled back. Before the end of 1792, the French armies had gone far beyond the utmost achievements of Louis Roman XIV, everywhere they stood on foreign soil. They were in Brussels, they had overrun Savoy, they had raided to Mayence, they had seized the Scheldt from Holland. Then the French government did an unwise thing. It had been exasperated by the expulsion of its representative from England upon the execution of Louis, and it declared war against England. It was an unwise thing to do, because the revolution which had given France a new enthusiastic infantry and a brilliant artillery, released from its aristocratic officers and many cramping traditions, had destroyed the discipline of its navy, and the English were supreme upon the sea. And this provocation united all England against France, whereas there had been at first a very considerable liberal movement in Great Britain in sympathy with the revolution. It robbed France of her one prospective ally. Of the fight that France made in the next few years against a European coalition, we cannot tell in any detail. She drove the Austrians forever out of Belgium and made Holland a republic. The Dutch fleet, frozen in the Texel, surrendered to a handful of cavalry without firing its guns. For some time, the French thrust towards Italy was hung up, and it was only in 1796 that a new general, Napoleon Bonaparte, led the ragged and hungry Republican armies in triumph across Piedmont to Mantua and Verona. An outline of history cannot map out campaigns, but of the new quality that had come into war, it is bound to take note. The old professional armies had fought for the fighting, as slack as workers paid by the hour. These wonderful new armies fought hungry and thirsty for victory. Their enemies called them the New French. Says C.F. Atkinson, what astonished the Allies most of all was the number and the velocity of the Republicans. These improvised armies had in fact nothing to delay them. Tents were unprocurable for want of money, untransportable for want of the enormous number of wagons that would have been required, and also unnecessary, for the discomfort that would have caused wholesale desertion in professional armies was cheerfully borne by the men of 1793. Supplies for armies of then unheard-of size could not be carried in convoys, and the French soon became familiar with living on the country. Thus 1793 saw the birth of the modern system of war rapidity of movement, full development of national strength, bivouacs, requisitions and force as against cautious maneuvering, small professional armies, tents and full rations, and chicane. The first represented the decision-compelling spirit, the second the spirit of risking little to gain a little. And while these ragged hosts of enthusiasts were chanting the Marseillaise and fighting for La France, manifestly never quite clear in their minds whether they were looting or liberating the countries into which they poured, the Republican enthusiasm in Paris was spending itself in a far less glorious fashion. Marat, the one man of commanding intelligence among the Jacobins, was now frantic with an incurable disease, and presently he was murdered. Danton was a series of patriotic thunderstorms. The steadfast fanaticism of Robespierre dominated the situation. This man is difficult to judge. He was a man of poor physique, naturally timid, and a prig. But he had that most necessary gift for power, faith. He believed not in a God familiar to men, but in a certain supreme being, and that Rousseau was his prophet. He set himself to save the Republic as he conceived it, and he imagined it could be saved by no other man than he. So that to keep in power was to save the Republic. The living spirit of the Republic, it seemed, had sprung from a slaughter of royalists and the execution of the king. There were insurrections. One in the west, in the district of La Vendée, where the people rose against the conscription and against the dispossession of the Orthodox clergy, and were led by noblemen and priests. One in the south, where Lyon and Marseille had risen and the royalists of Toulon had admitted an English and Spanish garrison. To which there seemed no more effectual reply than to go on killing royalists. Nothing could have better pleased the fierce heart of the Paris slums. The revolutionary tribunal went to work, and a steady slaughtering began. The invention of the guillotine was opportune to this mood. The queen was guillotined, most of Robespierre's antagonists were guillotined, atheists who argued that there was no supreme being were guillotined. Danton was guillotined because he thought there was too much guillotine. Day by day, week by week, this infernal new machine chopped off heads and more. The reign of Robespierre lived, it seemed, on blood, and needed more and more, as an opium taker needs more and more opium. Danton was still Danton, leonine and exemplary upon the guillotine. Danton, he said, no weakness. And the grotesque thing about the story is that Robespierre was indubitably honest. He was far more honest than any of the group of men who succeeded him. He was inspired by a consuming passion for a new order of human life. So far as he could contrive it, the Committee of Public Safety, the emergency government of 12 which had now thrust aside the convention, constructed. The scale on which it sought to construct was stupendous. All the intricate problems with which we still struggle today were met by swift and shallow solutions. Attempts were made to equalize property. Opulence, said Saint Just, is infamous. The property of the rich was taxed or confiscated in order that it should be divided among the poor. Every man was to have a secure house, a living, a wife, and children. The laborer was worthy of his hire, but not entitled to an advantage. There was an attempt to abolish profit altogether, the rude incentive of most human commerce since the beginning of society. Profit is the economic riddle that still puzzles us today. There were harsh laws against profiteering in France in 1793. England in 1919 found it necessary to make quite similar laws. And the Jacobin government not only replanned in eloquent outline the economic, but also the social system. Divorce was made as easy as marriage. The distinction of legitimate and illegitimate children was abolished. A new calendar was devised, with new names for the months, a week of 10 days, and the like that has long since been swept away, but also the clumsy coinage and the tangled weights and measures of old France gave place to the simple and lucid decimal system that still endures. There was a proposal from one extremist group to abolish God among other institutions altogether, and to substitute the worship of reason. There was, indeed, a feast of reason in the Cathedral of Notre Dame, with a pretty actress as the goddess of reason. But against this Robespierre set his face. He was no atheist. Atheism, he said, is aristocratic. The idea of a supreme being who watches over oppressed innocence and punishes triumphant crime is essentially the idea of the people. So he guillotined Hebert, who had celebrated the Feast of Reason, and all his party. A certain mental disorder became perceptible in Robespierre as the summer of 1794 drew on. He was deeply concerned with his religion. The arrests and executions of suspects were going on now as briskly as ever. Through the streets of Paris, every day rumbled the terror with its carts full of condemned people. He induced the convention to decree that France believed in a supreme being, and in that comforting doctrine, the immortality of the soul. In June, he celebrated a great festival, the festival of his supreme being. There was a procession to the Champ de Mars, which he headed, brilliantly arrayed, bearing a great bunch of flowers and wheat ears. Figures of inflammatory material, representing atheism and vice, were solemnly burnt. Then, by an ingenious mechanism, and with some slight creakings, an incombustible statue of wisdom rose in their place. There were discourses Robespierre delivered the chief one but apparently no worship. Thereafter Robespierre displayed a disposition to brood aloof from affairs. For a month, he kept away from the convention. One day in July, he reappeared and delivered a strange speech that clearly foreshadowed fresh prosecutions. Gazing on the multitude of vices which the torrent of revolution has rolled down, he cried, in his last great speech in the convention, I have sometimes trembled lest I should be soiled by the impure neighborhood of wicked men. I know that it is easy for the leagued tyrants of the world to overwhelm a single individual. But I know also what is the duty of a man who can die in the defense of humanity. And so on to vague utterances that seem to threaten everyone. The convention heard this speech in silence. Then, when a proposal was made to print and circulate it, broke into a resentful uproar and refused permission. Robespierre went off in bitter resentment to the club of his supporters and reread his speech to them. That night was full of talk and meetings and preparations for the morrow, and the next morning the convention turned upon Robespierre. One Tallien threatened him with a dagger. When he tried to speak, he was shouted down, and the president jingled the bell at him. President of assassins, cried Robespierre, I demand speech. It was refused him. His voice deserted him. He coughed and spluttered. The blood of Danton chokes him, cried someone. He was accused and arrested there, and then with his chief supporters. Whereupon the Hôtel de Ville, still stoutly Jacobin, rose against the convention, and Robespierre and his companions were snatched out of the hands of their captors. There was a night of gathering, marching, countermarching, and at last, about 3 in the morning, the forces of the Convention faced the forces of the Commune outside the Hôtel de Ville. Henriot, the Jacobin commander, after a busy day was drunk upstairs. A parley ensued, and then, after some indecision, the soldiers of the Commune went over to the government. There was a shouting of patriotic sentiments, and someone looked out from the Hôtel de Ville. Robespierre and his last companions found themselves betrayed and trapped. 2 or 3 of these men threw themselves out of a window and injured themselves frightfully on the railings below without killing themselves. Others attempted suicide. Robespierre, it seems, was shot in the lower jaw by a gendarme. He was found, his eyes staring from a pale face whose lower part was blood. Followed 17 hours of agony before his end. He spoke never a word during that time, his jaw being bound up roughly in dirty linen. He and his companions, and the broken, dying bodies of those who had jumped from the windows, 22 men altogether, were taken to the guillotine instead of the condemned appointed for that day. Mostly, his eyes were closed, but, says Carlyle, he opened them to see the great knife rising above him, and struggled. Also, it would seem he screamed when the executioner removed his bandages. Then the knife came down, swift and merciful. The terror was at an end. From first to last, there had been condemned and executed about 4,000 people. Section 12. It witnesses to the immense vitality and the profound rightness of the flood of new ideals and intentions that the French Revolution had released into the world of practical endeavor, that it could still flow in a creative torrent after it had been caricatured and mocked in the grotesque personality and career of Robespierre. He had shown its deepest thoughts, he had displayed anticipations of its methods and conclusions, through the green and distorting lenses of his preposterous vanity and egotism. He had smeared and blackened all its hope and promise with blood and horror, and the power of these ideas was not destroyed. They stood the extreme tests of ridiculous and horrible presentation. After his downfall, the Republic still ruled unassailable. Leaderless, for his successors were a group of crafty or commonplace men. The European Republic struggled on, and presently fell and rose again, and fell and rose and still struggles, entangled but invincible. And it is well to remind the reader here of the real dimensions of this phase of the Terror, which strikes so vividly upon the imagination, and which has therefore been enormously exaggerated relatively to the rest of the Revolution. From 1789 to late in 1791, the French Revolution was an orderly process, and from the summer of 1794, the Republic was an orderly and victorious state. The Terror was not the work of the whole country, but of the town mob which owed its existence and its savagery to the misrule and social injustice of the ancient regime. And the explosion of the Terror could have happened only through the persistent treacherous disloyalty of the Royalists which, while it raised the extremists to frenzy, disinclined the mass of moderate Republicans from any intervention. The best men were busy fighting the Austrians and Royalists on the frontier. Altogether, we must remember, the total of the killed in the Terror amounted to a few thousands, and among those thousands there were certainly a great number of active antagonists, whom the Republic, by all the standards of that time, was entitled to kill. It included such traitors and mischief-makers as Philip, Duke of Orleans, of the Palais Royal, who had voted for the death of Louis Roman XVI. More lives were wasted by the British generals alone on the opening day of what is known as the Somme Offensive of July, 1916, than in the whole French Revolution from start to finish. We hear so much about the martyrs of the French Terror because they were notable, well-connected people, and because there has been a sort of propaganda of their sufferings. But let us balance against them in our minds what was going on in the prisons of the world generally at that time. In Britain and America, while the Terror ruled in France, far more people were slaughtered for offenses, very often quite trivial offenses against property, than were condemned by the Revolutionary Tribunal for treason against the state. Of course, they were very common people indeed, but in their rough way they suffered. A girl was hung in Massachusetts in 1789 for forcibly taking the hat, shoes, and buckles of another girl she had met in the street. Again, Howard the philanthropist, about 1773, found a number of perfectly innocent people detained in the English prisons who had been tried and acquitted, but were unable to pay the jailer's fees. And these prisons were filthy places under no effective control. Torture was still in use in the Hanoverian dominions of His Britannic Majesty King George Roman III. It had been in use in France up to the time of the National Assembly. These things mark the level of the age. It is not on record that anyone was deliberately tortured by the French revolutionaries during the Terror. Those few hundreds of French gentlefolk fell into a pit that most of them had been well content should exist for others. It was tragic, but not, by the scale of universal history, a great tragedy. The common man in France was more free, better off, and happier during the Terror than he had been in 1787. The story of the Republic after the summer of 1794 becomes a tangled story of political groups aiming at everything from a radical republic to a royalist reaction, but pervaded by a general desire for some definite working arrangement, even at the price of considerable concessions. There was a series of insurrections of the Jacobins and of the Royalists. There seems to have been what we should call nowadays a hooligan class in Paris, which was quite ready to turn out to fight and loot on either side. Nevertheless, the convention produced a government, the Directory of 5 members, which held France together for 5 years. The last, most threatening revolt of all, in October 1795, was suppressed with great skill and decision by a rising young General Napoleon Bonaparte. The Directory was victorious abroad, but uncreative at home. Its members were far too anxious to stick to the sweets and glories of office to prepare a constitution that would supersede them, and far too dishonest to handle the task of financial and economic reconstruction demanded by the condition of France. We need only note 2 of their names, Carnot, who was an honest Republican, and Barras, who was conspicuously a rogue. Their reign of 5 years formed a curious interlude in this history of great changes. They took things as they found them. The propagandist zeal of the Revolution carried the French armies into Holland, Belgium, Switzerland, South Germany, and North Italy. Everywhere kings were expelled and republics set up. But such propagandist zeal as animated the Directorate did not prevent the looting of the treasures of the liberated peoples to relieve the financial embarrassment of the French government. Their wars became less and less the holy war of freedom, and more like the aggressive wars of the ancient regime. The last feature of grand monarchy that France was disposed to discard was her tradition of foreign policy, grasping, aggressive, restless, French-scented. One discovers it still as vigorous under the Directorate as if there had been no revolution. Section 13. The ebb of this tide of revolution in the world, this tide which had created the great Republic of America and threatened to submerge all European monarchies, was now at hand. It is as if something had thrust up from beneath the surface of human affairs, made a gigantic effort, and spent itself. It swept many obsolescent and evil things away, but many evil and unjust things remained. It solved many problems, and it left the desire for fellowship and order face to face with much vaster problems that it seemed only to have revealed. Privilege of certain types had gone, many tyrannies, much religious persecution. When these things of the ancient regime had vanished, it seemed as if they had never mattered. What did matter was that, for all their votes and enfranchisement, and in spite of all their passion and effort, common men were still not free and not enjoying an equal happiness, that the immense promise and air of a new world with which the revolution had come remained unfulfilled. Yet, after all, this wave of revolution had realized nearly everything that had been clearly thought out before it came. It was not failing now for want of impetus, but for want of finished ideas. Many things that had oppressed mankind were swept away forever. Now that they were swept away, it became apparent how unprepared men were for the creative opportunities this clearance gave them. And periods of revolution are periods of action. In them, men reap the harvests of ideas that have grown during phases of interlude, and they leave the fields cleared for a new season of growth. But they cannot suddenly produce ripened new ideas to meet an unanticipated riddle. The sweeping away of king and lord, of priest and inquisitor, of landlord and tax-gatherer and taskmaster, left the mass of men face to face for the first time with certain very fundamental aspects of the social structure. Relationships they had taken for granted, and had never realized the need of thinking hard and continuously about before. Institutions that had seemed to be in the nature of things, and matters that had seemed to happen by the same sort of necessity that brought round the dawn and springtime, were discovered to be artificial, controllable, were they not so perplexingly intricate, and now that the old routines were abolished and done away with in urgent need of control. The new order found itself confronted with three riddles which it was quite unprepared to solve: property, currency, and international relationship. Let us take these three problems in order and ask what they are and how they arose in human affairs. Every human life is deeply entangled in them and concerned in their solution. The rest of this history becomes more and more clearly the development of the effort to solve these problems. That is to say, so to interpret property, so to establish currency, and so to control international reactions as to render possible a worldwide, progressive, and happy community of will. They are the three riddles of the Sphinx of Fate, to which the human commonweal must find an answer or perish. The idea of property arises out of the combative instincts of the species. Long before men were men, the ancestral ape was a proprietor. Primitive property is what a beast will fight for. The dog and his bone, the tigress and her lair, the roaring stag and his herd, these are proprietorship blazing. No more nonsensical expression is conceivable in sociology than the term primitive communism. The old man of the family tribe of early Paleolithic times insisted upon his proprietorship in his wives and daughters, in his tools, in his visible universe. If any other man wandered into his visible universe, he fought him, and if he could, he slew him. The tribe grew in the course of ages, as Atkinson showed convincingly in his Primal Law, by the gradual toleration by the old man of the existence of the younger men, and of their proprietorship in the wives they captured from outside the tribe, and in the tools and ornaments they made and the game they slew. Human society grew by a compromise between this one's property and that. It was largely a compromise and an alliance forced upon men by the necessity of driving some other tribe out of its visible universe. If the hills and forests and streams were not your land or my land, it was because they had to be our land. Each of us would have preferred to have it my land, but that would not work. In that case, the other fellows would have destroyed us. Society, therefore, is from its beginnings the mitigation of ownership. Ownership in the beast and in the primitive savage was far more intense a thing than it is in the civilized world today. It is rooted more strongly in our instincts than in our reason. In the natural savage and in the untutored man today, it is well to keep in mind that no man today is more than 400 generations from the primordial savage. There is no limitation to the sphere of ownership. Whatever you can fight for, you can own. Womenfolk, spared captive, captured beast, forest glade, stone pit, or whatnot. As the community grew and a sort of law came to restrain internecine fighting, men developed rough and ready methods of settling proprietorship. Men could own what they were the first to make or capture or claim. It seemed natural that a debtor who could not pay up should become the property of his creditor. Equally natural was it that, after claiming a patch of land, bag's eye, as the schoolboy says, a man should exact payments and tribute from anyone else who wanted to use it. It was only slowly, as the possibilities of organized life dawned on men, that this unlimited property in anything whatever began to be recognized as a nuisance. Men found themselves born into a universe all owned and claimed. Nay, they found themselves born, owned, and claimed. The social struggles of the earlier civilization are difficult to trace now, but the history we have told of the Roman Republic shows a community waking up to the idea that they may become a public inconvenience and should then be repudiated, and that the unlimited ownership of land is also an inconvenience. We find that later Babylonia severely limited the rights of property in slaves. Finally, we find in the teaching of that great revolutionist, Jesus of Nazareth, such an attack upon property as had never been before. Easier it was, he said, for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for the owner of great possessions to enter the kingdom of heaven. A steady, continuous criticism of the permissible scope of property seems to have been going on in the world for the last 25 or 30 centuries. 1900 years after Jesus of Nazareth, we find all the world that has come under the Christian teaching persuaded that there could be no property in persons. There has been a turnover in the common conscience in that matter. And also the idea that a man may do what he likes with his own was clearly very much shaken in relation to other sorts of property. But this world of the closing 18th century was still only in the interrogative stage in this matter. It had got nothing clear enough, much less settled enough, to act upon. One of its primary impulses was to protect property against the greed and waste of kings and the exploitation of noble adventurers. It was to protect private property that the revolution began, but its equalitarian formulae carried it into a criticism of the very property it had risen to protect. How can men be free and equal when numbers of them have no ground to stand upon and nothing to eat, and the owners will neither feed nor lodge them unless they toil? Excessively the poor complained. To which riddle the Jacobin reply was to set about dividing up. They wanted to intensify and universalize property. Aiming at the same end by another route, there were already in the 18th century certain primitive socialists, or, to be more exact, communists who wanted to abolish private property altogether. The state, a democratic state was of course understood, was to own all property. It was only as the 19th century developed that men began to realize that property was not one simple thing, but a great complex of ownerships of different values and consequences, that many things, such as human beings, the implements of an artist, clothing, toothbrushes, are very profoundly and incurably personal property, and that there is a very great range of things, railways, machinery of various sorts, homes, cultivated gardens, pleasure boats, for example, which need each to be considered very particularly to determine how far and under what limitations it may come under private ownership, and how far it falls into the public domain and may be administered and let out by the state in the collective interest. On the practical side, these questions pass into politics and the problem of making and sustaining efficient state administration. They open up issues in social psychology and interact with the inquiries of educational science. We have today the advantage of 130 years of discussion over the first revolutionary generation. But even now, this criticism of property is still a vast and passionate ferment rather than a science. Under the circumstances, it was impossible that 18th century France should present any other spectacle than that of vague and confused popular movements seeking to dispossess owners, and classes of small and large owners holding on grimly, demanding, before everything else, law, order, and security, and seeking to increase their individual share of anything whatever that could be legally possessed. Closely connected with the vagueness of men's ideas about property was the vagueness of their ideas about currency. Both the American and the French republics fell into serious trouble upon this score. Here, again, we deal with something that is not simple, a tangle of usages, conventions, laws, and prevalent mental habits, out of which arise problems which admit of no solution in simple terms, and which yet are of vital importance to the everyday life of the community. The validity of the acknowledgement a man is given for a day's work is manifestly of quite primary importance to the working of the social machine. The growth of confidence in the precious metals and of coins, until the assurance became practically universal that good money could be trusted to have its purchasing power anywhere, must have been a gradual one in human history. And being fairly established, this assurance was subjected to very considerable strains and perplexities by the action of governments in debasing currency and in substituting paper promises to pay for the actual metallic coins. Every age produced a number of clever people intelligent enough to realize the opportunities for smart operations afforded by the complex of faiths and fictions upon which the money system rested, and sufficiently unsound morally to give their best energies to growing rich and so getting people to work for them, through tricks and tampering with gold, coinage, and credit. So soon as serious political and social dislocation occurred, the money mechanism began to work stiffly and inaccurately. The United States and the French Republic both started their careers in a phase of financial difficulty. Everywhere governments had been borrowing and issuing paper promises to pay interest, more interest than they could conveniently raise. Both revolutions led to much desperate public spending and borrowing, and at the same time, to an interruption of cultivation and production that further diminished real taxable wealth. Both governments, being unable to pay their way in gold, resorted to the issue of paper money, promising to pay upon the security of undeveloped land in America or recently confiscated church lands, France. In both cases, the amount of issue went far beyond the confidence of men in the new security. Gold was called in, hidden by the cunning ones, or went abroad to pay for imports, and people found themselves with various sorts of bills and notes in the place of coins, all of uncertain and diminishing value. However complicated the origins of currency, its practical effect and the end it has to serve in the community may be stated roughly in simple terms. The money a man receives for his work, mental or bodily, or for relinquishing his property in some consumable good, must ultimately be able to purchase for him for his use a fairly equivalent amount of consumable goods. Consumable goods is a phrase we would have understood in the widest sense to represent even such things as a journey, a lecture or theatrical entertainment, housing, medical advice, and so forth. When everyone in a community is assured of this, and assured that the money will not deteriorate in purchasing power, then currency and the distribution of goods by tradies in a healthy and satisfactory state. Then men will work cheerfully, and only then. The imperative need for that steadfastness and security of currency is the fixed datum from which the scientific study and control of currency must begin. But under the most stable conditions, there will always be fluctuations in currency value. The sum total of saleable consumable goods in the world and in various countries varies from year to year and from season to season. Autumn is probably a time of plenty in comparison with spring. With an increase, the purchasing power of currency will increase, unless there is also an increase in the amount of currency. On the other hand, if there is a diminution in the production of consumable goods, or a great and unprofitable destruction of consumable goods, such as occurs in a war, the share of the total of consumable goods represented by a sum of money will diminish and prices and wages will rise. In modern war, the explosion of a single big shell, even if it hits nothing, destroys labor and material roughly equivalent to a comfortable cottage or a year's holiday for a man. If the shell hits anything, then that further destruction has to be added to the diminution of consumable goods. Every shell that burst in the recent war diminished by a little fraction the purchasing value of every coin in the whole world. If there is also an increase of currency during a period when consumable goods are being used up and not fully replaced, and the necessities of revolutionary and war-making governments almost always require this, then the enhancement of prices and the fall in the value of the currency paid in wages is still greater. Usually also governments under these stresses borrow money, that is to say, they issue interest-bearing paper, secured on the willingness and ability of the general community to endure taxation. Such operations would be difficult enough if they were carried out frankly by perfectly honest men, in the full light of publicity and scientific knowledge. But hitherto this has never been the case. At every point the clever egotist, the bad rich man, is trying to deflect things a little to his own advantage. Everywhere too one finds the stupid egotist ready to take fright and break into panic. Consequently, we presently discover the state encumbered by an excess of currency, which is in effect a non-interest-paying debt, and also with a great burthen of interest upon loans. Both credit and currency begin to fluctuate wildly with the evaporation of public confidence. They are, we say, demoralized. The ultimate consequence of an entirely demoralized currency would be to end all work and all trade that could not be carried on by payment in kind and barter. Men would refuse to work, except for food, clothing, housing, and payment in kind. The immediate consequence of a partially demoralized currency is to drive up prices and make trading feverishly adventurous and workers suspicious and irritable. A sharp man wants under such conditions to hold money for as brief a period as possible. He demands the utmost for his reality, and buys a reality again as soon as possible in order to get this perishable stuff, the currency paper, off his hands. All who have fixed incomes and saved accumulations suffer by the rise in prices, and the wage earners find, with a gathering fury, that the real value of their wages is continually less. Here is a state of affairs where the duty of every clever person is evidently to help adjust and reassure. But all the traditions of private enterprise, all the ideas of the later 18th century, went to justify the action of acute-minded and dexterous people who set themselves to accumulate claims, titles, and tangible property in the storms and dislocations of this currency breakdown. The number of understanding people in the world who were setting themselves sincerely and simply to restore honest and workable currency and credit conditions were few and ineffectual. Most of the financial and speculative people of the time were playing the part of Cornish wreckers, not apparently with any conscious dishonesty, but with the completest self-approval and the applause of their fellow men. The aim of every clever person was to accumulate as much as he could of really negotiable wealth, and then, and only then, to bring about some sort of stabilizing political process that would leave him in advantageous possession of his accumulation. Here were the factors of a bad economic atmosphere: suspicious, feverish, greedy, and speculative. In the third direction, in which the revolution had been unprepared with clear ideas, the problem of international relationships, developments were to occur that interacted disastrously with this state of financial and economic adventure. This scramble and confusion, this preoccupation of men's minds with the perplexing slipperiness of their private property and their monetary position at home. The Republic at its birth found itself at war. For a time that war was waged by the new levies with a patriotism and a zeal unparalleled in the world's history. But that could not go on. The Directory found itself at the head of a conquering country, intolerably needy and embarrassed at home, and in occupation of rich foreign lands, full of seizable wealth and material and financial opportunity. We have all double natures, and the French in particular seem to be developed logically and symmetrically on both sides. Into these conquered regions France came as a liberator, the teacher of republicanism to mankind. Holland and Belgium became the Batavian Republic, Genoa and its Riviera the Ligurian Republic, North Italy the Cisalpine Republic, Switzerland was rechristened the Helvetian Republic, Mulhausen, Rome, and Naples were designated republics. Grouped about France, these republics were to be a constellation of freedom leading the world. That was the ideal side. At the same time, the French government, and French private individuals in concert with the government, proceeded to a complete and exhaustive exploitation of the resources of these liberated lands. So within 10 years of the meeting of the States General, New France begins to take on a singular likeness to the old. It is more flushed, more vigorous. It wears a cap of liberty instead of a crown. It has a new army but a damaged fleet. It has new rich people instead of the old rich people, a new peasantry working even harder than the old and yielding more taxes, a new foreign policy curiously like the old foreign policy disrobed, and there is no millennium. 38. The career of Napoleon Bonaparte. Section 1. The Bonaparte family in Corsica. Section 2. Bonaparte as a Republican general. Section 3. Napoleon First Consul 1799–1804. Section 4. Napoleon I Emperor 1804–14. Section 5. The 100 Days. Section 6. The Cult of the Napoleonic. Section 7. The Map of Europe in 1815. Section 1. And now we come to one of the most illuminating figures in modern history, the figure of an adventurer and a wrecker, whose story seems to display with an extraordinary vividness the universal subtle conflict of egotism, vanity, and personality with the weaker, wider claims of the common good. Against this background of confusion and stress and hope, this strained and heaving France and Europe, this stormy and tremendous dawn, appears this dark little archaic personage, hard, compact, capable, unscrupulous, imitative, and neatly vulgar. He was born 1769 in the still half-barbaric island of Corsica, the son of a rather prosaic father, a lawyer who had been first a patriotic Corsican against the French monarchy, which was trying to subjugate Corsica, and who had then gone over to the side of the invader. His mother was of sturdier stuff, passionately patriotic and a strong and managing woman. She birched her sons. On one occasion, she birched Napoleon when he was 16. There were numerous brothers and sisters, and the family pursued the French authorities with importunities for rewards and jobs. Except for Napoleon, it seems to have been a thoroughly commonplace, hungry family. He was clever, bad-tempered, and overbearing. From his mother, he had acquired a romantic Corsican patriotism. Through the patronage of the French governor of Corsica, he got an education first at the military school of Brienne and then at the military school of Paris, from which he passed into the artillery in 1785. He was an industrious student both of mathematics and history. His memory was prodigiously good, and he made copious notebooks which still exist. These notebooks show no very exceptional intelligence, and they contain short pieces of original composition upon suicide and similar adolescent topics. He fell early under the spell of Rousseau. He developed sensibility and a scorn for the corruptions of civilization. In 1786, he wrote a pamphlet against a Swiss pastor who had attacked Rousseau. It was a very ordinary adolescent production, rhetorical and imitative. He dreamt of an independent Corsica, freed from the French. With the Revolution, he became an ardent Republican and a supporter of the new French regime in Corsica. For some years, until the fall of Robespierre, he remained a Jacobin. Section 2. He soon gained the reputation of a useful and capable officer, and it was through Robespierre's younger brother that he got his first chance of distinction at Toulon. Toulon had been handed over to the British and Spanish by the Royalists, and an Allied fleet occupied its harbor. Bonaparte was given the command of the artillery, and under his direction, the French forced the Allies to abandon the port and town. He was next appointed commander of the artillery in Italy, but he had not taken up his duties when the death of Robespierre seemed likely to involve his own. He was put under arrest as a Jacobin, and for a time he was in danger of the guillotine. That danger passed. He was employed as artillery commander in an abortive raid upon Corsica, and then went to Paris, 1795, rather down at heel. Madame Junot in her memoirs describes his lean face and slovenly appearance at this time, his ill-combed, ill-powdered hair hanging down over his gray overcoat, his gloveless hands and badly blacked boots. It was a time of exhaustion and reaction after the severities of the Jacobite Republic. In Paris, says Holland Rose, the Star of Liberty was paling before Mercury, Mars, and Venus, finance, uniforms, and social charm. The best of the common men were in the armies, away beyond the frontiers. We have already noted the last rising of the Royalists in this year, 1795. Napoleon had the luck to be in Paris and found his second opportunity in this affair. He saved the Republic of the Directory. His abilities greatly impressed Carnot, the most upright of the directors. Moreover, he married a charming young widow, Madame Josephine de Beauharnais, who had great influence with Barras. Both these things probably helped him to secure the command in Italy. We have no space here for the story of his brilliant campaigns in Italy, 1796-7. But of the spirit in which that invasion of Italy was conducted, we must say a word or two, because it illustrates so vividly the double soul of France and of Napoleon, and how revolutionary idealism was paling before practical urgencies. He proclaimed to the Italians that the French were coming to break their chains, and they were. He wrote to the Directory, "We will levy 20 million francs in exactions in this country. It is one of the richest in the world." To his soldiers he said, "You are famished and nearly naked. I lead you into the most fertile plain in the world. There you will find great towns, rich provinces, honor, glory, riches. We are all such mixed stuff as this. In all of us, the intimations of a new world and a finer duty struggle to veil and control the ancient greeds and lusts of our inherited past. But these passages, written by a young man of 27, seem to show the guilt of honorable idealism rubbed off at an unusually early age. These are the bribes of an adventurer who has brought whatever impulse of devotion to a great cause once stirred within him, well under the control of his self-love. His successes in Italy were brilliant and complete. They enormously stimulated his self-confidence and his contempt for the energy and ability of his fellow creatures. He had wanted to go into Italy because there lay the most attractive task. He had risked his position in the army by refusing to take up the irksome duties of a command against the rebels in La Vendée, and there are clear signs of a vast expansion of his vanity with his victories. He had been a great reader of Plutarch's Lives and of Roman history, and his extremely active but totally uncreative imagination was now busy with dreams of a revival of the eastern conquests of the Roman Empire. He got the Republic of Venice out of his way by cutting it up between the French and Austria, securing the Ionian Islands and the Venetian fleet for France. This peace, the Peace of Campo Formio, was for both sides a thoroughly scoundrelly and ultimately a disastrous bargain. The new Republic of France, assisted in the murder of an ancient republic, Napoleon, carried his point against a considerable outcry in France, and Austria got Venetia, in which land in 1918 she was destined to bleed to death. There were also secret clauses by which both France and Austria were later to acquire South German territory. And it was not only the Roman push eastward that was now exciting Napoleon's brain. This was the land of Caesar, and Caesar was a bad example for the successful general of a not very stable republic. Caesar had come back to Rome from Gaul, a hero and conqueror. His new imitator would come back from Egypt, and India were to be his Gaul. There was really none of the genius about which historians write so glibly in this decision. It was a tawdry and ill-conceived imitation. The elements of failure stared him in the face. The way to Egypt and India was by sea, and the British, in spite of 2 recent naval mutinies whose importance Napoleon exaggerated, were stronger than the French at sea. Moreover, Egypt was a part of the Turkish Empire, by no means a contemptible power in those days. Nevertheless, he persuaded the Directory, which was dazzled by his Italian exploits, to let him go. An armada started from Toulon in May 1798, captured Malta, and had the good luck to evade the British fleet and arrive at Alexandria. He landed his troops hurriedly, and the Battle of the Pyramids made him master of Egypt. The main British fleet at that time was in the Atlantic outside Cadiz, but the admiral had detached a force of his best ships, under Vice Admiral Nelson, a man certainly as great a genius in naval affairs as was Napoleon in things military, to chase and engage the French flotilla. For a time, Nelson sought the French fleet in vain. Finally, on the evening of the 1st of August, he found it at anchor in Aboukir Bay. He had caught it unawares. Many of the men were ashore, and a council was being held in the flagship. He had no charts, and it was a hazardous thing to sail into the shallow water in a bad light. The French admiral concluded, therefore, that he would not attack before morning, and so made no haste in recalling his men aboard until it was too late to do so. Nelson struck at once against the advice of some of his captains. One ship only went aground. She marked the shoal for the rest of the fleet. He sailed to the attack in a double line about sundown, putting the French between 2 fires. Night fell as the battle was joined. The fight thundered and crashed in the darkness, until it was lit presently by the flames of burning French ships, and then by the flare of the French flagship, the Orient, blowing up. Before midnight, the Battle of the Nile was over, and Napoleon's fleet was destroyed. Napoleon was cut off from France. Says Holland Rose, quoting Thiers, this Egyptian expedition was the rashest attempt history records. Napoleon was left in Egypt with the Turks gathering against him and his army infected with the plague. Nevertheless, with a stupid sort of persistence, he went on for a time with this eastern scheme. He gained a victory at Jaffa, and being short of provisions, massacred all his prisoners. Then he tried to take Acre, where his own siege artillery, just captured at sea by the English, was used against him. Returning baffled to Egypt, he gained a brilliant victory over a Turkish force at Aboukir, and then, deserting the army of Egypt, it held on until 1801, when it capitulated to a British force, made his escape back to France, 1799, narrowly missing capture by a British cruiser off Sicily. Here was muddle and failure enough to discredit any general had it been known. But the very British cruisers which came so near to catching him helped him by preventing any real understanding of the Egyptian situation from reaching the French people. He could make a great flourish over the Battle of Aboukir and conceal the shame and loss of Acre. Things were not going well with France just then. There had been military failures at several points. Much of Italy had been lost, Bonaparte's Italy, and this turned men's minds to him as the natural savior of that situation. Moreover, there had been much peculation, and some of it was coming to light. France was in one of her phases of financial scandal, and Napoleon had not filched. The public was in that state of moral fatigue when a strong and honest man is called for, a wonderful, impossible healing man who will do everything for everybody. People, poor lazy souls, persuaded themselves that this specious young man with the hard face, so providentially back from Egypt, was the strong and honest man required another Washington. With Julius Caesar rather than Washington at the back of his mind, Napoleon responded to the demand of his time. A conspiracy was carefully engineered to replace the Directory by 3 consuls. Everybody seems to have been reading far too much Roman history just then, of whom Napoleon was to be the chief. The working of that conspiracy is too intricate a story for our space. It involved a Cromwell-like dispersal of the lower house, the Council of 500, and in this affair Napoleon lost his nerve. The deputies shouted at him and hustled him, and he seems to have been very much frightened. He nearly fainted, stuttered, and could say nothing, but the situation was saved by his brother Lucian, who brought in the soldiers and dispersed the council. This little hitch did not affect the final success of the scheme. The 3 consuls were installed at the Luxembourg Palace with 2 commissioners to reconstruct the constitution. With all his confidence restored and sure of the support of the people, who supposed him to be honest, patriotic, republican, and able to bring about a good peace, Napoleon took a high hand with his colleagues and the commissioners. A constitution was produced in which the chief executive officer was to be called the first consul, with enormous powers. He was to be Napoleon. This was part of the constitution. He was to be re-elected or replaced at the end of 10 years. He was to be assisted by a council of state, appointed by himself, which was to initiate legislation and send its proposals to 2 bodies, the legislative body, which could vote but not discuss, and the tribunate, which could discuss but not vote, which were selected by an appointed senate from a special class, the notabilities of France, who were elected by the notabilities of the departments, who were elected by the notabilities of the commune, who were elected by the common voters. The suffrage for the election of the notabilities of the commune was universal. This was the sole vestige of democracy in the astounding pyramid. This constitution was chiefly the joint production of a worthy philosopher Sieyès, who was one of the 3 consuls, and Bonaparte. But so weary was France with her troubles and efforts, and so confident were men in the virtue and ability of this adventurer from Corsica, that when, at the birth of the 19th century, this constitution was submitted to the country, it was carried by 3,011,007 votes to 1,562. France put herself absolutely in Bonaparte's hands and prepared to be peaceful, happy, and glorious. Section 3. Now surely here was opportunity such as never came to man before. Here was a position in which a man might well bow himself in fear of himself, and search his heart, and serve God and man to the utmost. The old order of things was dead or dying. Strange new forces drove through the world seeking form and direction. The promise of a world republic and an enduring world peace whispered in a multitude of startled minds. Had this man any profundity of vision, any power of creative imagination, had he been accessible to any disinterested ambition, he might have done work for mankind that would have made him the very sun of history. All Europe and America, stirred by the first promise of a new age, was waiting for him. Not France alone. France was in his hand, his instrument to do with as he pleased, willing for peace, but tempered for war like an exquisite sword. There lacked nothing to this great occasion but a noble imagination. And failing that, Napoleon could do no more than strut upon the crest of this great mountain of opportunity like a cockerel on a dunghill. The figure he makes in history is one of almost incredible self-conceit, of vanity, greed, and cunning, of callous contempt and disregard of all who trusted him, and of a grandiose aping of Caesar, Alexander, and Charlemagne, which would be purely comic if it were not caked over with human blood. Until, as Victor Hugo said in his tremendous way, God was bored by him, and he was kicked aside into a corner to end his days, explaining and explaining how very clever his worst blunders had been, prowling about his dismal hot island, shooting birds and squabbling meanly with an underbred jailer who failed to show him proper respect. His career as first consul was perhaps the least dishonorable phase in his career. He took the crumbling military affairs of the Directory in hand, and after a complicated campaign in North Italy, brought matters to a head in the victory of Marengo, near Alessandria, 1800. It was a victory that at some moments came very near disaster. In the December of the same year, General Moreau, in the midst of snow, mud, and altogether abominable weather, inflicted an overwhelming defeat upon the Austrian army at Hohenlinden. If Napoleon had gained this battle, it would have counted among his most characteristic and brilliant exploits. These things made the hoped-for peace possible. In 1801, the preliminaries of peace with England and Austria were signed. Peace with England, the Treaty of Amiens, was concluded in 1802, and Napoleon was free to give himself to the creative statecraft of which France, and Europe through France, stood in need. The war had given the country extended boundaries. The treaty with England restored the colonial empire of France and left her in a position of security beyond the utmost dreams of Louis Roman XIV. It was open to Napoleon to work out and consolidate the new order of things, to make a modern state that should become a beacon and inspiration to Europe and all the world. He attempted nothing of the sort. He did not realize that there were such things as modern states in the scheme of possibility. His little imitative imagination was full of a deep, cunning dream of being Caesar over again, as if this universe would ever tolerate anything of that sort over again. He was scheming to make himself a real emperor, with a crown upon his head and all his rivals and schoolfellows and friends at his feet. This could give him no fresh power that he did not already exercise, but it would be more splendid, it would astonish his mother. What response was there in a head of that sort for the splendid creative challenge of the time? But first, France must be prosperous. France hungry would certainly not endure an emperor. He set himself to carry out an old scheme of roads that Louis Roman XV had approved. He developed canals in imitation of the English canals. He reorganized the police and made the country safe. And, preparing the scene for his personal drama, he set himself to make Paris look like Rome, with classical arches, with classical columns. Admirable schemes for banking development were available, and he made use of them. In all these things he moved with the times. They would have happened with less autocracy, with less centralization, if he had never been born. And he set himself to weaken the Republicans whose fundamental convictions he was planning to outrage. He recalled the émigrés, provided they gave satisfactory assurances to respect the new regime. Many were very willing to come back on such terms and let Bourbons be bygones. And he worked out a great reconciliation, a concordat, with Rome. Rome was to support him, and he was to restore the authority of Rome in the parishes. France would never be obedient and manageable, he thought. She would never stand a new monarchy without religion. How can you have order in a state, he said, without religion? Society cannot exist without inequality of fortunes, which cannot endure apart from religion. When one man is dying of hunger near another who is ill of surfeit, he cannot resign himself to this difference, unless there is an authority which declares God wills it thus. There must be poor and rich in the world, but hereafter and during all eternity, the division of things will take place differently. Religion, especially of the later Roman brand, was, in fact, excellent stuff for keeping the common people quiet. In his early honest Jacobin days, he had denounced it for that very reason. Another great achievement which marks his imaginative scope and his estimate of human nature was the institution of the Legion of Honor, a scheme for decorating Frenchmen with bits of ribbon which was admirably calculated to divert ambitious men from subversive proceedings. Washington, when he became President of the United States, abolished the only order that has ever adorned any citizen of the American Republic, the Order of Cincinnatus, because he had no use for the snob in his fellow man. And also Napoleon interested himself in Christian propaganda. Here is the Napoleonic view of the political uses of Christ, a view that has tainted all French missions from that time forth. It is my wish to re-establish the institution for foreign missions, for the religious missionaries may be very useful to me in Asia, Africa, and America, as I shall make them reconnoiter all the lands they visit. The sanctity of their dress will not only protect them, but serve to conceal their political and commercial investigations. The head of the missionary establishment shall reside no longer at Rome, but in Paris. These are the ideas of a roguish merchant rather than a statesman. His treatment of education shows the same narrow vision, the same blindness to the realities of the dawn about him. Elementary education he neglected almost completely. He left it to the conscience of the local authorities, and he provided that the teachers should be paid out of the fees of the scholars. It is clear he did not want the common people to be educated. He had no glimmering of any understanding why they should be. But he interested himself in the provision of technical and higher schools because his state needed the services of clever, self-seeking, well-informed men. This was an astounding retrogression from the great scheme, drafted by Condorcet, for the Republic in 1792, for a complete system of free education for the entire nation. Slowly but steadfastly, the project of Condorcet comes true. The great nations of the world are being compelled to bring it nearer and nearer to realization, and the cheap devices of Napoleon pass out of our interest. As for the education of the mothers and wives of our race, this was the quality of Napoleon's wisdom. I do not think that we need trouble ourselves with any plan of instruction for young females. They cannot be better brought up than by their mothers. Public education is not suitable for them because they are never called upon to act in public. Manners are all in all to them, and marriage is all they look to. The first consul was no kinder to women in the Code Napoleon. A wife, for example, had no control over her own property. She was in her husband's hands. This code was the work very largely of the Council of State. Napoleon seems rather to have hindered than helped its deliberations. He would invade the session without notice and favor its members with lengthy and egotistical monologues, frequently quite irrelevant to the matter in hand. The council listened with profound respect. It was all the council could do. He would keep his counselors up to unearthly hours and betray a simple pride in his superior wakefulness. He recalled these discussions with peculiar satisfaction in his later years, and remarked on one occasion that his glory consisted not in having won 40 battles, but in having created the Code Napoleon. So far as it substituted plain statements for inaccessible legal mysteries, his code was a good thing. It gathered together, revised, and made clear a vast disorderly accumulation of laws, old and new. Like all his constructive work, it made for immediate efficiency. It defined things and relations so that men could get to work upon them without further discussion. It was of less immediate practical importance that it frequently defined them wrongly. There was no intellectual power, as distinguished from intellectual energy, behind this codification. It took everything that existed for granted. Sa majesté ni croit quasi qui est. The fundamental ideas of the civilized community and of the terms of human cooperation were in a process of reconstruction all about Napoleon, and he never perceived it. He accepted a phase of change and tried to fix it forever. To this day, France is cramped by this early 19th century strait waistcoat into which he clapped her. He fixed the status of women, the status of laborers, the status of the peasant. They all struggle to this day in the net of his hard definitions. So briskly and forcibly Napoleon set his mind, hard, clear, narrow, and base, to brace up France. That bracing up was only a part of the large egotistical schemes that dominated him. His imagination was set upon a new Caesarism. In 1802, he got himself made first consul for life with the power of appointing a successor, and his clear intention of annexing Holland and Italy, in spite of his treaty obligations to keep them separate, made the Peace of Amiens totter crazily from the very beginning. Since his schemes were bound to provoke a war with England, he should, at any cost, have kept quiet until he had brought his navy to a superiority over the British Navy. He had the control of great resources for shipbuilding. The British government was a weak one, and 3 or 4 years would have sufficed to shift that balance. But in spite of his rough experiences in Egypt, he had never mastered the importance of sea power, and he had not the mental steadfastness for a waiting game and long preparation. In 1803, his occupation of Switzerland precipitated a crisis, and war broke out again with England. The weak Addington in England gave place to the greater Pitt. The rest of Napoleon's story turns upon that war. During the period of the consulate, the first consul was very active in advancing the fortunes of his brothers and sisters. This was quite human, very clannish and Corsican, and it helps us to understand just how he valued his position and the opportunities before him. Few of us can live without an audience, and the first audience of our childhood is our family. Most of us, to the end of our days, are swayed by the desire to impress our parents and brothers and sisters. Few letters home of successful men or women display the graces of modesty and self-forgetfulness. Only souls uplifted, as the soul of Jesus of Nazareth was uplifted, can say of all the world, "Behold my mother and my brethren." A large factor in the making of Napoleon was the desire to amaze, astonish, and subdue the minds of the Bonaparte family and their neighbors. He promoted his brothers ridiculously, for they were the most ordinary of men. The hungry Bonapartes were in luck. Surely all Corsica was open-mouthed, but one person who knew him well was neither amazed nor subdued. This was his mother. He sent her money to spend and astonish the neighbors. He exhorted her to make a display, to live as became the mother of so marvelous, so world-shaking a son. But the good lady, who had birched the man of destiny at the age of 16 for grimacing at his grandmother, was neither dazzled nor deceived by him at the age of 32. All France might worship him, but she had no illusions. She put by the money he sent her. She continued her customary economies. "When it is all over," she said, "you will be glad of my savings." Section 4. We will not detail the steps by which Napoleon became emperor. His coronation was the most extraordinary revival of stale history that it is possible to imagine. Caesar was no longer the model. Napoleon was playing now at being Charlemagne. He was crowned emperor, not indeed at Rome, but in the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris. The Pope, Pius Roman VII, had been brought from Rome to perform the ceremony, and at the climax Napoleon I seized the crown, waved the Pope aside, and crowned himself. The attentive reader of this outline will know that 1,000 years before this would have had considerable significance. In 1804, it was just a ridiculous scene. In 1806, Napoleon revived another venerable antiquity, and, following still the footsteps of Charlemagne, crowned himself with the Iron Crown of Lombardy in the Cathedral of Milan. All this mummery was to have a wonderful effect upon the imagination of Western Germany, which was to remember that it too had been a part of the empire of Charlemagne. The four daughter republics of France were now to become kingdoms. In 1806, he set up Brother Louis in Holland and Brother Joseph in Naples. But the story of the subordinate kingdoms he created in Europe, helpful though this free handling of frontiers was towards the subsequent unification of Italy and Germany, is too complex and evanescent for this outline. The pact between the new Charlemagne and the new Leo did not hold good for very long. In 1807, he began to bully the Pope, and in 1811 he made him a close prisoner at Fontainebleau. There does not seem to have been much reason in these proceedings. They estranged all Catholic opinion, as his coronation had estranged all liberal opinion. He ceased to stand either for the old or the new. The new he had betrayed, the old he had failed to win. He stood at last for nothing but himself. There seems to have been as little reason in the foreign policy that now plunged Europe into a fresh cycle of wars. Having quarreled with Great Britain too soon, he, 1804, assembled a vast army at Boulogne for the conquest of England, regardless of the naval situation. He even struck a medal and erected a column at Boulogne to commemorate the triumph of this projected invasion. In some Napoleonic fashion, the British fleet was to be decoyed away. This army of Boulogne was to be smuggled across the Channel on a flotilla of rafts and boats, and London was to be captured before the fleet returned. At the same time, his aggressions in South Germany forced Austria and Russia steadily into a coalition with Britain against him. In 1805, too, fatal blows were struck at any hope he may have entertained of ultimate victory by the British admirals Calder and Nelson. In July, the former inflicted a serious reverse upon the French fleet in the Bay of Biscay. In October, the latter destroyed the joint fleets of France and Spain at the Battle of Trafalgar. Nelson died splendidly upon the victory, victorious. Thereafter Napoleon was left with Britain in pitiless opposition, unattainable and unconquerable, able to strike here or there against him along all the coasts of Europe. But for a while, the mortal wound of Trafalgar was hidden from the French mind altogether. They heard merely that storms have caused us to lose some ships of the line after an imprudent fight. After Calder's victory, he had snatched his army from Boulogne, rushed it across half Europe, and defeated the Austrian and Russian armies at Ulm and Austerlitz. Under these inauspicious circumstances, Prussia came into the war against him, and was utterly defeated and broken at the Battle of Jena, 1806. Although Austria and Prussia were broken, Russia was still a fighting power, and the next year was devoted to this unnecessary antagonist of the French, against whom an abler and saner ruler would never have fought at all. We cannot trace in any detail the difficulties of the Polish campaign against Russia. Napoleon was roughly handled at Pultusk, which he announced in Paris as a brilliant victory, and again at Eylau. Then the Russians were defeated at Friedland, 1807. As yet he had never touched Russian soil, the Russians were still as unbeaten as the British. But now came an extraordinary piece of good fortune for Napoleon. By a mixture of boasting, subtlety, and flattery, he won over the young and ambitious Tsar. Alexander I was just 30 years old to an alliance. The two emperors met on a raft in the middle of the Niemen at Tilsit, and there came to an understanding. This meeting was an occasion for sublime foolishness on the part of both the principal actors. Alexander had imbibed much liberalism during his education at the court of Catherine Roman II, and was all for freedom, education, and the new order of the world subject to his own preeminence. He would gladly have everyone free, said one of his early associates, provided that everyone was prepared to do freely exactly what he wished. And he declared that he would have abolished serfdom if it had cost him his head if only civilization had been more advanced. He made war against France, he said, because Napoleon was a tyrant, to free the French people. After Friedland, he saw Napoleon in a different light. These two men met 11 days after that rout, Alexander no doubt in the state of explanatory exaltation natural to his type during a mood of change. To Napoleon, the meeting must have been extremely gratifying. This was his first meeting with an emperor upon terms of equality. Like all men of limited vision, this man was a snob to the bone. His continual solicitude for his titles shows as much, and here was a real emperor, a born emperor, taking his 3-year-old dignities as equivalent to the authentic imperialism of Moscow. Two imaginations soared together upon the raft at Tilsit. "What is Europe?" said Alexander. "We are Europe." They discussed the affairs of Prussia and Austria in that spirit. They divided Turkey in anticipation. They arranged for the conquest of India, and indeed of most of Asia, and that Russia should take Finland from the Swedes. And they disregarded the disagreeable fact that the greater part of the world's surface is sea, and that on the seas the British fleets sailed now unchallenged. Close at hand was Poland, ready to rise up and become the passionate ally of France had Napoleon but willed it so. But he was blind to Poland. It was a day of visions without vision. Napoleon, even then, it seems, concealed the daring thought that he might one day marry a Russian princess, a real princess. But that, he was to learn in 1810, was going a little too far. After Tilsit, there was a perceptible deterioration in Napoleon's quality. He became rasher, less patient of obstacles, more and more the fated master of the world, more and more intolerable to everyone he encountered. In 1808, he committed a very serious blunder. Spain was his abject ally, completely under his control, but he saw fit to depose its Bourbon king in order to promote his brother Joseph from the crown of the Two Sicilies. Portugal he had already conquered, and the two kingdoms of Spain and Portugal were to be united. Thereupon the Spanish arose in a state of patriotic fury, surrounded a French army at Balen, and compelled it to surrender. It was an astonishing break in the French career of victory. The British were not slow to seize the foothold this insurrection gave them. A British army under Sir Arthur Wellesley, afterwards the Duke of Wellington, landed in Portugal, defeated the French at Vimeiro, and compelled them to retire into Spain. The news of these reverses caused a very great excitement in Germany and Austria, and the Tsar assumed a more arrogant attitude towards his ally. There was another meeting of these two potentates at Erfurt, in which the Tsar was manifestly less amenable to the dazzling tactics of Napoleon than he had been. Followed 4 years of unstable ascendancy for France, while the outlines on the map of Europe waved about like garments on a clothesline on a windy day. Napoleon's personal empire grew by frank annexations to include Holland, much of western Germany, much of Italy, and much of the eastern Adriatic coast. But one by one, the French colonies were falling to the British, and the British armies in the Spanish peninsula, with the Spanish auxiliaries, slowly pressed the French northward. All Europe was getting very weary of Napoleon and very indignant with him. His antagonists now were no longer merely monarchs and ministers, but whole peoples also. The Prussians, after the disaster of Jena in 1807, had set to work to put their house in order. Under the leadership of Freiherr von Stein, they had swept aside their feudalism, abolished privilege and serfdom, organized popular education and popular patriotism, accomplished, in fact, without any internal struggle nearly everything that France had achieved in 1789. By 1810, a new Prussia existed, the nucleus of a new Germany. And now Alexander, inspired it would seem by dreams of world ascendancy even crazier than his rivals, was posing again as the friend of liberty. In 1810, fresh friction was created by Alexander's objection to Napoleon's matrimonial ambitions, for he was now divorcing his old helper Josephine because she was childless in order to secure the continuity of his dynasty. Napoleon, thwarted of a Russian princess, snubbed indeed by Alexander, turned to Austria and married the Archduchess Marie-Louise. The Austrian statesmen read him aright. They were very ready to throw him their princess. By that marriage Napoleon was captured for the dynastic system. He might have been the maker of a new world, he preferred to be the son-in-law of the old. In the next 2 years this adventurer's affairs crumbled apace. Nobody believed in his pretensions anymore. He was no longer the leader and complement of the revolution, no longer the embodied spirit of a world reborn. He was just a new and nastier sort of autocrat. He had estranged all free-spirited men, and he had antagonized the church. Kings and Jacobins were at one when it came to the question of his overthrow. Only base and self-seeking people supported him because he seemed to have the secret of success. Britain was now his inveterate enemy. Spain was blazing with a spirit that surely a Corsican should have understood. It needed only a breach with Alexander I to set this empire of bluff and stage scenery swaying towards its downfall. The quarrel came. Alexander's feelings for Napoleon had always been of a very mixed sort. He envied Napoleon as a rival and despised him as an underbred upstart. Moreover, there was a kind of vague and sentimental greatness about Alexander. He was given to mystical religiosity. He had the conception of a mission for Russia and himself to bring peace to Europe and the world by destroying Napoleon. In that respect, he had an imaginative greatness Napoleon lacked. But bringing peace to Europe seemed to him quite compatible with the annexation of Finland, of most of Poland, and of great portions of the Turkish Empire. This man's mind moved in a luminous fog. And particularly, he wanted to resume trading with Britain, against which Napoleon had set his face. For all the trade of Germany had been dislocated, and the mercantile classes embittered by the Napoleonic continental system, which was to ruin Britain by excluding British goods from every country in Europe. Russia had suffered more even than Germany. The breach came in 1811, when Alexander withdrew from the continental system. In 1812, a great mass of armies, amounting altogether to 600,000 men, began to move towards Russia under the supreme command of the new emperor. About half this force was French. The rest was drawn from the French allies and subject peoples. It was a conglomerate army like the army of Darius or the army of Cavad. The Spanish War was still going on. Napoleon made no attempt to end it. Altogether, it drained away 250,000 men from France. He fought his way across Poland and Russia to Moscow before the winter. For the most part, the Russian armies declined battle, and, even before the winter closed in upon him, his position became manifestly dangerous. He took Moscow, expecting that this would oblige Alexander to make peace. Alexander would not make peace, and Napoleon found himself in much the same position as Darius had been in 2,300 years before in South Russia. The Russians, still unconquered in a decisive battle, raided his communications, wasted his army. Disease helped them. Even before Napoleon reached Moscow, 150,000 men had been lost. But he lacked the wisdom of Darius and would not retreat. The winter remained mild for an unusually long time. He could have escaped, but instead he remained in Moscow, making impossible plans at a loss. He had been marvelously lucky in all his previous flounderings. He had escaped undeservedly from Egypt. He had been saved from destruction in Britain by the British naval victories. But now he was in the net again, and this time he was not to escape. Perhaps he would have wintered in Moscow, but the Russians smoked him out. They set fire to and burnt most of the city. It was late in October, too late altogether, before he decided to return. He made an ineffectual attempt to break through to a fresh line of retreat to the southwest, and then turned the faces of the survivors of his grand army towards the country they had devastated in their advance. Immense distances separated them from any friendly territory. The winter was in no hurry. For a week the grand army struggled through mud, then came sharp frosts, and then the first flakes of snow, and then snow and snow. Slowly discipline dissolved. The hungry army spread itself out in search of supplies until it broke up into mere bands of marauders. The peasants, if only in self-defense, rose against them, waylaid them, and murdered them. A cloud of light cavalry Scythians still hunted them down. That retreat is one of the great tragedies of history. At last Napoleon and his staff and a handful of guards and attendants reappeared in Germany, bringing no army with him, followed only by straggling and demoralized bands. The Grand Army, retreating under Murat, reached Königsberg in a disciplined state, but only about 1,000 strong out of 600,000. From Königsberg, Murat fell back to Posen. The Prussian contingent had surrendered to the Russians. The Austrians had gone homeward to the south. Everywhere scattered fugitives, ragged, lean, and frostbitten, spread the news of the disaster. Napoleon's magic was nearly exhausted. He did not dare to stay with his troops in Germany. He fled post-haste to Paris. He began to order new levies and gather fresh armies amidst the wreckage of his world empire. Austria turned against him, 1813. All Europe was eager to rise against this defaulting trustee of freedom, this mere usurper. He had betrayed the new order. The old order he had saved and revived now destroyed him. Prussia rose, and the German War of Liberation began. Sweden joined his enemies. Later Holland revolted. Murat had rallied about 14,000 Frenchmen round his disciplined nucleus in Posen, and this force retreated through Germany, as a man might retreat who had ventured into a cageful of drugged lions and found that the effects of the drug were evaporating. Napoleon, with fresh forces, took up the chief command in the spring, won a great battle at Dresden, and then for a time he seems to have gone to pieces intellectually and morally. He became insanely irritable, with moods of inaction. He did little or nothing to follow up the Battle of Dresden. In September, the Battle of the Nations was fought round and about Leipzig, after which the Saxons, who had hitherto followed his star, went over to the Allies. The end of the year saw the French beaten back into France. 1814 was the closing campaign. France was invaded from the east and the south. Swedes, Germans, Austrians, Russians crossed the Rhine. British and Spanish came through the Pyrenees. Once more Napoleon fought brilliantly, but now he fought ineffectually. The Eastern armies did not so much defeat him as push past him, and Paris capitulated in March. A little later at Fontainebleau, the emperor abdicated. In Provence, on his way out of the country, his life was endangered by a royalist mob. Section 5. This was the natural and proper end of Napoleon's career. So this raid of an intolerable egotist across the disordered beginnings of a new time should have closed. At last he was suppressed. And had there been any real wisdom in the conduct of human affairs, we should now have to tell of the concentration of human science, and will upon the task his treachery and vanity had interrupted, the task of building up a world system of justice and free effort in the place of the bankrupt ancient order. But we have to tell of nothing of the sort. Science and wisdom were conspicuously absent from the great council of the Allies. Came the vague humanitarianism and dreamy vanity of the Tsar Alexander. Came the shaken Habsburgs of Austria, the resentful Hohenzollerns of Prussia, the aristocratic traditions of Britain, still badly frightened by the revolution and its conscience all awry with stolen commons and sweated factory children. No peoples came to the Congress, but only monarchs and foreign ministers, and though you bray a foreign office in the bloodiest of war mortars, yet will its diplomatic habits not depart from it. The Congress had hardly assembled before the diplomatists set to work making secret bargains and treaties behind each other's backs. Nothing could exceed the pompous triviality of the Congress, which gathered at Vienna after a magnificent ceremonial visit of the Allied sovereigns to London. The social side of the Congress was very strong, pretty ladies abounded, there was a galaxy of stars and uniforms, endless dinners and balls, a mighty flow of bright anecdotes and sparkling wit. Whether the 2,000,000 dead men upon the battlefields laughed at the jokes, admired the assemblies, and marveled at the diplomatists is beyond our knowledge. It is to be hoped their poor wraiths got something out of the display. The brightest spirit of the gathering was a certain Talleyrand, one of Napoleon's princes, a very brilliant man indeed, who had been a pre-revolutionary cleric, who had proposed the revolutionary confiscation of the church estates, and who was now for bringing back the Bourbons. The Allies, after the fashion of peace congresses, frittered away precious time in more and more rapacious disputes. The Bourbons returned to France. Back came all the remainder of the émigrés with them, eager for restitution and revenge. One great egotism had been swept aside only to reveal a crowd of meaner egotists. The new king was the brother of Louis Roman XVI. He had taken the title of Louis Roman XVIII very eagerly so soon as he learnt that his little nephew, Louis Roman XVII, was dead in the Temple. He was gouty and clumsy, not perhaps ill-disposed, but the symbol of the ancient system. All that was new in France felt the heavy threat of reaction that came with him. This was no liberation, only a new tyranny, a heavy and inglorious tyranny instead of an active and splendid one. Was there no hope for France but this? The Bourbons showed particular malice against the veterans of the Grand Army, and France was now full of returned prisoners of war, who found themselves under a cloud. Napoleon had been packed off to a little consolation empire of his own, upon the island of Elba. He was still to be called emperor and keep a certain state. The chivalry or whim of Alexander had insisted upon this treatment of his fallen rival. The Habsburgs, who had toadied to his success, had taken away his Habsburg empressy went willingly enough to Vienna, and he never saw her again. After 11 months at Elba, Napoleon judged that France had had enough of the Bourbons. He contrived to evade the British ships that watched his island and reappeared at Cannes in France for his last gamble against fate. His progress to Paris was a triumphal procession. He walked on white Bourbon cockades. For 100 days, the 100 days, he was master of France again. His return created a perplexing position for any honest Frenchman. On the one hand, there was this adventurer who had betrayed the Republic. On the other, the dull weight of old kingship restored. The Allies would not hear of any further experiments in republicanism. It was the Bourbons or Napoleon. Is it any wonder that on the whole France was with Napoleon, and he came back professing to be a changed man? There was to be no more despotism. He would respect the Constitution regime. He gathered an army, he made some attempts at peace with the Allies. When he found these efforts ineffectual, he struck swiftly at the British, Dutch, and Prussians in Belgium, hoping to defeat them before the Austrians and Russians could come up. He did very nearly manage this. He beat the Prussians at Ligny, but not sufficiently, and then he was hopelessly defeated by the tenacity of the British under Wellington at Waterloo, 1815, the Prussians under Blücher coming in on his right flank as the day wore on. Waterloo ended in a rout. It left Napoleon without support and without hope. France fell away from him again. Everyone who had joined him was eager now to attack him, and so efface that error. A provisional government in Paris ordered him to leave the country, was for giving him 24 hours to do it in. He tried to get to America, but Rochefort, which he reached, was watched by British cruisers. France, now disillusioned and uncomfortably royalist again, was hot in pursuit of him. He went aboard a British frigate, the Bellerophon, asking to be received as a refugee, but being treated as a prisoner. He was taken to Plymouth, and from Plymouth Strait to the lonely tropical island of St. Helena. There he remained until his death from cancer in 1821, devoting himself chiefly to the preparation of his memoirs, which were designed to exhibit the chief events of his life in a misleading and attractive light and to minimize his worst blunders. One or two of the men with him recorded his conversations and set down their impressions of him. These works had a great vogue in France and Europe. The Holy Alliance of the monarchs of Russia, Austria, and Prussia, to which other monarchs were invited to adhere, labored under the delusion that in defeating Napoleon they had defeated the revolution, turned back the clock of fate, and restored grand monarchy on a sanctified basis forevermore. The cardinal document of the scheme of the Holy Alliance is said to have been drawn up under the inspiration of the Baroness von Krudener, who seems to have been a sort of spiritual director to the Russian emperor. It opened, in the name of the most holy and indivisible Trinity, and it bound the participating monarchs, regarding themselves towards their subjects and armies as fathers of families, and, considering each other as fellow countrymen, to sustain each other, protect true religion, and urge their subjects to strengthen and exercise themselves in Christian duties. Christ, it was declared, was the real king of all Christian peoples, a very Merovingian king, one may remark, with these reigning sovereigns as his mayors of the palace. The British king had no power to sign this document. The Pope and the Sultan were not asked. The rest of the European monarchs, including the King of France, adhered. But the King of Poland did not sign because there was no king in Poland. Alexander, in a mood of pious abstraction, was sitting on the greater part of Poland. The Holy Alliance never became an actual legal alliance of states. It gave place to a real League of Nations, the Concert of Europe, which France joined in 1818, and from which Britain withdrew in 1822. There followed a period of peace and dull oppression in Europe, over which Alexander brooded in attitudes of orthodoxy, piety, and unquenchable self-satisfaction. Many people in those hopeless days were disposed to regard even Napoleon with charity, and to accept his claim that in some inexplicable way he had, in asserting himself, been asserting the Revolution and France. A cult of him, as of something mystically heroic, grew up after his death. Section 6. In the long perspectives of history, the cult of Napoleon, and his peculiar effect upon certain types of mind, is of far more interest and far more importance than his actual adventures. The world has largely recovered from the mischief he did. Perhaps that amount of mischief had to be done by some agency. Perhaps his career, or some such career, was a necessary consequence of the world's mental unpreparedness for the crisis of the revolution. But that his peculiar personality should dominate the imaginations of great numbers of people throws a light upon factors of enduring significance in our human problem. It would be difficult to find a human being less likely to arouse affection. One reads in vain through the monstrous accumulations of Napoleonic literature for a single record of self-forgetfulness. Laughter is one great difference between man and the lower animals, one method of our brotherhood, and there is no evidence that Napoleon ever laughed. Nor can we imagine another of the most beautiful of human expressions upon the face of the saturnine egotist, that expression of disinterested interest that one sees in the face of an artist or artisan, lost, as we say, in his work. Out of his portraits, he looks at us with a thin scorn upon his lips, the scorn of the criminal who believes that he can certainly cheat such fools as we are, and withal with a certain uneasiness in his eyes. That uneasiness haunts all his portraits. Are we really convinced he is quite right? Are his laurels straight? He had a vast contempt for man in general and men in particular, a contempt that took him at last to St. Helena, that same contempt that fills our jails with forgers, poisoners, and the like victims of self-conceit. There is no proof that this unbrotherly, unhumorous egotist was ever sincerely loved by any human being. The Empress Josephine was unfaithful to him as he to her. His young Austrian wife would not accompany him to Elba. A certain Polish countess followed him thither, but not, it would seem, for love, but on account of the son she had borne him. She wanted settlements. She stayed only 2 days with him. He had never even a dog to love him. He estranged most of his colleagues and fellow generals. He had no familiar friend. No one who knew him felt safe with him. In his intimacy, his unflinching self-concentration must have been a terrible bore. His personal habits were unpleasant. The moodiness of bad health came to him early. True it is that his soldiers, who, save for a few rare melodramatic encounters, saw nothing of him, idolized their little corporal. But it was not him they idolized, but a carefully fostered legend of an incredibly clever, recklessly brave little man, a little pet of a man who was devoted to France and them. Why then is there an enormous cult of Napoleon, an endless writing of books about him, an insatiable collecting of relics and documents, a kind of worship of his memory? Marat was a far more noble, persistent, subtle, and pathetic figure. Talleyrand a greater statesman and a much more amusing personality. Marot and Hoche abler leaders of armies. His rival, the Tsar Alexander, as egotistical, more successful, more emotional, and with a finer imagination. Are men dazzled simply by the scale of his flounderings, by the mere vastness of his notoriety? No doubt scale has something to do with the matter. He was a record, the record plunger. But there is something more in it than that. There is an appeal in Napoleon to something deeper and more fundamental in human nature than mere astonishment at bigness. His very deficiencies bring out starkly certain qualities that lurk suppressed and hidden in us all. He was unhampered. He had never a gleam of religion or affection or the sense of duty. He was, as few men are or dare to be, a scoundrel, bright and complete. Most of us are constrained more or less and now, and then to serve God or our fellow men, to do things disinterestedly, to behave decently when no one is watching us. He was not so constrained. Most men do a little regret and resent their good deeds, and find a secret satisfaction in their unpunished bad ones. The early Paleolithic strain is still strong in us. We are being made over, slowly and reluctantly, into social and fraternal creatures. Few of us thoroughly enjoy being good citizens. Our moral conflicts, therefore, are intricate and comic. The constant effort to explain to ourselves and others that there is a fine moral purpose in this shirking of our duty or in that self-seeking act. We are all regretfully of the race of Tsar Alexander, who destroyed the freedom of Poland, annexed Finland, and secured his imperial predominance piously, in the name of the most holy and indivisible Trinity, when it would have been far more agreeable to have done it in the name of the most holy and magnificent Alexander. There was none of this robing of greed and crime about Napoleon. His self-conceit and his instinctive and fundamental atheism made him at least magnificently direct. What we all want to do secretly, more or less, he did in the daylight. Directness was his distinctive and immortalizing quality. He had no brains to waste in secondary considerations. He flung his armies across Europe straight at their mark. There never were such marches before. He fought to win. When he struck with all his might. And what he wanted simply and completely, and got if he could. There lies his fascination. Since his time, his name has been one of the utmost reassurance to great multitudes of doubting men. To the businessman hesitating over a more than shady transaction, to the clerk fingering a carelessly written check that could so easily be altered, to the trustee in want of ready money, to the manufacturer meditating the pros and cons of an adulteration, to thousands of such people the word Napoleonic has come with an effect of decisive relief. We live in a world full of would-be Napoleons of finance, of the press, of the turf. Half the cells in our jails and many in our madhouses are St. Helena's. He was the very embodiment of that sound, clear, self-centered common sense, without sentiment or scruples or reflection, that struggles with our feebler better nature, that may ultimately destroy mankind. In all history, there is no figure so completely antithetical to the figure of Jesus of Nazareth, whose pitiless and difficult doctrine of self-abandonment and self-forgetfulness we can neither disregard nor yet bring ourselves to obey. That summons to a new way of life haunts our world today, haunts wealth and comfort and every sort of success. It is a trouble to us all. Our uneasiness grows. Napoleon was free from it. The cultivation of the Napoleonic legend seems to offer a kind of refuge from salvation. In that antithesis lies the essential historical importance of Napoleon. His career marks the beginning of a new phase in the elations of strong and able and energetic and advantageously placed men to the main mass of mankind. They are robbed of self-deception. They must either serve or openly defy the idea of service. They must be humble or Napoleonic. There is no more service with privilege and pride. Napoleon adorned himself with ancient titles and antiquated robes, but the more he brought himself into contact with tradition, the more manifestly he displayed himself as something new. In the Tsar Alexander I, who was never direct, this direct new imperialism met the old. Hitherto the kings and potentates of the world had taken themselves in good faith, had had the support of religion in their consciences, had believed they were serving God in their kingship, and that they were necessary to mankind and beneficial to mankind. In many cases, they were no doubt swayed by very mixed motives. His Majesty had weaknesses. His Majesty almost always had a sensitive personal vanity. Sometimes, indeed, a born rascal like Charles Roman II of England would have the grace or the gracelessness to laugh at himself. But the generality of kings and tyrants had the profoundest faith in themselves, and were sustained by the sincere faith of their loyal supporters. The Emperor Charles V and his son Philip Roman II, Charles I of England, Louis Roman XIV, and the Tsar Alexander were all inspired by a complete assurance of their own righteousness, were convinced that opposition to them was sheer wickedness to be overcome in any way and punished with the utmost severity. But Napoleon knew himself for what he was, an individual man getting the better of his fellow men. He had small doubt in his struggle with the Republicans, where the moral superiority lay. With Napoleon, we note the beginning of a clearer-headed age. The self-deceptions of wealth, power, and prominence wear thin. His new imperialism reflected upon the old. For a time, the concert of Europe struggled valiantly to carry on upon the old lines, but the French Revolution had shriveled the heart of monarchy. In 1830, and again in 1848, the evaporation of the simple old royalist faith became very evident. Alexander I and his narrow-minded successor, Nicholas I, could still sustain the delusion of divine right in Russia that did not perish until 1917. The idea hung on in Prussia in spite of much muttered criticism, but for the rest of Europe, the days of the unchallenged claim of kingship had gone. "What good are you?" said the world to monarchs, "and what do you do for us?" So challenged, many of the monarchs became apologetic and fussily useful. One or two, as we shall have to tell, became Napoleonic. But so far no European monarch has betrayed any disposition to waive the remnant of his ancient trappings, to cease his passive and traditional opposition to political readjustment, and to move of his own accord towards that more broadly conceived government of human affairs as one worldwide community of will, which the future welfare of mankind demands. Section 7. For nearly 40 years, the idea of the Holy Alliance, the concert of Europe which arose out of it, and the series of congresses and conferences that succeeded the concert, kept an insecure peace in war-exhausted Europe. Two main things prevented that period from being a complete social and international peace, and prepared the way for the cycle of wars between 1854 and 1871. The first of these was the tendency of the royal courts concerned towards the restoration of unfair privilege and interference with freedom of thought and writing and teaching. The second was the impossible system of boundaries drawn by the diplomatists of Vienna. The obstinate disposition of monarchy to march back towards past conditions was first and most particularly manifest in Spain. Here even the Inquisition was restored. Across the Atlantic, the Spanish colonies had followed the example of the United States and revolted against the European great power system when Napoleon set up his brother Joseph upon the Spanish throne in 1810. The Washington of South America was General Bolivar. Spain was unable to suppress this revolt. It dragged on much as the United States War of Independence had dragged on, and at last the suggestion was made by Austria, in accordance with the spirit of the Holy Alliance, that the European monarchs should assist Spain in this struggle. This was opposed by Britain in Europe, but it was the prompt action of President Monroe of the United States in 1823 which conclusively warned off this projected monarchist restoration. He announced that the United States would regard any extension of the European system in the Western Hemisphere as a hostile act. Thus arose the Monroe Doctrine, which has kept the great power system out of America for nearly 100 years, and permitted the new states of Spanish America to work out their destinies along their own lines. But if Spanish monarchism lost its colonies, it could at least, under the protection of the concert of Europe, do what it chose in Europe. A popular insurrection in Spain was crushed by a French army in 1823, with a mandate from a European Congress, and simultaneously Austria suppressed a revolution in Naples. The moving spirit in this conspiracy of governments against peoples was the Austrian statesman, Metternich. In 1824, Louis Roman XVIII died, and was succeeded by that Count d'Artois, whom we have seen hovering as an émigré on the French frontiers in 1789. He took the title of Charles X. Charles set himself to destroy the liberty of the press and universities, and to restore absolute government. The sum of 1 billion francs was voted to compensate the nobles for the Chateau burnings and sequestrations of 1789. In 1830, Paris rose against this embodiment of the ancient regime, and replaced him by the son of that sinister Philip, Duke of Orleans, whose execution was one of the brightest achievements of the Terror. The other continental monarchies, in face of the open approval of the revolution by Great Britain and a strong liberal ferment in Germany and Austria, did not interfere in this affair. After all, France was still a monarchy. This young man, Louis Philippe, 1830-48, remained the constitutional king of France for 18 years. He went down in 1848, a very eventful year for Europe, of which we shall tell in the next chapter. Such were the uneasy swayings of the Peace of the Congress of Vienna, which were provoked by the reactionary proceedings to which, sooner or later, all monarchist courts seem by their very nature to gravitate. The stresses that arose from the unscientific map-making of the diplomatists gathered force more deliberately, but they were even more dangerous to the peace of mankind. It is extraordinarily inconvenient to administer together the affairs of people speaking different languages, and so reading different literatures, and having different general ideas, especially if those differences are exacerbated by religious disputes. Only some strong mutual interest, such as the common defensive needs of the Swiss mountaineers, can justify a close linking of peoples of dissimilar languages and faiths. And even in Switzerland, there is the utmost local autonomy. Ultimately, when the great power tradition is certainly dead and buried, those Swiss populations may gravitate towards their natural affinities in Germany, France, and Italy. When, as in Macedonia, populations are mixed in a patchwork of villages and districts, the cantonal system is imperatively needed. But if the reader will look at the map of Europe as the Congress of Vienna drew it, he will see that this gathering seems almost as if it had planned the maximum of local exasperation. It destroyed the Dutch Republic, quite needlessly, It lumped together the Protestant Dutch with the French-speaking Catholics of the old Spanish, Austrian Netherlands and set up a Kingdom of the Netherlands. It handed over not merely the old Republic of Venice, but all of North Italy as far as Milan to the German-speaking Austrians. French-speaking Savoy it combined with pieces of Italy to restore the Kingdom of Sardinia. Austria and Hungary, already a sufficiently explosive mixture of discordant nationalities, Germans, Hungarians, Czechoslovaks, Jugoslavs, Romanians, and now Italians, was made still more impossible by confirming Austria's Polish acquisitions of 1772 and 1795. The Polish people, being Catholic and Republican-spirited, were chiefly given over to the less civilized rule of the Greek Orthodox Tsar, but important districts went to Protestant Russia. The Tsar was also confirmed in his acquisition of the entirely alien Finns. The very dissimilar Norwegian and Swedish peoples were bound together under one king. Germany, the reader will see, was left in a particularly dangerous state of muddle. Prussia and Austria were both partly in and partly out of a German confederation, which included a multitude of minor states. The King of Denmark came into the German confederation by virtue of certain German-speaking possessions in Holstein. Luxembourg was included in the German confederation, though its ruler was also King of the Netherlands, and though many of its peoples talked French. Here was a crazy tangle, an outrage on the common sense of mankind, a preposterous disregard of the fact that the people who talk German and base their ideas on German literature, the people who talk Italian and base their ideas on Italian literature, and the people who talk Polish and base their ideas on Polish literature, will all be far better off and most helpful and least obnoxious to the rest of mankind if they conduct their own affairs in their own idiom within the ring fence of their own speech. Is it any wonder that one of the most popular songs in Germany during this period declared that wherever the German tongue was spoken, there was the German fatherland? Even today, men are still reluctant to recognize that areas of government are not matters for the bargaining and interplay of czars and kings and foreign offices. There is a natural and necessary political map of the world which transcends these things. There is a best way possible of dividing any part of the world into administrative areas, and a best possible kind of government for every area, having regard to the speech and race of its inhabitants, and it is the common concern of all men of intelligence to secure those divisions and establish those forms of government quite irrespective of diplomacies and flags, claims and melodramatic loyalties, and the existing political map of the world. The natural political map of the world insists upon itself. It heaves and frets beneath the artificial political map like some misfitted giant. In 1830, French-speaking Belgium, stirred up by the current revolution in France, revolted against its Dutch association in the Kingdom of the Netherlands. The powers, terrified at the possibility of a republic and of annexation to France, hurried in to pacify this situation, and gave the Belgians a monarch from that rich breeding ground of monarchs, Germany, Leopold I of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. There were also ineffectual revolts in Italy and Germany in 1830, and a much more serious one in Russian Poland. A republican government held out in Warsaw for a year against Nicholas I, who succeeded Alexander in 1825, and was then stamped out of existence with great violence and cruelty. The Polish language was banned, and the Greek Orthodox Church was substituted for the Roman Catholic as the state religion. An outbreak of the natural political map of the world, which occurred in 1821, ultimately secured the support of England, France, and Russia. This was the insurrection of the Greeks against the Turks. For 6 years, they fought a desperate war, while the governments of Europe looked on. Liberal opinion protested against this inactivity. Volunteers from every European country joined the insurgents, and at last Britain, France, and Russia took joint action. The Turkish fleet was destroyed by the French and English at the Battle of Navarino, 1827, and the Tsar invaded Turkey. By the Treaty of Adrianople, 1829, Greece was declared free, but she was not permitted to resume her ancient republican traditions. There is a sort of historical indecency in a Greek monarchy, but a Greek republic would have been dangerous to all monarchy in a Europe that fretted under the ideas of the Holy Alliance. One monarch makes many. A German king was found for Greece, one Prince Otto of Bavaria, slightly demented, but quite royal. He gave way to delusions about his divine right, and was ejected in 1862, and Christian governors were set up in the Danubian provinces, which are now Romania and Serbia, a part of the Yugoslav region. This was a partial concession to the natural political map, but much blood had still to run before the Turk was altogether expelled from these lands. A little later, the natural political map was to assert itself in Italy and Germany. 39. The realities and imaginations of the 19th century. Section 1, the Mechanical Revolution. Section 2, relation of the mechanical to the Industrial Revolution. Section 3, the fermentation of ideas. Section 4, the development of the idea of socialism. Section 5, shortcomings of socialism as a scheme of human society. Section 6, how Darwinism affected religious and political ideas. Section 7, Mr. Gladstone and the idea of nationalism. Section 8. Europe between 1848 and 1878. Section 9. The Second Scramble for Overseas Empires. Section 10. The Indian Precedent in Asia. Section 11. The History of Japan. Section 12. Close of the period of overseas expansion. Section 13. The British Empire in 1914. Section 1. The career and personality of Napoleon I bulks disproportionately in the 19th century histories. He was of little significance to the broad onward movement of human affairs. He was an interruption, a reminder of latent evils, a thing like the bacterium of some pestilence. Even regarded as a pestilence, he was not of supreme rank. He killed far fewer people than the influenza epidemic of 1918 and produced less political and social disruption than the plague of Justinian. Some such interlude had to happen, and some such patched-up settlement of Europe as the Concert of Europe, because there was no worked-out system of ideas upon which a new world could be constructed. And even the Concert of Europe had in it an element of progress. It did at least set aside the individualism of Machiavellian monarchy and declare that there was a human, or at any rate a European commonweal. If it divided the world among the kings, it made respectful gestures towards human unity and the service of God and man. The permanently effective task before mankind, which had to be done before any new and enduring social and political edifice was possible. The task upon which the human intelligence is, with many interruptions and amidst much anger and turmoil, still engaged, was, and is, the task of working out and applying a science of property as a basis for freedom and social justice, a science of currency to ensure and preserve an efficient economic medium, a science of government and collective operations whereby in every community men may learn to pursue their common interests in harmony, a science of world politics, through which the stark waste and cruelty of warfare between races, peoples, and nations may be brought to an end, and the common interests of mankind brought under a common control. And above all, a worldwide system of education to sustain the will and interest of men in their common human adventure. The real makers of history in the 19th century, the people whose consequences will be determining human life a century ahead, were those who advanced and contributed to this fivefold constructive effort. Compared to them, the foreign ministers and statesmen and politicians of this period were no more than a number of troublesome and occasionally incendiary schoolboys and a few metal thieves playing about and doing transitory mischief amidst the accumulating materials upon the site of a great building whose nature they did not understand. And while throughout the 19th century, the mind of Western civilization, which the Renaissance had released, gathered itself to the task of creative social and political reconstruction that still lies before it, there swept across the world a wave of universal change in human power and the material conditions of life that the first scientific efforts of that liberated mind had made possible. The prophecies of Roger Bacon began to live in reality. The accumulating knowledge and confidence of the little succession of men who had been carrying on the development of science now began to bear fruit that common men could understand. The most obvious first fruit was the steam engine. The first steam engines in the 18th century were pumping engines used to keep water out of the newly opened coal mines. These coal mines were being worked to supply coke for iron smelting, for which wood charcoal had previously been employed. It was James Watt, a mathematical instrument maker of Glasgow, who improved this steam pumping engine and made it available for the driving of machinery. The first engine so employed was installed in a cotton mill in Nottingham in 1785. In 1804, Trevithick adapted the Watt engine to transport and made the first locomotive. In 1830, the first railway between Liverpool and Manchester was opened, and Stephenson's rocket, with a 13-ton train, got up to a speed of 44 miles per hour. From 1830 onward, railways multiplied. By the middle of the century, a network of railways had spread all over Europe. Here was a sudden change in what had long been a fixed condition of human life, the maximum rate of land transport. After the Russian disaster, Napoleon traveled from near Vilna to Paris in 312 hours. This was a journey of about 1,400 miles. He was traveling with every conceivable advantage, and he averaged under 5 miles an hour. An ordinary traveler could not have done this distance in twice the time. These were about the same maximum rates of travel as held good between Rome and Gaul in the 1st century AD, or between Sardis and Susa in the 4th century BC. Then, suddenly came a tremendous change. The railways reduced this journey for any ordinary traveler to less than 48 hours. That is to say, they reduced the chief European distances to about a tenth of what they had been. They made it possible to carry out administrative work in areas 10 times as great as any that had hitherto been workable under one administration. The full significance of that possibility in Europe still remains to be realized. Europe is still netted in boundaries drawn in the horse and road era. In America, the effects were immediate. To the United States of America, sprawling westward, it meant the possibility of a continuous access to Washington, however far the frontier traveled across the continent. It meant unity, sustained on a scale that would otherwise have been impossible. The steamboat was, if anything, a little ahead of the steam engine in its earlier phases. There was a steamboat, the Charlotte Dundas, on the Firth of Clyde Canal in 1802, and in 1807 an American named Fulton had a paying steamer, the Clermont, with British-built engines, upon the Hudson River above New York. The first steamship to put to sea was also an American, the Phoenix, which went from New York, Hoboken, to Philadelphia. So too was the first ship using steam. She also had sails to cross the Atlantic, the Savannah 1819. All these were paddle-wheel boats, and paddle-wheel boats are not adapted to work in heavy seas. The paddles smash too easily, and the boat is then disabled. The screw steamship followed rather slowly. Many difficulties had to be surmounted before the screw was a practicable thing. Not until the middle of the century did the tonnage of steamships upon the sea begin to overhaul that of sailing ships. After that, the evolution in sea transport was rapid. For the first time, men began to cross the seas and oceans with some certainty as to the date of their arrival. The transatlantic crossing, which had been an uncertain adventure of several weeks which might stretch to months, was accelerated, until in 1910 it was brought down, in the case of the fastest boats, to under 5 days, with a practically notifiable hour of arrival. All over the oceans, there was the same reduction in the time and the same increase in the certainty of human communications. Concurrently with the development of steam transport upon land and sea, a new and striking addition to the facilities of human intercourse arose out of the investigations of Volta, Galvani, and Faraday into various electrical phenomena. The electric telegraph came into existence in 1835. The first underseas cable was laid in 1851 between France and England. In a few years, the telegraph system had spread over the civilized world, and news which had hitherto traveled slowly from point to point became practically simultaneous throughout the earth. These things, the steam railway and the electric telegraph, were to the popular imagination of the middle 19th century the most striking and revolutionary of inventions, but they were only the most conspicuous and clumsy firstfruits of a far more extensive process. Technical knowledge and skill were developing with an extraordinary rapidity, and to an extraordinary extent measured by the progress of any previous age. Far less conspicuous at first in everyday life, but finally far more important, was the extension of man's power over various structural materials. Before the middle of the 18th century, iron was reduced from its ores by means of wood charcoal, was handled in small pieces, and hammered and wrought into shape. It was material for a craftsman. Quality and treatment were enormously dependent upon the experience and sagacity of the individual iron worker. The largest masses of iron that could be dealt with under those conditions amounted at most, in the 16th century, to 2 or 3 tons. There was a very definite upward limit, therefore, to the size of cannon. The blast furnace arose in the 18th century and developed with the use of coke. Not before the 18th century do we find rolled sheet iron 1728 and rolled rods and bars 1783. Nasmyth's steam hammer came as late as 1838. The ancient world, because of its metallurgical inferiority, could not use steam. The steam engine, even the primitive pumping engine, could not develop before sheet iron was available. The early engines seem to the modern eye very pitiful and clumsy bits of ironmongery, but they were the utmost that the metallurgical science of the time could do. As late as 1856 came the Bessemer process, and presently, 1864, the open hearth process, in which steel and every sort of iron could be melted, purified, and cast in a manner, and upon a scale hitherto unheard of. Today, in the electric furnace, one may see tons of incandescent steel swirling about like boiling milk in a saucepan. Nothing in the previous practical advances of mankind is comparable in its consequences to the complete mastery over enormous masses of steel and iron, and over their texture and quality which man has now achieved. The railways and early engines of all sorts were the mere first triumphs of the new metallurgical methods. Presently came ships of iron and steel, vast bridges, and a new way of building with steel upon a gigantic scale. Men realized too late that they had planned their railways with far too timid a gauge, that they could have organized their traveling with far more steadiness and comfort upon a much bigger scale. Before the 19th century, there were no ships in the world much over 2,000 tons burthen. Now there is nothing wonderful about a 50,000 ton liner. There are people who sneer at this kind of progress as being a progress in mere size. But that sort of sneering merely marks the intellectual limitations of those who indulge in it. The great ship or the steel frame building is not, as they imagine, a magnified version of the small ship or building of the past. It is a thing different in kind, more lightly and strongly built, of finer and stronger materials. Instead of being a thing of precedent and rule of thumb, it is a thing of subtle and intricate calculation. In the old house or ship, matter was dominant the material, and its needs had to be slavishly obeyed. In the new, matter has been captured, changed, coerced. Think of the coal and iron and sand dragged out of the banks and pits, wrenched, wrought molten and cast, to be flung at last, a slender, glittering pinnacle of steel and glass, 600 feet above the crowded city. We have given these particulars of the advance in man's knowledge of the metallurgy of steel and its results by way of illustration. A parallel story could be told of the metallurgy of copper and tin, and of a multitude of metals, nickel and aluminum to name, but two, unknown before the 19th century dawned. It is in this great and growing mastery over substances, over different sorts of glass, over rocks and plasters, and the like, over colors and textures, that the main triumphs of the mechanical revolution have thus far been achieved. Yet we are still in the stage of the firstfruits in the matter. We have the power, but we have still to learn how to use our power. Many of the first employments of these gifts of science have been vulgar, tawdry, stupid, or horrible. The artist and the adapter have still hardly begun to work with the endless variety of substances now at their disposal. Concurrently with this extension of mechanical possibilities, the new science of electricity grew up. It was only in the 80s of the 19th century that this body of inquiry began to yield results to impress the vulgar mind. Then suddenly came electric light and electric traction, and the transmutation of forces, the possibility of sending power, that could be changed into mechanical motion or light or heat as one chose, along a copper wire, as water is sent along a pipe, began to come through to the ideas of ordinary people. The British and the French were at first the leading peoples in this great proliferation of knowledge, but presently the German, who had learnt humility under Napoleon, showed such zeal and pertinacity in scientific inquiry as to overhaul these leaders. British science was largely the creation of Englishmen and Scotchmen working outside the ordinary centers of erudition. We have told how in England the universities after the Reformation ceased to have a wide popular appeal, how they became the educational preserve of the nobility and gentry, and the strongholds of the established church. A pompous and unintelligent classical pretentiousness dominated them, and they dominated the schools of the middle and upper classes. The only knowledge recognized was an uncritical textual knowledge of a selection of Latin and Greek classics, and the test of a good style was its abundance of quotations, allusions, and stereotyped expressions. The early development of British science went on, therefore, in spite of the formal educational organization, and in the teeth of the bitter hostility of the teaching and clerical professions. French education, too, was dominated by the classical tradition of the Jesuits, and consequently, it was not difficult for the Germans to organize a body of investigators, small indeed in relation to the possibilities of the case, but large in proportion to the little band of British and French inventors and experimentalists. And though this work of research and experiment was making Britain and France the most rich and powerful countries in the world, it was not making scientific and inventive men rich and powerful. There is a necessary unworldliness about a sincere scientific man. He is too preoccupied with his research to plan and scheme how to make money out of it. The economic exploitation of his discoveries falls very easily and naturally, therefore, into the hands of a more acquisitive type. And so, we find that the crops of rich men, which every fresh phase of scientific and technical progress has produced in Great Britain, though they have not displayed quite the same passionate desire to insult and kill the goose that laid the national golden eggs as the scholastic and clerical professions, have been quite content to let that profitable creature starve. Inventors and discoverers came by nature, they thought, for clever people to profit by. In this matter, the Germans were a little wiser. The German, learned, did not display the same vehement hatred of the new learning. They permitted its development. The German businessman and manufacturer, again, had not quite the same contempt for the man of science as had his British competitor. Knowledge, these Germans believed, might be a cultivated crop, responsive to fertilizers. They did concede, therefore, a certain amount of opportunity to the scientific mind. Their public expenditure on scientific work was relatively greater, and this expenditure was abundantly rewarded. By the latter half of the 19th century, the German scientific worker had made German a necessary language for every science student who wished to keep abreast with the latest work in his department. And in certain branches, and particularly in chemistry, Germany acquired a very great superiority over her Western neighbors. The scientific effort of the 60s and 70s in Germany began to tell after the 80s, and the Germans gained steadily upon Britain and France in technical and industrial prosperity. In an outline of history, such as this, it is impossible to trace the network of complex mental processes that led to the incessant extension of knowledge and power that is now going on. All we can do here is to call the reader's attention to the most salient turning points that finally led the toboggan of human affairs into its present swift ice run of progress. We have told of the first release of human curiosity and of the beginnings of systematic inquiry and experiment. We have told, too, how, when the plutocratic Roman system and its resultant imperialism had come and gone again, this process of inquiry was renewed. We have told of the escape of investigation from ideas of secrecy and personal advantage to the idea of publication and a brotherhood of knowledge, and we have noted the foundation of the British Royal Society, the Florentine Society, and their like as a consequence of this socializing of thought. These things were the roots of the mechanical revolution, and so long as the root of pure scientific inquiry lives, that revolution will progress. The mechanical revolution itself began, we may say, with the exhaustion of the wood supply for the ironworks of England. This led to the use of coal. The coal mine led to the simple pumping engine. The development of the pumping engine by Watt into a machine-driving engine led on to the locomotive and the steamship. This was the first phase of a great expansion in the use of steam. A second phase in the mechanical revolution began with the application of electrical science to practical problems and the development of electric lighting, power transmission, and traction. A third phase is to be distinguished when in the 80s a new type of engine came into use, an engine in which the expansive force of an explosive mixture replaced the expansive force of steam. The light, highly efficient engines that were thus made possible were applied to the automobile, and developed at last to reach such a pitch of lightness and efficiency as to render flight long known to be possible a practical achievement. A successful flying machine, but not a machine large enough to take up a human body, was made by Professor Langley of the Smithsonian Institution of Washington as early as 1897. By 1909, the airplane was available for human locomotion. There had seemed to be a pause in the increase of human speed with the perfection of railways and automobile road traction, but with the flying machine came fresh reductions in the effective distance between one point of the Earth's surface and another. In the 18th century, the distance from London to Edinburgh was an 8 days' journey. In 1918, the British Civil Air Transport Commission reported that the journey from London to Melbourne, halfway round the Earth, would probably, in a few years' time, be accomplished in that same period of 8 days. Too much stress must not be laid upon these striking reductions in the time distances of one place from another. They are merely one aspect of a much profounder and more momentous enlargement of human possibility. The science of agriculture and agricultural chemistry, for instance, made quite parallel advances during the 19th century. Men learnt so to fertilize the soil as to produce quadruple and quintuple the crops got from the same area in the 17th century. There was a still more extraordinary advance in medical science. The average duration of life rose, the daily efficiency increased, the waste of life through ill health diminished. Now here altogether, we have such a change in human life as to constitute a fresh phase of history. In a little more than a century, this mechanical revolution has been brought about. In that time, man made a stride in the material conditions of his life vaster than he had done during the whole long interval between the Paleolithic stage and the age of cultivation, or between the days of Pepi in Egypt and those of George Roman III. A new gigantic material framework for human affairs has come into existence. Clearly, it demands great readjustments of our social, economical, and political methods. But these readjustments have necessarily waited upon the development of the mechanical revolution, and they are still only in their opening stage today. Section 2. There is a tendency in many histories to confuse together what we have here called the mechanical revolution, which was an entirely new thing in human experience arising out of the development of organized science, a new step like the invention of agriculture or the discovery of metals, with something else, quite different in its origins, something for which there was already an historical precedent, the social and financial development which is called the Industrial Revolution. The two processes were going on together, they were constantly reacting upon each other, but they were in root and essence different. There would have been an industrial revolution of sorts if there had been no coal, no steam, no machinery. But in that case, it would probably have followed far more closely upon the lines of the social and financial developments of the later years of the Roman Republic. It would have repeated the story of dispossessed free cultivators, gang labor, great estates, great financial fortunes, and a socially destructive financial process. Even the factory method came before power and machinery. Factories were the product not of machinery, but of the division of labor. Drilled and sweated workers were making such things as millinery, cardboard boxes and furniture, and coloring maps and book illustrations, and so forth, before even water wheels had been used for industrial processes. There were factories in Rome in the days of Augustus. New books, for instance, were dictated to rows of copyists in the factories of the booksellers. The attentive student of Defoe and of the political pamphlets of Fielding will realize that the idea of herding poor people into establishments to work collectively for their living was already current in Britain before the close of the 17th century. There are intimations of it even as early as More's Utopia, 1516. It was a social and not a mechanical development. Up to past the middle of the 18th century, the social and economic history of Western Europe was in fact retreading the path along which the Roman state had gone in the 3 last centuries. BC America was in many ways a new Spain, and India and China a new Egypt. But the political disunions of Europe, the political convulsions against monarchy, the recalcitrance of the common folk, and perhaps also the greater accessibility of the Western European intelligence to mechanical ideas and inventions, turned the process into quite novel directions. Ideas of human solidarity, thanks to Christianity, were far more widely diffused in this newer European world. Political power was not so concentrated, and the man of energy anxious to get rich turned his mind, therefore, very willingly from the ideas of the slave and of gang labor to the idea of mechanical power and the machine. The mechanical revolution, the process of mechanical invention and discovery, was a new thing in human experience, and it went on regardless of the social, political, economic, and industrial consequences it might produce. The Industrial Revolution, on the other hand, like most other human affairs, was and is more and more profoundly changed and deflected by the constant variation in human conditions caused by the mechanical revolution. And the essential difference between the amassing of riches, the extinction of small farmers and small businessmen, and the phase of big finance in the latter centuries of the Roman Republic on the one hand, and the very similar concentration of capital in the 18th and 19th centuries on the other, lies in the profound difference in the character of labor that the mechanical revolution was bringing about. The power of the old world was human power. Everything depended ultimately upon the driving power of human muscle, the muscle of ignorant and subjugated men. A little animal muscle, supplied by draft oxen, horse traction, and the like, contributed. Where a weight had to be lifted, men lifted it. Where a rock had to be quarried, men chipped it out. Where a field had to be plowed, men and oxen plowed it. The Roman equivalent of the steamship was the galley with its banks of sweating rowers. A vast proportion of mankind in the early civilizations was employed in purely mechanical drudgery. At its onset, power-driven machinery did not seem to promise any release from such unintelligent toil. Great gangs of men were employed in excavating canals, in making railway cuttings and embankments, and the like. The number of miners increased enormously, but the extension of facilities and the output of commodities increased much more. And as the 19th century went on, the plain logic of the new situation asserted itself more clearly. Human beings were no longer wanted as a source of mere indiscriminated power. What could be done mechanically by a human being could be done faster and better by a machine. The human being was needed now only where choice and intelligence had to be exercised. Human beings were wanted only as human beings. The drudge, on whom all the previous civilizations had rested, the creature of mere obedience, the man whose brains were superfluous, had become unnecessary to the welfare of mankind. This was as true of such ancient industries as agriculture and mining as it was of the newest metallurgical processes. For plowing, sowing, and harvesting, swift machines came forward to do the work of scores of men. The Roman civilization was built upon cheap and degraded human beings. Modern civilization is being rebuilt upon cheap mechanical power. For 100 years, power has been getting cheaper and labor dearer. If for a generation or so machinery has had to wait its turn in the mine, it is simply because for a time men were cheaper than machinery. Now here was a changeover of quite primary importance in human affairs. The chief solicitude of the rich and of the ruler in the old civilization had been to keep up a supply of drudges. As the 19th century went on, it became more and more plain to the intelligent, directive people that the common man had now to be something better than a drudge. He had to be educated if only to secure industrial efficiency. He had to understand what he was about. From the days of the first Christian propaganda, popular education had been smoldering in Europe, just as it has smoldered in Asia, wherever Islam has set its foot, because of the necessity of making the believer understand a little of the belief by which he is saved, and of enabling him to read a little in the sacred books by which his belief is conveyed. Christian controversies, with their competition for adherents, plowed the ground for the harvest of popular education. In England, for instance, by the 30s and 40s of the 19th century, the disputes of the sex and the necessity of catching adherents young had produced an abundance of night schools, Sunday schools, and a series of competing educational organizations for children, the dissenting British schools, the Church national schools, and even Roman Catholic elementary schools. The earlier, less enlightened manufacturers, unable to take a broad view of their own interests, hated and opposed these schools. But here again, needy Germany led her richer neighbors. The religious teacher found the profit-seeker at his side, unexpectedly eager to get the commonalty, if not educated, at least trained. The student of the English magazines of the Middle and later Victorian period may trace the steadily spreading recognition of the new necessity for popular education. The upper and middle classes of England, themselves by no means well educated, for a generation or so regarded popular education with a sort of tittering hostility. In the Middle Victorian period, it was thought to be extraordinarily funny that a shop assistant should lean across the counter and ask two lady customers not to speak French, as he understood the language. This was a joke in that monumental record of British humor, Punch. It was almost as amusing to the Victorian English as the story of Balaam's ass. The German competitor later on robbed that joke of its fun. Before the death of Queen Victoria, English shop assistants were being badgered to attend evening classes to learn French. The second half of the 19th century was a period of rapid advance in popular education throughout all the westernized world. There was no parallel advance in the education of the upper classes. Some advance, no doubt, but nothing to correspond, and so the great gulf that had divided that world hitherto into the readers and the non-reading mass became little more than a slightly perceptible difference in educational level. At the back of this process was the mechanical revolution, apparently regardless of social conditions, but really insisting inexorably upon the complete abolition of a totally illiterate class throughout the world. The economic revolution of the Roman Republic had never been clearly apprehended by the common people of Rome. The ordinary Roman citizen never saw the changes through which he lived, clearly and comprehensively as we see them. But the Industrial Revolution, as it went on towards the end of the 19th century, was more and more distinctly seen as one whole process by the common people it was affecting, because presently they could read and discuss and communicate, and because they went about and saw things as no commonalty had ever done before. In this outline of history, we have been careful to indicate the gradual appearance of the ordinary people as a class with a will and ideas in common. It is the writer's belief that massive movements of the ordinary people over considerable areas only became possible as a result of the propagandist religions, Christianity and Islam, and their insistence upon individual self-respect. We have cited the enthusiasm of the commonalty for the First Crusade as marking a new phase in social history. But before the 19th century, even these massive movements were comparatively restricted. The equalitarian insurrections of the peasantry, from the Wycliffe period onward, were confined to the peasant communities of definite localities. They spread only slowly into districts affected by similar forces. The town artisan rioted indeed, but only locally. The Chateau burning of the French Revolution was not the act of a peasantry who had overthrown a government. It was the act of a peasantry released by the overthrow of a government. The Commune of Paris was the first effective appearance of the town artisan as a political power, and the Parisian crowd of the First Revolution was a very mixed, primitive-thinking, and savage crowd compared with any Western European crowd after 1830. But the mechanical revolution was not only pressing education upon the whole population, it was leading to a big capitalism and to a large-scale reorganization of industry that was to produce a new and distinctive system of ideas in the common people in the place of the mere uncomfortable recalcitrance and elemental rebellions of an illiterate commonalty. We have already noted how the Industrial Revolution had split the manufacturing class, which had hitherto been a middling and various sort of class, into two sections: the employers, who became rich enough to mingle with the financial, merchandising, and landowning classes, and the employees, who drifted to a status closer and closer to that of mere gang and agricultural labor. As the manufacturing employee sank, the agricultural laborer, by the introduction of agricultural machinery and the increase in his individual productivity, rose. By the middle of the 19th century, Karl Marx, 1883, a German Jew of great scholarly attainments, who did much of his work in the British Museum Library in London, was pointing out that the organization of the working classes by the steadily concentrating group of capitalist owners was developing a new social classification to replace the more complex class systems of the past. See Chapter 20. Section 4, 5, and 6. Property, so far as it was power, was being gathered together into relatively few hands, the hands of the big rich men, the capitalist class. While there was a great mingling of workers with little or no property, whom he called the expropriated, or proletariat, a misuse of this word, see Chapter Roman 27, Section 2, who were bound to develop a common class consciousness of the conflict of their interests with those of the rich men. differences of education and tradition between the various older social elements, which were in process of being fused up into the new class of the expropriated, seemed for a time to contradict this sweeping generalization. The traditions of the professions, the small employers, the farmer-peasant, and the like were all different from one another and from the various craftsman traditions of the workers. But with the spread of education and the cheapening of literature, this Marxian generalization becomes now more and more acceptable. These classes, who were linked at first by nothing but a common impoverishment, were and are being reduced or raised to the same standard of life, forced to read the same books and share the same inconveniences. A sense of solidarity between all sorts of poor and propertyless men, as against the profit-amassing and wealth-concentrating class, is growing more and more evident in our world. Old differences fade away. The difference between craftsman and open-air worker, between black coat and overall, between poor clergyman and elementary school master, between policeman and bus driver. They must all buy the same cheap furnishings and live in similar cheap houses. Their sons and daughters will all mingle and marry. Success at the upper levels becomes more and more hopeless for the rank and file. Marx, who did not so much advocate the class war, the war of the expropriated mass against the appropriating few, as foretell it, is being more and more justified by events. Section 3. To trace any broad outlines in the fermentation of ideas that went on during the mechanical and industrial revolution of the 19th century is a very difficult task. But we must attempt it if we are to link what has gone before in this history with the condition of our world today. It will be convenient to distinguish two main periods in the 100 years between 1814 and 1914. First came the period 1814-48, in which there was a very considerable amount of liberal thinking and writing in limited circles, but during which there were no great changes or development of thought in the general mass of the people. Throughout this period the world's affairs were living, so to speak, on their old intellectual capital. They were going on in accordance with the leading ideas of the Revolution and the Counter-Revolution. The dominant liberal ideas were freedom and a certain vague equalitarianism. The conservative ideas were monarchy, organized religion, social privilege, and obedience. Until 1848, the spirit of the Holy Alliance, the spirit of Metternich, struggled to prevent a revival of the European Revolution that Napoleon had betrayed and set back. In America, both North and South, on the other hand, the Revolution had triumphed and 19th-century liberalism ruled unchallenged. Britain was an uneasy country, never quite loyally reactionary nor quite loyally progressive, neither truly monarchist nor truly republican, the land of Cromwell and also of the Merry Monarch, Charles, anti-Austrian, anti-Bourbon, anti-papal, yet weakly repressive. We have told of the first series of liberal storms in Europe in and about the year 1830. In Britain in 1832, a reform bill, greatly extending the franchise and restoring something of its representative character to the House of Commons, relieved the situation. Round and about 1848 came a second and much more serious system of outbreaks that overthrew the Orleans monarchy and established a second republic in France, 1848-52, raised North Italy and Hungary against Austria, and the Poles in Posen against the Germans, and sent the Pope in flight from the Republicans of Rome. A very interesting Pan-Slavic conference held at Prague foreshadowed many of the territorial readjustments of 1919. It dispersed after an insurrection at Prague had been suppressed by Austrian troops. Ultimately, all these insurrections failed. The current system staggered but kept its feet. There were no doubt serious social discontents beneath these revolts, but as yet, except in the case of Paris, these had no very clear form. And this 1848 storm, so far as the rest of Europe was concerned, may be best described, in a phrase, as a revolt of the natural political map against the artificial arrangements of the Vienna diplomatists and the system of suppressions those arrangements entailed. The history of Europe, then, from 1815 to 1848 was, generally speaking, a sequel to the history of Europe from 1789 to 1814. There were no really new motifs in the composition. The main trouble was still the struggle, though often a blind and misdirected struggle, of the interests of ordinary men against the great power system which cramped and oppressed the life of mankind. But after 1848, from 1848 to 1914, though the readjustment of the map still went on towards a free and unified Italy and a unified Germany, there began a fresh phase in the process of mental and political adaptation to the new knowledge and the new material powers of mankind. Came a great eruption of new social, religious, and political ideas into the general European mind. In the next 3 sections, we will consider the origin and quality of these eruptions. They laid the foundations upon which we base our political thought today, but for a long time, they had no very great effect on contemporary politics. Contemporary politics continued to run on in the old lines, but with a steadily diminishing support in the intellectual convictions and consciences of men. We have already described the way in which a strong intellectual process undermined the system of grand monarchy in France before 1789. A similar undermining process was going on throughout Europe during the Great Power period of 1848–1914. Profound doubts of the system of government and of the liberties of many forms of property in the economic system spread throughout the social body. Then came the greatest and most disorganizing war in history, so that it is still impossible to estimate the power and range of the accumulated new ideas of those 66 years. We have been through a greater catastrophe even than the Napoleonic catastrophe, and we are in a slackwater period, corresponding to the period 1815–30. Our 1830 and our 1848 are still to come and show us where we stand. Section 4. We have traced throughout this history the gradual restriction of the idea of property, from the first unlimited claim of the strong man to possess everything and the gradual realization of brotherhood as something transcending personal self-seeking. See especially chapter Roman 37, section 13. Men were first subjugated into more than tribal societies by the fear of monarch and deity. It is only within the last 3 or at most 4,000 years that we have any clear evidence that voluntary self-abandonment to some greater end, without fee or reward, was an acceptable idea to men, or that anyone had propounded it. Then we find spreading over the surface of human affairs, as patches of sunshine spread and pass over the hillsides upon a windy day in spring, the idea that there is a happiness in self-devotion greater than any personal gratification or triumph, and a life of mankind different and greater and more important than the sum of all the individual lives within it. We have seen that idea become vivid as a beacon, vivid as sunshine caught and reflected dazzlingly by some window in the landscape, in the teaching of Buddha, Lao Tzu, and most clearly of all, of Jesus of Nazareth. Through all its variations and corruptions, Christianity has never completely lost the suggestion of a devotion to God's commonweal that makes the personal pomps of monarchs and rulers seem like the insolence of an overdressed servant, and the splendors and gratifications of wealth like the waste of robbers. No man living in a community which such a religion as Christianity or Islam has touched can be altogether a slave. There is an ineradicable quality in these religions that compels men to judge their masters and to realize their own responsibility for the world. As men have felt their way towards this new state of mind from the fierce, self-centered greed and instinctive combativeness of the early Paleolithic family group, they have sought to express the drift of their thoughts and necessities very variously. They have found themselves in disagreement and conflict with old-established ideas, and there has been a natural tendency to contradict these ideas flatly, to fly over to the absolute contrary. Faced by a world in which rule and classes and order seem to do little, but give opportunity for personal selfishness and unrighteous oppression, the first impatient movement was to declare for a universal equality and a practical anarchy. Faced by a world in which property seemed little more than a protection for selfishness and a method of enslavement, it was as natural to repudiate all property. Our history shows an increasing impulse to revolt against rulers and against ownership. We have traced it in the Middle Ages burning the rich man's shaitaks and experimenting in theocracy and communism. In the French revolutions, this double revolt is clear and plain. In France, we find side by side, inspired by the same spirit and as natural parts of the same revolutionary movement, men who, with their eyes on the ruler's taxes, declared that property should be inviolable, and others who, with their eyes on the employer's hard bargains, declared that property should be abolished. But what they are really revolting against in each case is that the ruler and the employer, instead of becoming servants of the community, still remain, like most of mankind, self-seeking oppressive individuals. Throughout the ages, we find this belief growing in men's minds that there can be such a rearrangement of laws and powers as to give rule and order while still restraining the egotism of any ruler and of any ruling class that may be necessary, and such a definition of property as will give freedom without oppressive power. We begin to realize nowadays that these ends are only to be attained by a complex constructive effort. They arise through the conflict of new human needs against ignorance and old human nature. But throughout the 19th century, there was a persistent disposition to solve the problem by some simple formula. And be happy ever afterwards, regardless of the fact that all human life, all life, is throughout the ages nothing but the continuing solution of a continuous synthetic problem. The earlier half of the 19th century saw a number of experiments in the formation of trial human societies of a new kind. One of these, the Oneida Community, 1840-579, under the leadership of a man of very considerable genius and learning, John Humphrey Noyes, did for a number of decades succeed in realizing many of the most striking proposals of Plato's Republic. It became wealthy and respected. But it broke up in 1879, largely because of the disposition of the younger generation to leave its peculiar limitations in order to play a part in the larger community of the world outside. A powerful business corporation still preserves its industrial tradition, but the Oneida experiment was too bold and strange a departure to influence the general development of modern civilization. Far more important historically were the experiments and ideas of Robert Owen, 1770–1858, a Manchester cotton spinner. He is very generally regarded as the founder of modern socialism. It was in connection with his work that the word socialism first arose about 1835. He seems to have been a thoroughly competent businessman. He made a number of innovations in the cotton spinning industry and acquired a fair fortune at an early age. He was distressed by the waste of human possibilities among his workers, and he set himself to improve their condition and the relations of employer and employed. This he sought to do first at his Manchester factory and afterwards at New Lanark, where he found himself in practical control of works employing about 2,000 people. Between 1800 and 1828, he achieved very considerable things. He reduced the hours of labor, made his factory sanitary and agreeable, abolished the employment of very young children, improved the training of his workers, provided unemployment pay during a period of trade depression, established a system of schools, and made New Lanark a model of a better industrialism, while at the same time sustaining its commercial prosperity. He wrote vigorously to defend the mass of mankind against the charges of intemperance and improvidence, which were held to justify the economic iniquities of the time. He held that men and women are largely the product of their educational environment, a thesis that needs no advocacy today. And he set himself to a propaganda of the views that New Lanark had justified. He attacked the selfish indolence of his fellow manufacturers, and in 1819, largely under his urgency, the first Factory Act was passed, the first attempt to restrain employers from taking the most stupid and intolerable advantages of their workers' poverty. Some of the restrictions of that act amaze us today. It seems incredible now that it should ever have been necessary to protect little children of 9 from work in factories, or to limit the nominal working day of such employees to 12 hours. People are perhaps too apt to write of the Industrial Revolution as though it led to the enslavement and overworking of poor children who had hitherto been happy and free. But this misinterprets history. From the very beginnings of civilization, the little children of the poor had always been obliged to do whatever work they could do. But the factory system gathered up all this infantile toil and made it systematic, conspicuous, and scandalous. The factory system challenged the quickening human conscience on that issue. The British Factory Act of 1819, weak and feeble though it seems to us, was the Magna Carta of childhood. Thereafter the protection of the children of the poor, first from toil and then from bodily starvation and ignorance, began. We cannot tell here in any detail the full story of Owen's life and thought. His work at New Lanark had been, he felt, only a trial upon a small working model. What could be done for one industrial community could be done, he held, for every industrial community in the country. He advocated a resettlement of the industrial population in townships on the new Lanark Plan. For a time, he seemed to have captured the imagination of the world. The Times and Morning Post supported his proposals. Among the visitors to New Lanark was the Grand Duke Nicholas, who succeeded Alexander I as Tsar. A fast friend was the Duke of Kent, son of George Roman III and father of Queen Victoria. But all the haters of change in Holland, there are always many such who were jealous of the poor. And all the employers who were likely to be troubled by his projects were waiting for an excuse to counterattack him, and they found it in the expression of his religious opinions, which were hostile to official Christianity. And through those, he was successfully discredited. But he continued to develop his projects and experiments, of which the chief was a community at New Harmony in Indiana, USA, in which he sank most of his capital. His partners bought him out of the New Lanark business in 1828. Owen's experiments and suggestions ranged very widely and do not fall under any single formula. There was nothing doctrinaire about him. His New Lanark experiment was the first of a number of benevolent businesses in the world. Lord Leverhulme's Port Sunlight, the Cadbury's Bourneville, and the Ford businesses in America are contemporary instances. It was not really a socialist experiment at all. It was a paternal experiment. But his proposals for state settlements were what we should call state socialism today. His American experiment and his later writings point to a completer form of socialism, a much wider departure from the existing state of affairs. It is clear that the riddle of currency exercised Owen. He understood that we can no more hope for real economic justice, while we pay for work with money of fluctuating value, than we could hope for a punctual world if there was a continual and constant variability in the length of an hour. One of his experiments was an attempt at a circulation of labor notes representing 1 hour, 5 hours, or 20 hours of work. The cooperative societies of today, societies of poor men which combine for the collective buying and distribution of commodities, or for collective manufacture, or dairying, or other forms of agriculture, arose directly out of his initiatives, though the pioneer cooperative societies of his own time ended in failure. Their successors have spread throughout the whole world and number today some 30 or 40 million of adherents. A point to note about this early socialism of Owen's is that it was not at first at all democratic. Its initiative was benevolent, its early form patriarchal. It was something up to which the workers were to be educated by liberally disposed employers and leaders. The first socialism was not a workers' movement, it was a masters' movement. Concurrently with this work of Owen's, another and quite independent series of developments was going on in America and Britain, which was destined to come at last into reaction with his socialistic ideas. The English law had long prohibited combinations in restraint of trade, combinations to raise prices or wages by concerted action. There had been no great hardship in these prohibitions before the agrarian and industrial changes of the 18th century let loose a great swarm of workers living from hand to mouth and competing for insufficient employment. Under these new conditions, the workers in many industries found themselves intolerably squeezed. They were played off one against another. Day by day and hour by hour, none knew what concession his fellow might not have made, and what further reduction of pay or increase of toil might not ensue. It became vitally necessary for the workers to make agreements illegal, though they were against such underselling. At first, these agreements had to be made and sustained by secret societies, or clubs established ostensibly for quite other purposes. Social clubs, funeral societies, and the like served to mask the wage-protecting combination. The fact that these associations were illegal disposed them to violence. They were savage against blacklegs and rats who would not join them, and still more savage with traitors. In 1824, the House of Commons recognized the desirability of relieving tension in these matters by conceding the right of workmen to form combinations for collective bargaining with the masters. This enabled trade unions to develop with a large measure of freedom. At first very clumsy and primitive organizations, and with very restricted freedoms, the trade unions have risen gradually to be a real fourth estate in the country, a great system of bodies representing the mass of industrial workers. Arising at first in Britain and America, they have, with various national modifications and under varying legal conditions, spread to France, Germany, and all the westernized communities. Organized originally to sustain wages and restrict intolerable hours, the trade union movement was at first something altogether distinct from socialism. The trade unionist tried to make the best for himself of the existing capitalism and the existing conditions of employment. The socialist proposed to change the system. It was the imagination and generalizing power of Karl Marx which brought these two movements into relationship. He was a man with the sense of history very strong in him. He was the first to perceive that the old social classes that had endured since the beginning of civilization were in process of dissolution and regrouping. His racial Jewish commercialism made the antagonism of property and labor very plain to him. And his upbringing in Germany where, as we have pointed out, the tendency of class to harden into caste was more evident than in any other European country made him conceive of labor as presently becoming class-conscious and collectively antagonistic to the property-concentrating classes. In the trade union movement which was spreading over the world, he believed he saw this development of class-conscious labor. What he asked would be the outcome of the class war of the capitalist and proletariat. The capitalist adventurers, he alleged, because of their inherent greed and combativeness, would gather power over capital into fewer and fewer hands, until at last they would concentrate all the means of production, transit, and the like into a form seizable by the workers, whose class consciousness and solidarity would be developed pari passu by the process of organizing and concentrating industry. They would seize this capital and work it for themselves. This would be the social revolution. Then individual property and freedom would be restored, based upon the common ownership of the earth and the management by the community as a whole of the great productive services which the private capitalist had organized and concentrated. This would be the end of the capitalist system, but not the end of the system of capitalism. State capitalism would replace private owner capitalism. This marks a great stride away from the socialism of Owen. Owen, like Plato, looked to the common sense of men of any or every class to reorganize the casual and faulty political, economic, and social structure. Marx found something more in the nature of a driving force in his class hostility based on expropriation and injustice, and he was not simply a prophetic theorist. He was also a propagandist of the revolt of labor, the revolt of the so-called proletariat. Labor, he perceived, had a common interest against the capitalist everywhere, though under the test of the great power wars of the time, and particularly of the liberation of Italy, he showed that he failed to grasp the fact that labor everywhere has a common interest in the peace of the world. But with the social revolution in view, he did succeed in inspiring the formation of an international League of Workers, the First International. The subsequent history of socialism is checkered between the British tradition of Owen and the German class feeling of Marx. What is called Fabian socialism, the exposition of socialism by the London Fabian Society, makes its appeal to reasonable men of all classes. What are called revisionists in German socialism incline in the same direction. But on the whole, it is Marx who has carried the day against Owen. And the general disposition of socialists throughout the world is to look to the organization of labor and labor only to supply the fighting forces that will disentangle the political and economic organization of human affairs from the hands of the more or less irresponsible private owners and adventurers who now control it. These are the broad features of the project, which is called socialism. We will discuss its incompletenesses and inadequacies in our next section. It was perhaps inevitable that socialism should be greatly distraught and subdivided by doubts and disputes and sects and schools. They are growth symptoms like the spots on a youth's face. Here we can but glance at the difference between state socialism, which would run the economic business of the country through its political government, and the newer schools of syndicalism and guild socialism, which would entrust a large measure in the government of each industry to the workers of every grade, including the directors and managers engaged in that industry. This guild socialism is really a new sort of capitalism with a committee of workers and officials in each industry taking the place of the free private capitalists of that industry. The personnel becomes the collective capitalist. Nor can we discuss the undemocratic idea of the Russian leader Lenin, that a population cannot judge of socialism before it has experienced it, and that a group of socialists are therefore justified in seizing and socializing, if they can, the life of a country without at first setting up any democratic form of general government at all, for which sort of seizure he uses the Marxian phrase, a very incompetent phrase, the dictatorship of the proletariat. All Russia now is a huge experiment in that dictatorship. August 1920. The proletariat is supposed to be dictating through committees of workmen and soldiers, the Soviets, but at present we have no means of ascertaining how far Russian affairs are under the direction of a genuine mass intelligence and will, and how far the activities of the Soviets are restrained and directed by the group of vigorous personalities which leads the revolution. Nor do we know if the methods of election used for the Soviets are any improvement upon the unsatisfactory methods in use in the Atlantic democracies. Non-workers have no representation in this new Russian state. Section 5. We are all socialists nowadays, said Sir William Harcourt years ago, and that is loosely true today. There can be few people who fail to realize the provisional nature and the dangerous instability of our present political and economic system, and still fewer who believe with the doctrinaire individualists that profit hunting, go as you please, will guide mankind to any haven of prosperity and happiness. Great rearrangements are necessary, and a systematic legal subordination of personal self-seeking to the public good. So far most reasonable men are socialists, but these are only preliminary propositions. How far has socialism and modern thought generally gone towards working out the conception of this new political and social order, of which our world admittedly stands in need? We are obliged to answer that there is no clear conception of the new state towards which we vaguely struggle, that our science of human relationships is still so crude and speculative as to leave us without definite guidance upon a score of primarily important issues. In 1920, we are no more in a position to set up a scientifically conceived political system in the world than were men to set up an electric power station in 1820. They could not have done that then to save their lives. The Marxist system points us to an accumulation of revolutionary forces in the modern world. These forces will continually tend towards revolution, but Marx assumed too hastily that a revolutionary impulse would necessarily produce an ordered state of a new and better kind. A revolution may stop halfway in mere destruction. No socialist sect has yet defined its projected government clearly. The Bolsheviks in their Russian experiment seem to have been guided by a phrase, the dictatorship of the proletariat. And in practice, we are told, Trotsky and Lenin have proved as autocratic as the less intelligent but equally well-meaning Tsar. Alexander I. We have been at some pains to show from our brief study of the French Revolution that a revolution can establish nothing permanent that has not already been thought out beforehand and apprehended by the general mind. The French Republic, confronted with unexpected difficulties in economics, currency, and international relationships, collapsed to the egotisms of the newly rich people of the Directory, and finally to the egotism of Napoleon. Law and a plan steadily upheld are more necessary in revolutionary times than in ordinary humdrum times, because in revolutionary times society degenerates much more readily into a mere scramble under the ascendancy of the forcible and cunning. If in general terms we take stock of the political and social science of our age, we shall measure something of the preliminary intellectual task still to be done by mankind, before we can hope to see any permanent constructive achievements emerging from the mere traditionalism and adventuring that rule our collective affairs today. This socialism, which professes to be a complete theory of a new social order, we discover, when we look into it, to be no more than a partial theory very illuminating, so far as it goes about property. We have already discussed the relationship of social development to the restriction of the idea of property, chapter Roman 37, section 13. There are various schools of thought which would restrict property more or less completely. Communism is the proposal to abolish property altogether, or, in other words, to hold all things in common. Modern socialism, on the other hand, or, to give it a more precise name, Collectivism does clearly distinguish between personal property and collective property. The gist of the socialist proposal is that land and all the natural means of production, transit, and distribution should be collectively owned. Within these limits, there is to be much free private ownership and unrestricted personal freedom. Given efficient administration, it may be doubted whether many people nowadays would dispute that proposal. But socialism has never gone on to a thorough examination of that proviso for efficient administration. Again, what community is it that is to own the collective property? Is it to be the sovereign or the township or the county or the nation or mankind? Socialism makes no clear answer. Socialists are very free with the word nationalize, but we have been subjecting the ideas of nations and nationalism to some destructive criticism in this outline. If socialists object to a single individual claiming a mine or a great stretch of agricultural land as his own individual property, with a right to refuse or barter its use and profit to others, why should they permit a single nation to monopolize the mines or trade routes or natural wealth of the territories in which it lives against the rest of mankind? There seems to be great confusion in socialist theory in this matter. And unless human life is to become a mass meeting of the race in permanent session, how is the community to appoint its officers to carry on its collective concerns? After all, the private owner of land, or of a business, or the like, is a sort of public official in so far as his ownership is sanctioned and protected by the community. Instead of being paid a salary or fees, he is allowed to make a profit. The only valid reason for dismissing him from his ownership is that the new control to be substituted will be more efficient and profitable and satisfactory to the community. And, being dismissed, he has at least the same claim to consideration from the community that he himself has shown in the past to the worker thrown out of employment by a mechanical invention. This question of administration, the sound and adequate bar to much immediate socialization, brings us to the still largely unsolved problem of human association. How are we to secure the best direction of human affairs and the maximum of willing cooperation with that direction? This is ultimately a complex problem in psychology, but it is absurd to pretend that it is an insoluble one. There must be a definite best, which is the right thing, in these matters. But if it is not insoluble, it is equally unreasonable to pretend that it has been solved. The problem in its completeness involves the working out of the best methods in the following departments and their complete correlation. Education, the preparation of the individual for an understanding and willing cooperation in the world's affairs. Roman 2, information, the continual truthful presentation of public affairs to the individual for his judgment and approval. Closely connected with this need for current information is the codification of the law, the problem of keeping the law plain, clear, and accessible to all. Roman 3, representation, the selection of representatives and agents to act in the collective interest in harmony with the general will based on this education and plain information. Roman 4, the executive, the appointment of executive agents and the maintenance of means for keeping them responsible to the community, without at the same time hampering intelligent initiatives. Thought and research, the systematic criticism of affairs and laws to provide data for popular judgments, and through those judgments to ensure the secular improvement of the human organization. These are the 5 heads under which the broad problem of human society presents itself to us. In the world around us, we see makeshift devices at work in all those branches, ill coordinated one with another and unsatisfactory in themselves. We see an educational system meanly financed and equipped, badly organized and crippled by the interventions and hostilities of religious bodies. We see popular information supplied chiefly by a venal press dependent upon advertisements and subsidies. We see farcical methods of election returning politicians to power as unrepresentative as any hereditary ruler or casual conqueror. Everywhere the executive is more or less influenced or controlled by groups of rich adventurers, and the pursuit of political and social science and of public criticism is still the work of devoted and eccentric individuals rather than a recognized and honored function in the state. There is a gigantic task before right-thinking men in the cleansing and sweetening of the politician's stable. And until it is done, any complete realization of socialism is impossible. While private adventurers control the political life of the state, it is ridiculous to think of the state taking over collective economic interests from private adventurers. Not only has the socialist movement failed thus far to produce a scientifically reasoned scheme for the correlation of education, law, and the exercise of public power, but even in the economic field, as we have already pointed out, creative forces wait for the conception of a right organization of credit and a right method of payment and interchange. It is a truism that the willingness of the worker depends, among other things, upon his complete confidence in the purchasing power of the currency in which he is paid. As this confidence goes, work ceases, except in so far as it can be rewarded by payment in goods. But there is no sufficient science of currency and business psychology to restrain governments from the most disturbing interferences with the public credit and with the circulation. And such interferences lead straight to the cessation of work, that is, of the production of necessary things. Upon such vital practical questions, it is scarcely too much to say that the mass of those socialists who would recast the world have no definite ideas at all. Yet in a socialist world, quite as much as in any other sort of world, people must be paid money for their work rather than be paid in kind if any such thing as personal freedom is to continue. Here too there must be an ascertainable right thing to do. Until that is determined, history in these matters will continue to be not so much a record of experiments as of flounderings. And in another direction, the social and political thinking of the 19th century was, in the face of the vastness of the mechanical revolution, timid, limited, and insufficient, and that was in regard to international relations. The reader of socialistic literature will find the socialists constantly writing and talking of the state, and never betraying any realization that the state might be all sorts of organizations in all sorts of areas, from the Republic of San Marino to the British Empire. It is true that Karl Marx had a conception of a solidarity of interests between the workers in all the industrialized countries, but there is little or no suggestion in Marxist socialism of the logical corollary of this, the establishment of a democratic world federal government, with national or provincial, state governments, as a natural consequence of his projected social revolution. At most there is a vague aspiration. But if there is any logic about the Marxist, it should be his declared political end for which he should work without ceasing. Put to the test of the War of 1914, the socialists of almost all the European countries showed that their class-conscious internationalism was veneered very thinly indeed over their patriotic feelings, and had to no degree replaced them. Everywhere during the German war socialists denounced that war as made by capitalist governments, but it produces little or no permanent effect to denounce a government or a world system unless you have a working idea of a better government and a better system to replace it. We state these things here because they are facts, and a living and necessary part of a contemporary survey of human history. It is not our task either to advocate or controvert socialism, but it is in our picture to note that political and social life are, and must remain, chaotic and disastrous without the development of some such constructive scheme as socialism sketches, and to point out clearly how far away the world is at present from any such scheme. An enormous amount of intellectual toil and discussion and education, and many years, whether decades or centuries, no man can tell must intervene before a new order, planned as ships and railways are planned, runs, as the cables and the postal deliveries run, over the whole surface of our earth. And until such a new order draws mankind together with its net, human life, as we shall presently show by the story of the European wars since 1854, must become more and more casual, dangerous, miserable, anxious, and disastrous because of the continually more powerful and destructive war methods the continuing mechanical revolution produces. Section 6. While the mechanical revolution, which the growth of physical science had brought about, was destroying the ancient social classification of the civilized state, which had been evolved through thousands of years, and producing new possibilities and new ideals of a righteous human community and a righteous world order. A change at least as great and novel was going on in the field of religious thought. That same growth of scientific knowledge, from which sprang the mechanical revolution, was the moving cause of these religious disturbances. In the opening chapters of this outline, we have given the main story of the record of the rocks. We have shown life for the little beginning of consciousness, that it is in the still waiting vastness of the void of space and time. But before the end of the 18th century, this enormous prospect of the past, which fills a modern mind with humility and illimitable hope, was hidden from the general consciousness of our race. It was veiled by the curtain of a Sumerian legend. The heavens were no more than a stage background to a little drama of kings. Men had been too occupied with their own private passions and personal affairs to heed the intimations of their own great destiny that lay about them everywhere. They learnt their true position in space long before they placed themselves in time. We have already named the earlier astronomers and told how Galileo was made to recant his assertion that the Earth moved round the sun. He was made to do so by the Church, and the Church was stirred to make him do so because any doubt that the world was the center of the universe seemed to strike fatally at the authority of Christianity. Now, upon that matter, the teller of modern history is obliged to be at once cautious and bold. He has to pick his way between cowardly evasion on the one hand and partisanship on the other. As far as possible, he must confine himself to facts and restrain his opinions. Yet it is well to remember that no opinions can be altogether restrained. The writer has his own very strong and definite persuasions, and the reader must bear that in mind. It is a fact in history that the teaching of Jesus of Nazareth had in it something profoundly new and creative. He preached a new kingdom of heaven in the hearts and in the world of men. There was nothing in his teaching, so far as we can judge it at this distance of time, to clash or interfere with any discovery or expansion of the history of the world and mankind. But it is equally a fact in history that St. Paul and his successors added to or completed or imposed upon or substituted another doctrine, for as you may prefer to think the plain and profoundly revolutionary teachings of Jesus by expounding a subtle and complex theory of salvation. A salvation which could be attained very largely by belief and formalities, without any serious disturbance of the believer's ordinary habits and occupations. And that this Pauline teaching did involve very definite beliefs about the history of the world and man. It is not the business of the historian to controvert or explain these matters. The question of their ultimate significance depends upon the theologian. The historian's concern is merely with the fact that official Christianity throughout the world adopted St. Paul's view so plainly expressed in his epistles and so untraceable in the Gospels, that the meaning of religion lay not in the future, but in the past, and that Jesus was not so much a teacher of wonderful new things. As a predestinate divine blood sacrifice of deep mystery and sacredness, made an atonement of a particular historical act of disobedience to the Creator committed by our first parents, Adam and Eve, in response to the temptation of a serpent in the Garden of Eden. Upon the belief in that fall as a fact, and not upon the personality of Jesus of Nazareth, upon the theories of Paul, and not upon the injunctions of Jesus, doctrinal Christianity built itself. We have already noted that this story of the special creation of the world and of Adam and Eve and the serpent was also an ancient Babylonian story, and probably a still more ancient Sumerian story, and that the Jewish sacred books were the medium by which this very ancient and primitive, Heliolithic, serpent legend entered Christianity. Wherever official Christianity has gone, it has taken this story with it. It has tied itself up to that story. Until a century and less ago, the whole Christianized world felt bound to believe and did believe that the universe had been specially created in the course of 6 days by the Word of God a few thousand years before, according to Bishop Ussher, 4004 BC. The Universal History, in 42 volumes, published in 1779 by a group of London booksellers, discusses whether the precise date of the first day of creation was March 21st or September 21st, 4004 B.C., and inclines to the view that the latter was the more probable season. Upon this historical assumption rested the religious fabric of the Western and Westernized civilization, and yet the whole world was littered. The hills, mountains, deltas, and seas were bursting with evidence of its utter absurdity. The religious life of the leading nations, still a very intense and sincere religious life, was going on in a house of history built upon sand. there is frequent recognition in classical literature of a sounder cosmogony. Aristotle was aware of the broad principles of modern geology. They shine through the speculations of Lucretius, and we have noted also Leonardo da Vinci's 1450–1519 lucid interpretation of fossils. A Frenchman, Descartes, 1596–1650, speculated boldly upon the incandescent beginnings of our globe, and an Italian, Steno, 1630–187, began the collection of fossils and the description of strata. But it was only as the 18th century drew to its close that the systematic study of geology assumed such proportions as to affect the general authority of the Bible version of that ancient Sumerian narrative. Contemporaneously with the universal history quoted above, a great French naturalist, Buffon, was writing upon the epochs of nature, 1778, and boldly extending the age of the world to 70,000 or 75,000 years. He divided his story into 6 epochs to square with the 6 days of the creation story. These days, it was argued, were figurative days. They were really ages. There was a general disposition to do this on the part of the new science of geology. By that accommodating device, geology contrived to make a peace with orthodox religious teaching that lasted until the middle of the 19th century. We cannot trace here the contributions of such men as Hutton and Playfair and Sir Charles Lyell, and the Frenchmen Lamarck and Cuvier, in unfolding and developing the record of the rocks. It was only slowly that the general intelligence of the Western world was awakened to 2 disconcerting facts. Firstly, that the succession of life in the geological record did not correspond to the acts of the 6 days of creation. And secondly, that the record, in harmony with a mass of biological facts, pointed away from the Bible assertion of a separate creation of each species straight towards a genetic relation between all forms of life, in which even man was included. The importance of this last issue to the existing doctrinal system was manifest. If all the animals and man had been evolved in this ascendant manner, then there had been no first parents, no Eden, and no fall. And if there had been no fall, then the entire historical fabric of Christianity, the story of the first sin, and the reason for an atonement, upon which the current teaching based Christian emotion and morality, collapsed like a house of cards. It was with something like horror, therefore, that great numbers of honest and religious-spirited men followed the work of the great English naturalist, Charles Darwin, 1809–82. In 1859, he published his Origin of Species by means of natural selection, a powerful and permanently valuable exposition of that conception of the change and development of species which we have sketched briefly in Chapter 3. And in 1871, he completed the outline of his work with The Descent of Man, which brought man definitely into the same scheme of development with the rest of life. Many men and women are still living who can remember the dismay and distress among ordinary intelligent people in the Western communities as the invincible case of the biologists and geologists against the orthodox Christian cosmogony unfolded itself. The minds of many quite honest men resisted the new knowledge instinctively and irrationally. Their whole moral edifice was built upon false history. They were too old and set to rebuild it. They felt the practical truth of their moral convictions, and this new truth seemed to them to be incompatible with that. They believed that to assent to it would be to prepare a moral collapse for the world. And so they produced a moral collapse by not assenting to it. The universities in England particularly, being primarily clerical in their constitution, resisted the new learning very bitterly. During the 70s and 80s, a stormy controversy raged throughout the civilized world. The quality of the discussions and the fatal ignorance of the Church may be gauged by a description in Hackett's commonplace book of a meeting of the British Association in 1860, at which Bishop Wilberforce assailed Huxley, the great champion of the Darwinian views, in this fashion. Facing Huxley with a smiling insolence, he begged to know, was it through his grandfather or grandmother that he claimed his descent from a monkey? Huxley turned to his neighbor and said, "The Lord hath delivered him into my hands." Then he stood before us and spoke these tremendous words. He was not ashamed to have a monkey for his ancestor, but he would be ashamed to be connected with a man who used great gifts to obscure the truth. Another version has it, "I have certainly said that a man has no reason to be ashamed of having an ape for his grandfather. If there were an ancestor whom I should feel ashamed in recalling, It would rather be a man of restless and versatile intellect who plunges into scientific questions with which he has no real acquaintance, only to obscure them by an aimless rhetoric and distract the attention of his audience from the real point at issue by eloquent digressions and skilled appeals to prejudice. These words were certainly spoken with passion. The scene was one of great excitement. A lady fainted, says Hackett. Such was the temper of this controversy. The Darwinian movement took formal Christianity unawares. Suddenly, formal Christianity was confronted with a clearly demonstrable error in her theological statements. The Christian theologians were neither wise enough nor mentally nimble enough to accept the new truth, modify their formulae, and insist upon the living and undiminished vitality of the religious reality those formulae had hitherto sufficed to express. For the discovery of man's descent from subhuman forms does not even remotely touch the teaching of the kingdom of heaven. Yet priests and bishops raged at Darwin. Foolish attempts were made to suppress Darwinian literature and to insult and discredit the exponents of the new views. There was much wild talk of the antagonism of religion and science. Now, in all ages, there have been skeptics in Christendom. The Emperor Frederick Roman II was certainly a skeptic. In the 18th century, Gibbon and Voltaire were openly anti-Christian, and their writings influenced a number of scattered readers. But these were exceptional people. Now the whole of Christendom became as a whole skeptical. This new controversy touched everybody who read a book or heard intelligent conversation. A new generation of young people grew up, and they found the defenders of Christianity in an evil temper, fighting their cause without dignity or fairness. It was the orthodox theology that the new scientific advances had compromised, but the angry theologians declared that it was religion. In the end, men may discover that religion shines all the brighter for the loss of its doctrinal wrappings, but to the young it seemed as if indeed there had been a conflict of science and religion, and that in that conflict science had won. The immediate effect of this great dispute upon the ideas and methods of people in the prosperous and influential classes throughout the westernized world was very detrimental indeed. The new biological science was bringing nothing constructive as yet to replace the old moral standbys. A real demoralization ensued. The general level of social life in those classes was far higher in the early 20th than in the early 17th century. But in one respect, in respect to disinterestedness and conscientiousness in these classes, it is probable that the tone of the earlier age was better than the latter. In the owning and active classes of the 17th century, in spite of a few definite infidels, there was probably a much higher percentage of men and women who prayed sincerely, who searched their souls to find if they had done evil, and who were prepared to suffer and make great sacrifices for what they conceived to be right, than in the opening years of the 20th century. There was a real loss of faith after 1859. The true gold of religion was in many cases thrown away with the worn-out purse that had contained it for so long, and it was not recovered. Towards the close of the 19th century, a crude misunderstanding of Darwinism had become the fundamental mindstuff of great masses of the educated everywhere. The 17th century kings and owners and rulers and leaders had had the idea at the back of their minds that they prevailed by the will of God. They really feared him. They got priests to put things right for them with him. When they were wicked, they tried not to think of him. But the old faith of the kings, owners, and rulers of the opening 20th century had faded under the actinic light of scientific criticism. Prevalent peoples at the close of the 19th century believed that they prevailed by virtue of the struggle for existence, in which the strong and cunning get the better of the weak and confiding. And they believed further that they had to be strong, energetic, ruthless, practical, egotistical, because God was dead, and had always, it seemed, been dead, which was going altogether further than the new knowledge justified. They soon got beyond the first crude popular misconception of Darwinism, the idea that every man is for himself alone. But they stuck at the next level. Man, they decided, is a social animal like the Indian hunting dog. He is much more than a dog, but this they did not see. And just as in a pack it is necessary to bully and subdue the younger and weaker for the general good, so it seemed right to them that the big dogs of the human pack should bully and subdue. Hence a new scorn for the ideas of democracy that had ruled the earlier 19th century, and a revived admiration for the overbearing and the cruel. It was quite characteristic of the times that Mr. Kipling should lead the children of the middle and upper-class British public back to the jungle, to learn the law, and that in his book Stocky and Co., he should give an appreciative description of the torture of 2 boys by 3 others, who have by a subterfuge tied up their victims helplessly before revealing their hostile intentions. It is worthwhile to give a little attention to this incident in Stocky and Co., because it lights up the political psychology of the British Empire at the close of the 19th century very vividly. The history of the last half-century is not to be understood without an understanding of the mental twist which this story exemplifies. The 2 boys who are tortured are bullies. That is the excuse of their tormentors, and these latter have further been incited to the orgy by a clergyman. Nothing can restrain the gusto with which they and Mr. Kipling set about the job. Before resorting to torture, the teaching seems to be, see that you pump up a little justifiable moral indignation, and all will be well. If you have the authorities on your side, then you cannot be to blame. Such, apparently, is the simple doctrine of this typical imperialist. But every bully has, to the best of his ability, followed that doctrine since the human animal developed sufficient intelligence to be consciously cruel. Another point in the story is very significant indeed. The headmaster and his clerical assistant are both represented as being privy to the affair. They want this bullying to occur. Instead of exercising their own authority, they use these boys, who are Mr. Kipling's heroes, to punish the 2 victims. Headmaster and clergyman turn a deaf ear to the complaints of an indignant mother. All this Mr. Kipling represents as a most desirable state of affairs. In this we have the key to the ugliest, most retrogressive, and finally fatal idea of modern imperialism, the idea of a tacit conspiracy between the law and illegal violence. Just as the Tsardom wrecked itself at last by a furtive encouragement of the ruffians of the Black Hundreds, who massacred Jews and other people supposed to be inimical to the Tsar, so the good name of the British imperial government has been tainted and is still tainted by an illegal raid made by Dr. Jameson into the Transvaal before the Boer War, and by the adventures, which we shall presently describe, of Sir Edward Carson and Mr. F.E. Smith, now Lord Birkenhead, in Ireland. By such treasons against their subjects, empires destroy themselves. The true strength of rulers and empires lies not in armies and emotions, but in the belief of men that they are inflexibly open and truthful and legal. So soon as a government departs from that standard, it ceases to be anything more than the gang in possession, and its days are numbered. It was just this dignity of government which the crude Darwinism and the Kiplingism of the later Victorian years were destroying. Competition and survival were accepted as the basal facts of life. War is the natural state of nations, said a popular London Men's Weekly the other day, with an air of repeating something universally known. Peace is only the interval of rest and preparation between wars. In accordance with such ideas, the growing boy was exhorted to be loyal to his school and contemptuous of other schools, loyal to his class against other classes, loyal to his nation and contemptuous and fierce towards other nations, loyal to the English-speaking peoples and contemptuous and hostile to the German or French-speaking. His instinct for brotherhood was narrowed and debased. The universal brotherhood of mankind was laughed to scorn. All life was bickering, he was taught. And yet the whole course of history has shown that the bickering nations perish, and that the alliances and coalescences of peoples and nations ensure the life they comprehend. So the Darwinian crisis continued that destruction of Christian prestige, which the narrowness of priestcraft, and the consequent division of Christendom among the monarchist and national Protestant churches of the Reformation had begun, and at a time when man's need for pacifying and unifying ideas was greater than it had ever been. Just when men of different races and languages and political ideas were being brought by the mechanical revolution to a closeness of contact and a power of mutual injury undreamt of before, the authority of the doctrines by which men had hitherto transcended tribal and local limitations was undermined. Just when different classes were being aroused to a fierce realization of mutual economic antagonism, the fundamental teaching of brotherhood was discredited and a pseudo-scientific sanction given to self-seeking and oppression. From this stage onward, the historian can tell no longer of ordinary clerical Christianity as a power in men's affairs. In politics and social questions, the appeal to its standards ceased. Yet never was there so imperative a demand in the world of men for a common basis upon which they could work together, a common conception of aim in which they could lose themselves. We shall find great masses of people inspired to passionate devotion by ideas of nationalism, of imperialism, of class-conscious socialism. But official and orthodox Christianity no longer inspired. Men would no longer live by it or die for it. This paradoxical final decline of a universal faith in the westernized world, just when men were being drawn together by the mechanical revolution into one inseparable political and economic system, may have been due entirely to the coincidence of that revolution with destructive scientific discovery. Or it may also have been accelerated by the irritations produced by the sudden close clashing with unfamiliar peoples and races. It may have been a merely temporary decline due to the need for a sloughing off of the outworn theology and antique sacerdotalism, which confined its appeal to the Western world, preparatory to a reconstruction of religious statement upon simpler worldwide lines. It may have been merely a cleansing of the teachings of Jesus of Nazareth from theological and ceremonial accretions. Upon such may-have-beens we can speculate here, but we cannot decide. History can deal with the small beginnings in the past of the great things of the present, but in the present only with what is plain and obvious. We cannot tell what seeds of the future may not be germinating already amidst our present confusions. Section 7. The vast changes we have been recording in the range of human power and intercourse constitute the fundamental realities of 19th century history. But the atlas and political history of a time do not show what is being made, but what has been made and what is still going on. The formal history of the latter half of the 19th century is not so much concerned with these permanent changes in human affairs as with the schemes of foreign offices and the continuing exploits of the great powers. The men who were discovering, inventing, developing inventions and working out ideas were far too busy and far too few for effective interference in public affairs. The diplomatists, politicians, and statesmen, on the other hand, were far too occupied with their established interplay of nations and parties to heed what the contemporary mind was doing. The Earl of Beaconsfield, 1804-81, a leading British statesman, remarked of the Darwinian controversy that it seemed to be a dispute whether men were descended from apes or angels, and that for his part he was on the side of the angels, a sprightly saying which added greatly to his reputation. His rival, Gladstone, 1809-98, was of a more serious quality, and in the habit of plunging during his vacations heavily and conspicuously into intellectual affairs. Among other such exploits, he joined in public controversy with Huxley upon Huxley's own subject. He revealed ideas derived from Buffon, died 1788, uncontaminated by any later influence. The whole field of modern discovery, says Lecky in his Democracy and Liberty, was outside his range. When this Mr. Gladstone was taken by Sir John Lubbock to see Charles Darwin, he talked all the time of Bulgarian politics, and was evidently quite unaware of the real importance of the man he was visiting. Darwin, Lord Morley records, expressed himself as deeply sensible of the honor done him by the visit of such a great man. But he offered no comments on the Bulgarian discourse. Faraday, the English electrician, whose work lives wherever a dynamo spins, who is in the aeroplane, the deep-sea cable, the lights that light the ways of the world, and wherever electricity serves our kind, was also visited by Gladstone when the latter was Chancellor of the Exchequer. The man of science tried in vain to explain some simple piece of apparatus to this fine flower of the parliamentary world. "But," said Mr. Gladstone, "after all, what good is it?" "Why, sir," said Faraday, doing his best to bring things home to him, "presently you will be able to tax it." Mr. Gladstone was one of the most central and representative politician-statesmen of the later 19th century, and it will be worthwhile to devote a paragraph, or so, to his ideas and intellectual limitations. They will help us to understand better the astonishing irrelevance of the political life of this period to the realities that rose about it. He was a person of exceptional intellectual vigor. He had flashes of real insight, but his circumstances and temperament conspired against his ever attaining any real vision of the world in which he lived. He was the son of Sir John Gladstone, a West Indian slaveholder, the mortality among whose slaves was a matter of debate in the House of Commons. He was educated at Eton College and at Christ Church, Oxford, and his mind never recovered from the process. We have already told how, after the Reformation, the English universities ceased to be the organs of the general intellectual life and shrank to be merely the educational preserves of the aristocracy and the church. Jews, Roman Catholics, dissenters, skeptics, and all forms of intellectual activity were carefully barred out from those almost extinguished lamps of learning. Their mathematical work was poor, a series of exercises in the mere patience games and formulae writing of lower mathematics. Science they despised and excluded, and their staple training was the study, without any archaeology or historical perspective, of the more rhetorical and poetic of the Latin and Greek classics. Such a training prepared men not so much to tackle and solve the problems of life, as to plaster them over with more or less apt quotations. It turned the mind away from living contemporary things. It showed the world reflected in a distorting mirror of bad historical analogies. All the faded convergences of history were refracted into false parallels. The British Parliament was thought of as a senate. Statesmen postured as patricians and equestrians. The new industrial population, now learning to read and think for itself, was transfigured into the likeness of the illiterate savage and privileged citizen mob of later Republican Rome. It was natural, therefore, that at the Oxford Union Society, young Gladstone should distinguish himself by an eloquent speech against the threatened reform of the worst electoral abuses. See Chapter Roman 34. Section 2, should contest the immediate emancipation of the parental slave slavery, he said, was sanctioned by Holy Scripture, and should oppose on religious grounds the removal of the disabilities of the Jews. He was returned to Parliament as Tory member for Newark in 1832, promising to resist that growing desire for change which threatened to produce, along with partial good, a melancholy preponderance of mischief. In his first Parliament, he distinguished himself by his opposition to the admission of religious dissenters to the universities. Here we have a mind manifestly of a tradition and makeup akin to that of the framers of the Holy Alliance, a mind set steadfastly against all the vast creative tendencies of the 19th century world, as though they were no more than a mere mischievous restlessness of slaves and lower-class persons that would presently be allayed. But because of the streak of insight in his composition, Gladstone did not remain set in a course of pure conservatism. He presently began to realize the strength of the stream upon which things were being carried forward. His intelligence, in spite of its perversion, set itself to grasp the real forms of the torrent of change about him. He was a man of great ambitions and immense energy. His animosity against his brilliant and flippant Jewish rival, Disraeli, afterwards Lord Beaconsfield, who was becoming a leader amid the shifting of groups and parties, swung this man who had been the rising hope of the stern, unbending Tories, more and more into a liberal attitude. He began to express belief in the people, to support extensions of the franchise, to cultivate the esteem of the dissenters, and, as Chancellor of the Exchequer, to shift the burthen of taxation from the food and comforts of the new classes of needy voters that the franchise extensions were bringing into the political world. It is clear that for some years he was profoundly perplexed by the deep forces that evidently lay beneath the stir and thrust of international politics. Then he became a great exponent of a half-true theory, the theory of nationalism, that has played and still plays an intensely mischievous part in the world. We have already pointed out that there must be a natural political map of the world, which gives the best possible geographical divisions for human administrations. Any other political division of the world than this natural political map will necessarily be a misfit, and must produce stresses of hostility and insurrection tending to shift boundaries in the direction indicated by the natural political map. These would seem to be self-evident propositions were it not that the diplomatists at Vienna evidently neither believed nor understood anything of the sort, and thought themselves as free to carve up the world as one is free to carve up such a boneless structure as a cheese. Nor were these propositions evident to Mr. Gladstone. Most of the upheavals and conflicts that began in Europe, as the world recovered from the exhaustion of the Napoleonic Wars, were quite obviously attempts of the ordinary common men to get rid of governments that were such misfits as to be in many cases intolerable. Generally, the existing governments were misfits throughout Europe because they were not socially representative, and so they were hampering production and wasting human possibilities. But when there were added to these universal annoyances differences of religion and racial culture between rulers and ruled, as in most of Ireland, differences in race and language, as in Austrian North Italy and throughout most of the Austrian Empire, or differences in all these respects, as in Poland and the Turkish Empire in Europe, the exasperation drove towards bloodshed. Europe was a system of governing machines abominably adjusted. But Mr. Gladstone was no patient mechanic set upon easing and righting the clumsy injuries of those stupid adjustments. He was a white-faced, black-haired man of incredible energy, with eyes like an eagle, wrath almost divine, and the finest baritone voice in Europe. He apprehended these things romantically, therefore, in a manner suitable for passionate treatment in large halls. He was blind to the pitiful and wonderful reality of mankind, to these millions and millions of ill-informed, ill-equipped, inexpressive, and divided human beings, mostly very willing, could they but do it, to live righteously and well. He fixed his eagle eye on a fantastic vision of nations rightly struggling to be free. What is a nation? What is nationality? He never paused to ask. No one under the spell of that fine baritone paused to ask. But historians must stand to the questions a politician can evade. If our story of the world has demonstrated anything, it has demonstrated the mingling of races and peoples, the instability of human divisions, the swirling variety of human groups and human ideas of association. A nation, it has been said, is an accumulation of human beings who think they are one people, but we are told that Ireland is a nation, and Protestant Ulster certainly does not share that idea, and Italy did not think it was one people until long after its unity was accomplished. When the writer was in Italy in 1916, people were saying, "This war will make us one nation." Again, are the English a nation, or have they merged into a British nationality? Scotchmen do not seem to believe very much in this British nationality. It cannot be a community of race or language that constitutes a nation, because the Gaels and the Lowlanders make up the Scotch nation. It cannot be a common religion, for England has scores, nor a common literature, or why is Britain separated from the United States and the Argentine Republic from Spain. We may suggest that a nation is in effect any assembly, mixture, or confusion of people which is either afflicted by or wishes to be afflicted by a foreign office of its own, in order that it should behave collectively as if it alone constituted humanity. We have already in Chapter 36, Section 6, traced the development of the Machiavellian monarchies into the rule of their foreign offices, playing the part of powers. The nationality, which Mr. Gladstone made his guiding political principle, is really no more than the romantic and emotional exaggeration of the stresses produced by the discord of the natural political map with unsuitable political arrangements. These stresses could be used for the benefit of this power or the detriment of that. Illustration: tribal gods' national symbols for which men would die of the 19th century. John Bull, Britannia, Germania, France, Kathleen Nye Houlihan. Throughout the 19th century, and particularly throughout its latter half, there has been a great working up of this nationalism in the world. All men are by nature partisans and patriots, but the natural tribalism of men in the 19th century was unnaturally exaggerated. It was fretted and overstimulated and inflamed and forced into the nationalist mold. Nationalism was taught in schools, emphasized by newspapers, preached and mocked and sung into men. Men were brought to feel that they were as improper without a nationality as without their clothes in a crowded assembly. Oriental peoples who had never heard of nationality before took to it as they took to the cigarettes and bowler hats of the West. India, a galaxy of contrasted races, religions, and cultures, Dravidian, Mongolian, and Aryan, became a nation. There were perplexing cases, of course, as when a young White-Capel Jew had to decide whether he belonged to the British or the Jewish nation. Caricature and political cartoons played a large part in this elevation of the cult of these newer and bigger tribal gods, for such indeed the modern nations are to their ascendancy over the imagination of the 19th century. If one turns over the pages of Punch, that queer contemporary record of the British soul, which has lasted now since 1841, one finds the figures of Britannia, Hibernia, France and Germania embracing, disputing, reproving, rejoicing, grieving. It greatly helped the diplomatists to carry on their game of great powers to convey politics in this form to the doubting general intelligence. To the common man, resentful that his son should be sent abroad to be shot, it was made clear that instead of this being merely the result of the obstinacy and greed of two foreign offices, it was really a necessary part of a righteous, inevitable, gigantic struggle between two of these dim, vast divinities. France had been wronged by Germania, or Italia was showing a proper spirit to Austria. The boy's death ceased to appear an outrage on common sense. It assumed a sort of mythological dignity. And insurrection could clothe itself in the same romantic habiliments as diplomacy. Ireland became a Cinderella goddess, Kathleen ny Houlihan, full of heart-rending and unforgivable wrongs, and young India transcended its realities in the worship of Band Mataram. The essential idea of 19th-century nationalism was the legitimate claim of every nation to complete sovereignty, the claim of every nation to manage all its affairs within its own territory, regardless of any other nation. The flaw in this idea is that the affairs and interests of every modern community extend to the uttermost parts of the earth. The assassination of Sarajevo in 1914, for example, which caused the Great War, produced the utmost distress among the Indian tribes of Labrador because that war interrupted the marketing of the furs upon which they relied for such necessities as ammunition, without which they could not get sufficient food. A world of independent sovereign nations means, therefore, a world of perpetual injuries, a world of states constantly preparing for or waging war. But concurrently and discordantly, with the preaching of this nationalism, of which Gladstone was the outstanding exponent, there was, among the stronger nationalities, a vigorous propagation of another set of ideas, the ideas of imperialism, in which a powerful and advanced nation was conceded the right to dominate a group of other less advanced nations, or less politically developed nations, or peoples whose nationality was still undeveloped, who were expected by the dominating nation to be grateful for its protection and dominance. This use of the word empire was evidently a different one from its former universal significance. The new empires did not even pretend to be a continuation of the world empire of Rome. The leading spirit in British imperialism was Lord Beaconsfield, Gladstone's antagonist. These two ideas of nationality, and as the crown of national success, empire, ruled European political thought, ruled indeed the political thought of the world throughout the latter half of the 19th century, and ruled it to the practical exclusion of any wider conception of a common human welfare. They were plausible and dangerously unsound working ideas. They represented nothing fundamental and unalterable in human nature, and they failed to meet the new needs of world controls and world security that the mechanical revolution was every day making more imperative. They were accepted because people in general had neither the sweeping views that a scientific study of history can give, nor had they any longer the comprehensive charity of a world religion. Their danger to all the routines of ordinary life was not realized until it was too late. Section 8. After the middle of the 19th century, this world of new powers and old ideas, this fermenting new wine in the old bottles of diplomacy, broke out through the flimsy restraints of the Treaty of Vienna into a series of wars. By an ironical accident, the new system of disturbances was preceded by a peace festival in London, the Great Exhibition of 1851. The moving spirit in this exhibition was Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, the nephew of Leopold I, the German king who had been placed upon the Belgian throne in 1831, and who was also the maternal uncle of the young Queen Victoria of England. She had become queen in 1837 at the age of 18. The two young cousins they were of the same age had married in 1840 under their uncle's auspices, and Prince Albert was known to the British as the Prince Consort. He was a young man of sound intelligence and exceptional education, and he seems to have been greatly shocked by the mental stagnation into which England had sunken. Oxford and Cambridge, those once starry centers, were still recovering, but slowly from the intellectual ebb of the later 18th century. At neither university did the annual matriculations number more than 400. The examinations were for the most part mere viva voce ceremonies. Except for two colleges in London, the University of London, and one in Durham, This was all the education on a university footing that England had to offer. It was very largely the initiative of this scandalized young German, who had married the British Queen, which produced the University Commission of 1850. And it was with a view to waking up England further that he promoted the first international exhibition, which was to afford some opportunity for a comparison of the artistic and industrial products of the various European nations. The project was bitterly opposed. In the House of Commons, it was prophesied that England would be overrun by foreign rogues and revolutionaries who would corrupt the morals of the people and destroy all faith and loyalty in the country. The exhibition was held in Hyde Park in a great building of glass and iron which afterwards was re-erected as the Crystal Palace. Financially, it was a great success. It made many English people realize for the first time that theirs was not the only industrial country in the world, and that commercial prosperity was not a divinely appointed British monopoly. There was the clearest evidence of a Europe recovering steadily from the devastation of the Napoleonic Wars and rapidly overtaking the British lead in trade and manufacture. It was followed directly by the organization of a science and art department, 1853, to recover, if possible, the educational leeway that Britain had lost. The exhibition released a considerable amount of international talk and sentiment. It had already found expression in the work of such young poets as Tennyson, who had glanced down the vista of the future. Till the war drums throbbed no longer, and the battle flags were furled in the Parliament of Man, the federation of the world. There was much shallow optimism on the part of comfortable people just then. Peace seemed to be more secure than it had been for a long time. The social gales of 1848 had blown, and, it seemed, blown themselves out. Nowhere had the revolution succeeded. In France it had been betrayed a second time by a Bonaparte, a nephew of the first Napoleon, but a much more supple and intelligent man. He had posed as a revolutionary while availing himself of the glamour of his name. He had twice attempted raids on France during the Orleans monarchy. He had written a manual of artillery to link himself to his uncle's prestige, and he had also published an account of what he alleged to be Napoleonic views, des idées napoléoniennes, in which he jumbled up socialism, socialistic reform, and pacificism with the Napoleonic legend. The Republic of 1848 was soon in difficulties with crude labor experiments, and in October he was able to re-enter the country and stand for election as president. He took an oath as president to be faithful to the Democratic Republic and to regard as enemies all who attempted to change the form of government. In 2 years' time, December 1852, he was Emperor of the French. At first, he was regarded with considerable suspicion by Queen Victoria, or rather by Baron Stockmar, the friend and servant of King Leopold of Belgium, and the keeper of the international conscience of the British Queen and her consort. All this group of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha people had a reasonable and generous enthusiasm for the unity and well-being of Germany upon liberal lines, and they were disposed to be alarmed at this Bonapartist revival. Lord Palmerston, the British foreign minister, was, on the other hand, friendly with the usurper from the outset. He offended the Queen by sending amiable dispatches to the French president without submitting them for her examination, and so giving her sufficient time to consult Stockmar upon them, and he was obliged to resign. But subsequently the British court veered round to a more cordial attitude to the new adventurer. The opening years of his reign promised a liberal monarchy rather than a Napoleonic career, a government of cheap bread, great public works, and holidays, and he expressed himself warmly in favor of the idea of nationalism, which was naturally a very acceptable idea to any liberal German intelligence. There had been a brief all-German parliament at Frankfurt in 1848, which was overthrown in 1849 by the Prussian monarchy. This conflict between Palmerston and the Crown is interesting, because it shows the way in which the aristocratic ruling class of the crowned Republic of the Britain of the early Georges was now, with an uneasy democracy below it, an educated royal consort above, and an education which had not kept pace with the times, losing power to the renascent energy of the Crown. A Stockmar would have been impossible in the reigns of George I or George Roman II, or in a 19th-century Great Britain with a reasonably well-educated peerage. Before 1840, all the great European courts of the Vienna settlement had been kept in a kind of alliance by the fear of a second and more universal democratic revolution. After the revolutionary failures of 1848, this fear was lifted, and they were free to resume the scheming and counter-scheming of the days before 1789 with the vastly more powerful armies and fleets the first Napoleonic phase had given them. The game of great powers was resumed with zest after an interval of 60 years, and it continued until it produced the catastrophe of 1914. The Tsar of Russia, Nicholas I, was the first to move towards war. He resumed the traditional thrust of Peter the Great towards Constantinople. Nicholas invented the phrase of the sick man of Europe for the Sultan, and, finding an excuse in the misgovernment of the Christian population of the Turkish Empire, he occupied the Danubian principalities in 1853. European diplomatists found themselves with a question of quite the 18th century pattern. The designs of Russia were understood to clash with the designs of France in Syria, and to threaten the Mediterranean route to India of Great Britain, and the outcome was an alliance of France and England to bolster up Turkey and a war, the Crimean War, which ended in the repulse of Russia. One might have thought that the restraint of Russia was rather the business of Austria and Germany, but the passion of the foreign offices of France and England for burning their fingers in Russian affairs has always been very difficult to control. The next phase of interest in this revival of the great power drama was the exploitation by the Emperor Napoleon Roman III and the king of the small kingdom of Sardinia in North Italy, of the inconveniences and miseries of the divided state of Italy, and particularly of the Austrian rule in the north. The king of Sardinia, Victor Emmanuel, made an old-time bargain for Napoleon's help in return for the provinces of Nice and Savoy. The war between France and Sardinia on the one hand, and Austria on the other, broke out in 1859 and was over in a few weeks. The Austrians were badly beaten at Magenta and Solferino. Then, being threatened by Prussia on the Rhine, Napoleon made peace, leaving Sardinia the richer for Lombardy. The next move in the game of Victor Emmanuel, and of his chief minister Cavour, was an insurrectionary movement in Sicily led by the great Italian patriot Garibaldi. Sicily and Naples were liberated, and all Italy, except only Rome, which remained loyal to the Pope, and Venetia, which was held by the Austrians, fell to the King of Sardinia. A general Italian parliament met at Turin in 1861, and Victor Emmanuel became the first king of Italy. But now the interest in this game of European diplomacy shifted to Germany. Already the common sense of the natural political map had asserted itself. In 1848, all Germany, including, of course, German Austria, was for a time united under the Frankfurt Parliament. But that sort of union was particularly offensive to all the German courts and foreign offices. They did not want a Germany united by the will of its people. They wanted Germany united by regal and diplomatic action as Italy was being united. In 1848, the German Parliament had insisted that the largely German provinces of Schleswig-Holstein, which had been in the German Bund, must belong to Germany. It had ordered the Prussian army to occupy them, and the King of Prussia had refused to take his orders from the German Parliament, and so had precipitated the downfall of that body. Now the King of Denmark, Christian Roman IX, for no conceivable motive except the natural folly of kings, embarked upon a campaign of annoyance against the Germans in these two duchies. Prussian affairs were then very much in the hands of a minister of the 17th century type, von Bismarck, Count in 1865, Prince in 1871, and he saw brilliant opportunities in this trouble. He became the champion of the German nationality in these duchies. It must be remembered that the King of Prussia had refused to undertake this role for democratic Germany in 1848, and he persuaded Austria to side with Prussia in a military intervention. Denmark had no chance against these great powers. She was easily beaten and obliged to relinquish the duchies. Then Bismarck picked a quarrel with Austria for the possession of these two small states. So he brought about a needless and fratricidal war of Germans for the greater glory of Prussia and the ascendancy of the Hohenzollern dynasty in Germany. German writers of a romantic turn of mind represent Bismarck as a great statesman planning the unity of Germany, but indeed he was doing nothing of the kind. The unity of Germany was a reality in 1848. It was and is in the nature of things. The Prussian monarchy was simply delaying the inevitable in order to seem to achieve it in Prussian fashion. That is why, when at last Germany was unified, instead of bearing the likeness of a modern civilized people, it presented itself to the world with the face of this archaic Bismarck, with a fierce mustache, huge jackboots, a spiked helmet, and a sword. In this war between Prussia and Austria, Prussia had for an ally Italy. Most of the smaller German states, who dreaded the schemes of Prussia, fought on the side of Austria. The reader will naturally want to know why Napoleon Roman III did not grasp this admirable occasion for statecraft and come into the war to his own advantage. All the rules of the great power game required that he should. But Napoleon, unhappily for himself, had got his fingers in a trap on the other side of the Atlantic and was in no position to intervene. In order to understand the entanglement of this shifty gentleman, it is necessary to explain that the discord in interests between the northern and southern states of the American Union, due to the economic differences based on slavery, had at last led to open civil war. The federal system established in 1789 had to fight the secessionist efforts of the confederated slaveholding states. We have traced the causes of that great struggle in Chapter 37, Section 6. Its course we cannot relate here, nor tell how President Lincoln, born 1809, died 1865, president from 1861, rose to greatness, how the Republic was cleansed from the stain of slavery, and how the federal government of the Union was preserved. For 4 long years, 1861-65, this war swung to and fro, through the rich woods and over the hills of Virginia between Washington and Richmond, until at last the secessionist left was thrust back and broken, and Sherman, the Unionist general, swept across Georgia to the sea in the rear of the main Confederate secessionist armies. All the elements of reaction in Europe rejoiced during the 4 years of Republican dissension. The British aristocracy openly sided with the Confederate states, and the British government permitted several privateers, and particularly the Alabama, to be launched in England to attack the federal shipping. Napoleon Roman III was even more rash in his assumption that after all the New World had fallen before the Old. The sure shield of the Monroe Doctrine, it seemed to him, was thrust aside for good. The great powers might meddle again in America, and the blessings of an adventurous monarchy be restored there. A pretext for interference was found in certain liberties taken with the property of foreigners by the Mexican president. A joint expedition of French, British, and Spanish occupied Vera Cruz, but Napoleon's projects were too bold for his allies, and they withdrew when it became clear that he contemplated nothing less than the establishment of a Mexican empire. This he did, after much stiff fighting, making the Archduke Maximilian of Austria Emperor of Mexico in 1864. The French forces, however, remained in effectual possession of the country, and a crowd of French speculators poured into Mexico to exploit its mines and resources. But in April 1865, the Civil War in the United States was brought to an end by the surrender of the great Southern commander, General Lee, at Appomattox Courthouse, and the little group of eager Europeans in possession of Mexico found themselves faced by the victorious federal government, in a thoroughly grim mood, with a large, dangerous-looking army in hand. The French imperialists were bluntly given the alternative of war with the United States or clearing out of America. In effect, this was an instruction to go. This was the entanglement which prevented Napoleon Roman III from interference between Prussia and Austria in 1866, and this was the reason why Bismarck precipitated his struggle with Austria. While Prussia was fighting Austria, Napoleon Roman III was trying to escape with dignity from the briars of Mexico. He invented a shabby quarrel upon financial grounds with Maximilian and withdrew the French troops. Then, by all the rules of kingship, Maximilian should have abdicated, but instead he made a fight for his empire. He was defeated by his recalcitrant subjects, caught, and shot as a public nuisance in 1867. So the peace of President Monroe was restored to the New World. There remained only one monarchy in America, the Empire of Brazil, where a branch of the Portuguese royal family continued to reign until 1889. In that year, the emperor was quietly packed off to Paris, and Brazil came into line with the rest of the continent. But while Napoleon was busy with his American adventure, Prussia and Italy were snatching victory over the Austrians, 1866. Italy was badly beaten at Custoza and in the naval Battle of Lissa, but the Austrian army was so crushed by the Prussian at the Battle of Sado that Austria made an abject surrender. Italy gained the province of Venetia, so making one more step towards unity only Rome and Trieste, and a few small towns on the north and northwestern frontiers remained, and Prussia became the head of a North German confederation, from which Bavaria, Württemberg, Baden, Hesse, and Austria were excluded. 4 years later came the next step towards the natural political map of Europe, when Napoleon Roman III plunged into war against Prussia. A kind of self-destroying foolishness urged him to do this. He came near to this war in 1867, so soon as he was free from Mexico, by demanding Luxembourg for France. He embarked upon it in 1870, when a cousin of the King of Prussia became a candidate for the vacant throne of Spain. Napoleon had some theory in his mind that Austria, Bavaria, Württemberg, and the other states outside the North German Confederation would side with him against Prussia. He probably thought this would happen because he wanted it to happen. But since 1848 the Germans, so far as foreign meddling was concerned, had been in spirit a united people. Bismarck was merely imposing the Hohenzollern monarchy, with pomp, ceremony, and bloodshed, upon accomplished facts. All Germany sided with Prussia. Early in August 1870, the united German forces invaded France. After the battles of Worth and Gravelotte, one French army under Bazaine was forced into Metz and surrounded there, and on September 1st, a second, with which was Napoleon, was defeated and obliged to capitulate at Sedan. Paris found herself bare to the invader. For a second time, the promises of Napoleonism had failed France disastrously. On September 4th, France declared herself a republic again, and thus regenerated, prepared to fight for existence against triumphant Prunism. For though it was a united Germany that had overcome French imperialism, it had Prussia in the saddle. The army in Metz capitulated in October. Paris, after a siege and bombardment, surrendered in January 1871. With pomp and ceremony, in the Hall of Mirrors at Versailles, amidst a great array of military uniforms, the King of Prussia was declared German Emperor, and Bismarck and the sword of the Hohenzollerns claimed the credit for that German unity which a common language and literature had long since assured. The Peace of Frankfurt was a Hohenzollern peace. Bismarck had availed himself of the national feeling of Germany to secure the aid of the South German states, but he had no grasp of the essential forces that had given victory to him and to his royal master. The power that had driven Prussia to victory was the power of the natural political map of Europe, insisting upon the unity of the German-speaking peoples. In the East, Germany was already sinning against that natural map by her administration of Posen and other Polish districts. Now greedy for territory, and particularly for iron mines, she annexed a considerable area of French-speaking Lorraine, including Metz and Alsace, which, in spite of its German speech, was largely French in sympathy. Inevitably, there was a clash between German rulers and French subjects in these annexed provinces. Inevitably, the wrongs and bitterness of the subjugated France of Lorraine echoed in Paris and kept alive the passionate resentment of the French. The natural map had already secured political recognition in the Austrian Empire after Sadowa, 1866. Hungary, which had been subordinated to Austria, was erected into a kingdom on an equal footing with Austria, and the Empire of Austria had become the dual monarchy of Austria-Hungary. But in the southeast of this empire, and over the Turkish Empire, the boundaries and subjugations of the conquest period still remained. A fresh upthrust of the natural map began in 1875, when the Christian races in the Balkans, and particularly the Bulgarians, became restless and insurgent. The Turks adopted violent repressive measures and embarked upon massacres of Bulgarians on an enormous scale. Thereupon Russia intervened, 1877, and after a year of costly warfare obliged the Turks to sign the Treaty of San Stefano, which was, on the whole, a sensible treaty, breaking up the artificial Turkish Empire and to a large extent establishing the natural map. But it had become the tradition of British policy to thwart the designs of Russia, heaven knows why. Whenever Russia appeared to have a design, and the British Foreign Office, under the premiership of Lord Beaconsfield, intervened with a threat of war if a considerable restoration of the Turks, facilities for exaction, persecution, and massacre was not made. For a time, war seemed very probable. The British music halls, those lamps to British foreign policy, were lit with patriotic fire, and the London errand boy on his rounds was inspired to chant, with the simple dignity of a great people conscious of its high destinies, a song declaring that, "We don't want to fight, but by jingo, if we do, we got the ships, we got the men, we got the money too." And so on to a climax. The Russians shall not ave Constantino plea. In consequence of this British opposition, a conference was assembled in 1878 at Berlin to revise the Treaty of San Stefano. Chiefly in the interests of the Turkish and Austrian monarchies, the British acquired the island of Cyprus, to which they had no sort of right whatever, and which has never been of the slightest use to them, and Lord Beaconsfield returned triumphantly from the Berlin Conference, to the extreme exasperation of Mr. Gladstone, with what the British were given to understand at the time was peace with honor. This Treaty of Berlin was the second main factor, the Peace of Frankfurt being the first, in bringing about the Great War of 1914–18. These 30 years after 1848 are years of very great interest to the student of international political methods. Released from their terror of a worldwide insurrection of the common people, the governments of Europe were doing their best to resume the game of great powers that had been so rudely interrupted by the American and French revolutions. But it looked much more like the old game than it was in reality. The mechanical revolution was making war a far more complete disturbance of the general life than it had ever been before, and the proceedings of the diplomatists were ruled, in spite of their efforts to disregard the fact, by imperatives that Charles V and Louis Roman XIV had never known. Irritation with misgovernment was capable of far better organization and far more effective expression than it had ever been before. Statesmen dressed this up as the work of the spirit of nationalism, but there were times and occasions when that costume wore very thin. The grand monarchs of the 17th and 18th centuries had seemed to be free to do this or that, to make war or to keep the peace, to conquer this province or cede that as they willed. But such a ruler as Napoleon Roman III went from one proceeding to another with something of the effect of a man who feels his way among things unseen. Illustration: Map of the Balkans to illustrate the Treaty of Berlin 1878. None of these European governments in the 19th century was in fact a free agent. We look today at the maps of Europe since 1814, we compare them with the natural map, and we see that the game the great powers played was indeed a game of foregone conclusions. Whatever arrangements they made that were in accordance with the natural political map of the world and the trend towards educational democracy held, and whatever arrangements they made contrary to these things collapsed. We are forced, therefore, to the conclusion that all the diplomatic fussing, posturing, and scheming, all the intrigue and bloodshed of these years, all the monstrous turmoil and waste of kings and armies, all the wonderful attitudes, deeds, and schemes of the Cavours, Bismarcks, Disraelis, Bonapartes, and the like great men, might very well have been avoided altogether had Europe but had the sense to instruct a small body of ordinarily honest ethnologists, geographers, and sociologists to draw out its proper boundaries and prescribe suitable forms of government in a reasonable manner. The Romantic phase in history had come to an end. A new age was beginning with new and greater imperatives, and these 19th century statesmen were but pretending to control events. Section 9. We have suggested that in the political history of Europe between 1848 and 1878, the mechanical revolution was not yet producing any very revolutionary changes. The post-revolutionary great powers were still going on within boundaries of practically the same size and with much the same formalities as they had done in pre-revolutionary times. But where the increased speed and certainty of transport and telegraphic communications were already producing very considerable changes of condition and method was in the overseas enterprises of Britain and the other European powers, and in the reaction of Asia and Africa to Europe. Illustration: Comparative maps of Asia, A as part of Hemisphere B, on Mercator's projection to show relative sizes of Asiatic Russia and India in the two cases. The end of the 18th century was a period of disrupting empires and disillusioned expansionists. The long and tedious journey between Britain and Spain and their colonies in America prevented any really free coming and going between the homeland and the daughter lands, and so the colonies separated into new and distinct communities, with distinctive ideas and interests and even modes of speech. As they grew, they strained more and more at the feeble and uncertain link of shipping that joined them. Weak trading posts in the wilderness, like those of France in Canada, or trading establishments in great alien communities, like those of Britain in India, might well cling for bare existence to the nation which gave them support and a reason for their existence. That much and no more seemed to many thinkers in the early part of the 19th century to be the limit set to overseas rule. In 1820, the sketchy great European empires, outside of Europe that had figured so bravely in the maps of the middle 18th century, had shrunken to very small dimensions. Only the Russians sprawled as large as ever across Asia. It sprawled much larger in the imaginations of many Europeans than in reality, because of their habit of studying the geography of the world upon Mercator's projection, which enormously exaggerated the size of Siberia. The British Empire in 1815 consisted of the thinly populated coastal river and lake regions of Canada, and a great hinterland of wilderness in which the only settlements as yet were the fur trading stations of the Hudson Bay Company, about a third of the Indian Peninsula. Under the rule of the East India Company, the coast districts of the Cape of Good Hope inhabited by blacks and rebellious-spirited Dutch settlers. A few trading stations on the coast of West Africa, the Rock of Gibraltar, the island of Malta, Jamaica, a few minor slave labor possessions in the West Indies, British Guiana in South America, and on the other side of the world, 2 dumps for convicts at Botany Bay in Australia and in Tasmania. Spain retained Cuba and a few settlements in the Philippine Islands. Portugal had in Africa some vestiges of her ancient claims. Holland had various islands and possessions in the East Indies and Dutch Guiana, and Denmark an island or so in the West Indies. France had 1 or 2 West Indian islands and French Guiana. This seemed to be as much as the European powers needed or were likely to acquire of the rest of the world. Only the East Indian Company showed any spirit of expansion. Illustration: the British Empire in 1815. In India, as we have already told, a peculiar empire was being built up, not by the British peoples, nor by the British government, but by this company of private adventurers with their monopoly and royal charter. The company had been forced to become a military and political power during the years of Indian division and insecurity that followed the breakup of India after the death of Aurangzeb in 1707. It had learnt to trade in states and peoples during the 18th century. Clive founded, Warren Hastings organized, this strange new sort of empire. French rivalry was defeated, as we have already told. And by 1798, Lord Mornington, afterwards the Marquis Wellesley, the elder brother of that General Wellesley who became the Duke of Wellington, became Governor-General of India, and set the policy of the company definitely upon the line of replacing the fading empire of the Grand Mogul by its own rule. Napoleon's expedition to Egypt was a direct attack upon the empire of this British company. While Europe was busy with the Napoleonic Wars, the East India Company, under a succession of governors-general, was playing much the same role in India that had been played before by Turkoman and such-like invaders from the north. And after the Peace of Vienna it went on, levying its revenues, making wars, sending ambassadors to Asiatic powers. A quasi-independent state, a state, however, with a marked disposition to send wealth westward. In Chapter 36, Section 9, we have sketched the breakup of the empire of the Great Mogul and the appearance of the Maratha states, the Rajput principalities, the Moslem kingdoms of Oudh and Bengal, and the Sikhs. We cannot tell here in any detail how the British company made its way to supremacy, sometimes as the ally of this power, sometimes as that, and finally as the conqueror of all. Its power spread to Assam, Sindh, Oudh. The map of India began to take on the outlines familiar to the English schoolboy of today. A patchwork of native states embraced and held together by the great provinces under direct British rule. Now, as this strange, unprecedented empire of the company grew in the period between 1800 and 1858, the mechanical revolution was quietly abolishing the great distance that had once separated India and Britain. In the old days, the rule of the company had interfered little in the domestic life of the Indian states. It had given India foreign overlords, but India was used to foreign overlords and had hitherto assimilated them. These Englishmen came into the country young, lived there most of their lives, and became a part of its system. But now the mechanical revolution began to alter this state of affairs. It became easier for the British officials to go home and to have holidays in Europe, easier for them to bring out wives and families. They ceased to be Indianized. They remained more conspicuously foreign and Western, and there were more of them. And they began to interfere more vigorously with Indian customs. Magical and terrible things like the telegraph and the railway arrived. Christian missions became offensively busy. If they did not make very many converts, at least they made skeptics among the adherents of the older faiths. The young men in the towns began to be Europeanized to the great dismay of their elders. India had endured many changes of rulers before, but never the sort of changes in her ways that these things portended. The Moslem teachers and the Brahmins were alike alarmed, and the British were blamed for the progress of mankind. Conflicts of economic interests grew more acute with the increasing nearness of Europe. Indian industries, and particularly the ancient cotton industry, suffered from legislation that favored the British manufacturer. A piece of incredible folly on the part of the company precipitated an outbreak. To the Brahmin, a cow is sacred. To the Moslem, the pig is unclean. A new rifle needing greased cartridges which the men had to bite was served out to the company's Indian soldiers. The troops discovered that their cartridges were greased with the fat of cows and swine. This discovery precipitated a revolt of the company's Indian army, the Indian Mutiny, 1857. First, the troops mutinied at Meerut. Then Delhi rose to restore the empire of the Great Mogul. The British public suddenly discovered India. They became aware of that little garrison of British people, far away in that strange land of fiery dust and weary sunshine, fighting for life against dark multitudes of assailants. How they got there, and what right they had there, the British public did not ask. The love of one's kin in danger overrides such questions. 1857 was a year of passionate anxiety in Great Britain. With mere handfuls of troops, the British leaders, and notably Lawrence and Nicholson, did amazing things. They did not sit down to be besieged while the mutineers organized and gathered prestige. That would have lost them India forever. They attacked often against overwhelming odds. Clubs, not spades, are trumps, said Lawrence. The Sikhs, the Gurkhas, the Punjab troops stuck to the British. The South remained tranquil. Of the massacres of Cawnpur and Lucknow and Oudh, and how a greatly outnumbered force of British troops besieged and stormed Delhi, other histories must tell. By April 1859, the last embers of the blaze had been stamped out, and the British were masters of India again. In no sense had the mutiny been a popular insurrection. It was a mutiny merely of the Bengal army, due largely to the unimaginative rule of the company officials. Its story abounds in instances of Indian help and kindness to British fugitives, but it was a warning. The direct result of the mutiny was the annexation of the Indian Empire to the British Crown. By the act entitled An Act for the Better Government of India, the Governor-General became a viceroy representing the sovereign, and the place of the company was taken by a Secretary of State for India responsible to the British Parliament. In 1877, Lord Beaconsfield, to complete this work, caused Queen Victoria to be proclaimed Empress of India. Upon these extraordinary lines, India and Britain are linked at the present time. India is still the empire of the Great Mogul, but the Great Mogul has been replaced by the Crowned Republic of Great Britain. India is an autocracy without an autocrat. Its rule combines the disadvantage of absolute monarchy with the impersonality and irresponsibility of democratic officialdom. The Indian with a complaint to make has no visible monarch to go to. His emperor is a golden symbol. He must circulate pamphlets in England or inspire a question in the British House of Commons. The more occupied Parliament is with British affairs, the less attention India will receive, and the more she will be at the mercy of her small group of higher officials. This is manifestly impossible as a permanent state of affairs. Indian life, whatever its restraints, is moving forward with the rest of the world. India has an increasing service of newspapers, an increasing number of educated people affected by Western ideas, and an increasing sense of a common grievance against her government. There had been little or no corresponding advance in the education and quality of the British official in India during the century. His tradition is a high one. He is often a man of exceptional quality, but the system is unimaginative and inflexible. Moreover, the military power that stands behind these officials has developed neither in character nor intelligence during the last century. No other class has been so stagnant intellectually as the British military caste. Confronted with a more educated India, the British military man, uneasily aware of his educational defects and constantly apprehensive of ridicule, has in the last few years displayed a disposition towards spasmodic violence that has had some very lamentable results. For a time, the Great War altogether diverted what small amount of British public attention was previously given to India, and drew away the more intelligent military men from her service. During those years, and the feverish years of unsettlement that followed, things occurred in India. The massacre of an unarmed political gathering at Amritsar, in which nearly 2,000 people were killed or wounded, floggings and humiliating outrages, a sort of official's terror, that produced a profound moral shock when at last the Hunter Commission of 1919 brought them before the home public. In liberal-minded Englishmen, who have been wont to regard their empire as an incipient league of free peoples, this revelation of the barbaric quality in its administrators produced a very understandable dismay. But the time has not yet come for writing the chapter of history that India is opening for herself. We cannot discuss here in detail the still unsettled problems of the new India that struggles into being. Already in the Government of India Act of 1919, we may have the opening of a new and happier era that may culminate in a free and willing group of Indian peoples taking an equal place among the confederated states of the world. The growth of the British Empire in directions other than that of India was by no means so rapid during the earlier half of the 19th century. A considerable school of political thinkers in Britain was disposed to regard overseas possessions as a source of weakness to the kingdom. The Australian settlements developed slowly until in 1842 the discovery of valuable copper mines, and in 1850 one of gold, gave them a new importance. Improvements in transport were also making Australian wool an increasingly marketable commodity in Europe. Canada, too, was not remarkably progressive until 1849. It was troubled by dissensions between its French and British inhabitants. There were several serious revolts, and it was only in 1867 that a new constitution creating a federal dominion of Canada relieved its internal strains. It was the railway that altered the Canadian outlook. It enabled Canada, just as it enabled the United States, to expand westward, to market its corn and other produce in Europe, and in spite of its swift and extensive growth, to remain in language and sympathy and interests one community. The railway, the steamship, and the telegraphic cable were indeed changing all the conditions of colonial development. Before 1840, English settlements had already begun in New Zealand, and a New Zealand land company had been formed to exploit the possibilities of the island. In 1840, New Zealand also was added to the colonial possessions of the British Crown. Canada, as we have noted, was the first of the British possessions to respond richly to the new economic possibilities the new methods of transport were opening. Presently, the republics of South America, and particularly the Argentine Republic, began to feel, in their cattle trade and coffee growing, the increased nearness of the European market. Hitherto, the chief commodities that had attracted the European powers into unsettled and barbaric regions had been gold or other metals, spices, ivory, or slaves. But in the latter quarter of the 19th century, the increase of the European populations was obliging their governments to look abroad for staple foods, and the growth of scientific industrialism was creating a demand for new raw materials, fats and greases of every kind, rubber, and other hitherto disregarded substances. It was plain that Great Britain and Holland and Portugal were reaping a great and growing commercial advantage from their very considerable control of tropical and semi-tropical products. After 1871 Germany, and presently France and later, Italy began to look for unannexed raw material areas, or for Oriental countries capable of profitable modernization. So began a fresh scramble all over the world, except in the American region where the Monroe Doctrine now barred such adventures for politically unprotected lands. Close to Europe was the continent of Africa, full of vaguely known possibilities. In 1850, it was a continent of black mystery. Only Egypt and the coast were known. A map must show the greatness of the European ignorance at that time. It would need a book as long as this outline to do justice to the amazing story of the explorers and adventurers who first pierced this cloud of darkness, and to the political agents, administrators, traders, settlers, and scientific men who followed in their track. Wonderful races of men like the pygmies, strange beasts like the okapi, marvelous fruits and flowers and insects, terrible diseases, astounding scenery of forest and mountain, enormous inland seas, and gigantic rivers and cascades were revealed. A whole new world. Even remains at Zimbabwe of some unrecorded and vanished civilization, the southward enterprise of an early people, were discovered. Into this new world came the Europeans and found the rifle already there in the hands of the Arab slave traders, and Negro life in disorder. By 1900, as our second map must show, all Africa was mapped, explored, estimated, and divided between the European powers, divided with much snarling and disputation into portions that left each power uneasy or discontented. Little heed was given to the welfare of the natives in this scramble. The Arab slaver was indeed curbed rather than expelled, but the greed for rubber, which was a wild product collected under compulsion by the natives in the Belgian Congo, a greed exacerbated by the pitiless avarice of the King of the Belgians, and the clash of inexperienced European administrators with the native population in many other annexations, led to horrible atrocities. No European power has perfectly clean hands in this matter. We cannot tell here in any detail how Great Britain got possession of Egypt in 1883, and remained there in spite of the fact that Egypt was technically a part of the Turkish Empire, nor how nearly this scramble led to war between France and Great Britain in 1898, when a certain Colonel Marchand, crossing Central Africa from the west coast, tried at Fashoda to seize the Upper Nile. In Uganda, the French Catholic and the British Anglican missionaries disseminated a form of Christianity so heavily charged with the spirit of Napoleon, and so finely insistent upon the nuances of doctrine, that a few years after its first glimpse of European civilization, Mengo, the capital of Uganda, was littered with dead Protestants, and Catholics extremely difficult to distinguish from the entirely unspiritual warriors of the old regime. Nor can we tell how the British government first let the Boers, or Dutch settlers, of the Orange River District and the Transvaal set up independent republics in the inland parts of South Africa, and then repented and annexed the Transvaal Republic in 1877, nor how the Transvaal Boers fought for freedom and won it after the Battle of Majuba Hill, 1881. Majuba Hill was made to rankle in the memory of the English people by a persistent press campaign. A war with both republics broke out in 1899, a 3 years' war enormously costly to the British people, which ended at last in the surrender of the two republics. Their period of subjugation was a brief one. In 1907, after the downfall of the imperialist government which had conquered them, the liberals took the South African problem in hand, and these former republics became free and fairly willing associates with Cape Colony and natal in a confederation of all the states of South Africa as one self-governing republic under the British Crown. In a quarter of a century, the partition of Africa was completed. There remained unannexed 3 comparatively small countries: Liberia, a settlement of liberated Negro slaves on the west coast; Morocco, under a Moslem sultan; and Abyssinia, a barbaric country with an ancient and peculiar form of Christianity, which had successfully maintained its independence against Italy at the Battle of Adowa in 1896. Section 10. It is difficult to believe that any large number of people really accepted this headlong painting of the map of Africa in European colors as a permanent new settlement of the world's affairs, but it is the duty of the historian to record that it was so accepted. There was but a shallow historical background to the European mind in the 19th century, hardly any sense of what constitutes an enduring political system, and no habit of penetrating criticism. The quite temporary advantages that the onset of the mechanical revolution in the West had given the European great powers over the rest of the Old World were regarded by people, blankly ignorant of the great Mongol conquests of the 13th and following centuries, as evidences of a permanent and assured leadership. They had no sense of the transferability of science and its fruits. They did not realize that Chinamen and Indians could carry on the work of research as ably as Frenchmen or Englishmen. They believed that there was some innate intellectual drive in the West, and some innate indolence and conservatism in the East, that assured the Europeans a world predominance forever. The consequence of this infatuation was that the various European foreign offices set themselves not merely to scramble with the British for the savage and undeveloped regions of the world's surface, but also to carve up the populous and civilized countries of Asia, as though these peoples also were no more than raw material for European exploitation. The inwardly precarious but outwardly splendid imperialism of the British ruling class in India, and the extensive and profitable possessions of the Dutch in the East Indies, filled the ruling and mercantile classes of the rival great powers with dreams of similar glories in Persia, in the disintegrating Ottoman Empire, and in further India, China, and Japan. In the closing years of the 19th century, it was assumed, as the reader may verify by an examination of the current literature of the period, to be a natural and inevitable thing that all the world should fall under European dominion. With a hypocritical pretense of reluctant benevolent effort, the European mind prepared itself to take up what Mr. Rudyard Kipling called the white man's burthen, that is to say, the loot and lordship of the earth. The powers set themselves to this enterprise in a mood of jostling rivalry, with half-educated or illiterate populations at home, with a mere handful of men, a few thousand at most, engaged in scientific research, with their internal political systems in a state of tension or convulsive change, with a creaking economic system of the most provisional sort, and with their religions far gone in decay. They really believed that the vast populations of Eastern Asia could be permanently subordinated to such a Europe. Even today, there are many people who fail to grasp the essential facts of this situation. They do not realize that in Asia, the average brain is not one whit inferior in quality to the average European brain. That history shows Asiatics to be as bold, as vigorous, as generous, as self-sacrificing, and as capable of strong collective action as Europeans, and that there are and must continue to be a great many more Asiatics than Europeans in the world. It has always been difficult to restrain the leakage of knowledge from one population to another, and now it becomes impossible. Under modern conditions, worldwide economic and educational equalization is in the long run inevitable. An intellectual and moral rally of the Asiatics is going on at the present time. The slight leeway of a century or so, a few decades, may recover. At the present time, for example, for one Englishman who knows Chinese thoroughly or has any intimate knowledge of Chinese life and thought, there are hundreds of Chinamen conversant with everything the English know. The balance of knowledge in favor of India may be even greater. To Britain, India sends students. To India, Britain sends officials. There is no organization whatever for the sending of European students, as students, to examine and inquire into Indian history, archaeology, and current affairs. Since the year 1898, the year of the seizure of Kiaochau by Germany and of Weihaiwei by Britain, and the year after the Russian taking of Port Arthur, events in China have moved more rapidly than in any other country except Japan. A great hatred of Europeans swept like a flame over China, and a political society for the expulsion of Europeans, the Boxers, grew up and broke out into violence in 1900. This was an outbreak of rage and mischief on quite old-fashioned lines. In 1900, the Boxers murdered 250 Europeans and, it is said, nearly 30,000 Christians. China, not for the first time in history, was under the sway of a dowager empress, who, like the Empress Theodora of Constantinople, had once, it is said, been a woman of no repute. She was an ignorant woman, but of great force of character and in close sympathy with the Boxers. She supported them and protected those who perpetrated outrages on the Europeans. All that, again, is what might have happened in 500 BC or thereabouts against the Huns. Things came to a crisis in 1900. The Boxers became more and more threatening to the Europeans in China. Attempts were made to send up additional European guards to the Peking legations, but this only precipitated matters. The German ambassador was shot down in the streets of Peking by a soldier of the Imperial Guard. The rest of the foreign ambassadors gathered together and made a fortification of the more favorably situated embassies and stood a siege of 2 months. A combined Allied force of 20,000 under a German general then marched up to Peking and relieved the legations, and the old empress fled northwestward. Some of the European troops committed grave atrocities upon the Chinese civil population. That brings one up to about the level of 1850, let us say. There followed the practical annexation of Manchuria by Russia, a squabble among the powers, and in 1904, a British invasion of Tibet, hitherto a forbidden country. But what did not appear on the surface of these events, and what made all these events fundamentally different, was that China now contained a considerable number of able people who had a European education and European knowledge. The Boxer insurrection subsided, and then the influence of this new factor began to appear in talk of a constitution, 1906, in the suppression of opium smoking, and in educational reforms. A constitution of the Japanese type came into existence in 1909, making China a limited monarchy. But China is not to be molded to the Japanese pattern, and the revolutionary stir continued. Japan, in her own reorganization and in accordance with her temperament, had turned her eyes to the monarchist West, but China was looking across the Pacific. In 1911, the essential Chinese Revolution began. In 1912, the emperor abdicated, and the greatest community in the world became a republic. The overthrow of the emperor was also the overthrow of the Manchus, and the Mongolian pigtail, which had been compulsory for the Chinese since 1644, vanished again from the land. At the present time, it is probable that there is more good brain matter and more devoted men working out the modernization and the reorganization of the Chinese civilization than we should find directed to the welfare of any single European people. China will presently have a modernized practicable script, a press, new and vigorous modern universities, a reorganized industrial system, and a growing body of scientific and economic inquiry. The natural industry and ingenuity of her vast population will be released to cooperate upon terms of equality with the Western world. She may have great internal difficulties ahead of her yet, of that no man can judge. Nevertheless, the time may not be very distant when the Federated States of China may be at one with the United States of America and a pacified and reconciled Europe in upholding the organized peace of the world. Section 11. The pioneer country, however, in the recovery of the Asiatic peoples was not China, but Japan. We have outrun our story in telling of China. Hitherto, Japan has played but a small part in this history. Her secluded civilization has not contributed very largely to the general shaping of human destinies. She has received much, but she has given little. The original inhabitants of the Japanese islands were probably a northern people with remote Nordic affinities, the hairy Ainu. But the Japanese proper are of the Mongolian race. Physically, they resemble the Amerindians, and there are many curious resemblances between the prehistoric pottery and so forth of Japan and similar Peruvian products. It is not impossible that they are a backflow from the trans-Pacific drift of the early Heliolithic culture, but they may also have absorbed from the south a Malay and even a Negrito element. Whatever the origin of the Japanese, there can be no doubt that their civilization, their writing, and their literary and artistic traditions are derived from the Chinese. They were emerging from barbarism in the 2nd and 3rd century of the Christian era, and one of their earliest acts as a people outside their own country was an invasion of Korea under a Queen Jingo, who seems to have played a large part in establishing their civilization. Their history is an interesting and romantic one. They developed a feudal system and a tradition of chivalry. Their attacks upon Korea and China are an Eastern equivalent of the English wars in France. Japan was first brought into contact with Europe in the 16th century. In 1542, some Portuguese reached it in a Chinese junk, and in 1549, a Jesuit missionary, Francis Xavier, began his teaching there. The Jesuit accounts describe a country greatly devastated by perpetual feudal war. For a time, Japan welcomed European intercourse, and the Christian missionaries made a great number of converts. A certain William Adams, of Gillingham, in Kent, became the most trusted European advisor of the Japanese and showed them how to build big ships. There were voyages in Japanese-built ships to India and Peru. Then arose complicated quarrels between the Spanish Dominicans, the Portuguese Jesuits, and the English and Dutch Protestants, each warning the Japanese against the evil political designs of the others. The Jesuits, in a phase of ascendancy, persecuted and insulted the Buddhists with great acrimony. These troubles interwove with the feudal conflicts of the time. In the end, the Japanese came to the conclusion that the Europeans and their Christianity were an intolerable nuisance, and that Catholic Christianity in particular was a mere cloak for the political dreams of the Pope and the Spanish monarchy already in possession of the Philippine Islands. There was a great and conclusive persecution of the Christians, and in 1638 Japan was absolutely closed to Europeans and remained closed for over 200 years. During those 2 centuries, the Japanese remained as completely cut off from the rest of the world as though they lived upon another planet. It was forbidden to build any ship larger than a mere coasting boat. No Japanese could go abroad, and no European enter the country. For 2 centuries, Japan remained outside the main current of history. She lived on in a state of picturesque feudalism enlivened by blood feuds, in which about 5% of the population, the samurai or fighting men, and the nobles and their families, tyrannized without restraint over the rest of the population. All common men knelt when a noble passed. To betray the slightest disrespect was to risk being slashed to death by his samurai. The elect classes lived lives of romantic adventure without one redeeming gleam of novelty. They loved, murdered, and pursued fine points of honor which probably bored the intelligent ones extremely. We can imagine the wretchedness of a curious mind, tormented by the craving for travel and knowledge, cooped up in these islands of empty romance. Meanwhile, the great world outside went on to wider visions and new powers. Strange shipping became more frequent, passing the Japanese headlands. Sometimes ships were wrecked and sailors brought ashore. Through the Dutch settlement at Deshima, their one link with the outer universe, came warnings that Japan was not keeping pace with the power of the Western world. In 1837, a ship sailed into Yedo Bay flying a strange flag of stripes and stars, and carrying some Japanese sailors she had picked up far adrift in the Pacific. She was driven off by a cannon shot. This flag presently reappeared on other ships. One in 1849 came to demand the liberation of 18 shipwrecked American sailors. Then in 1853 came 4 American warships under Commodore Perry and refused to be driven away. He lay at anchor in forbidden waters and sent messages to the 2 rulers who at that time shared the control of Japan. In 1854 he returned with 10 ships, amazing ships propelled by steam and equipped with big guns, and he made proposals for trade and intercourse that the Japanese had no power to resist. He landed with a guard of 500 men to sign the treaty. Incredulous crowds watched this visitation from the outer world, marching through the streets. Russia, Holland, and Britain followed in the wake of America. Foreigners entered the country, and conflicts between them and Japanese gentlemen of spirit ensued. A British subject was killed in a street brawl, and a Japanese town was bombarded by the British, 1863. A great nobleman whose estates commanded the Straits of Shimonoseki saw fit to fire on foreign vessels, and a second bombardment by a fleet of British, French, Dutch, and American warships destroyed his batteries and scattered his swordsmen. Finally, an Allied squadron, 1865, at anchor off Kyoto, imposed a ratification of the treaties which opened Japan to the world. The humiliation of the Japanese by these events was intense, and it would seem that the salvation of peoples lies largely in such humiliations. With astonishing energy and intelligence, they set themselves to bring their culture and organization up to the level of the European powers. Never in all the history of mankind did a nation make such a stride as Japan then did. In 1866, she was a medieval people, a fantastic caricature of the extremist romantic feudalism. In 1899, hers was a completely westernized people, on a level with the most advanced European powers, and well in advance of Russia. She completely dispelled the persuasion that Asia was in some irrevocable way hopelessly behind Europe. She made all European progress seem sluggish and tentative by comparison. We cannot tell here in any detail of Japan's war with China in 1894-95. It demonstrated the extent of her westernization. She had an efficient westernized army and a small but sound fleet. But the significance of her renaissance, though it was appreciated by Britain and the United States, who were already treating her as if she were a European state, was not understood by the other great powers engaged in the pursuit of new Indias in Asia. Russia was pushing down through Manchuria to Korea, France was already established far to the south in Tonkin and Annam, Germany was prowling hungrily on the lookout for some settlement. The three powers combined to prevent Japan reaping any fruits from the Chinese War, and particularly from establishing herself on the mainland at the points commanding the Japan Sea. She was exhausted by her war with China, and they threatened her with war. In 1898, Germany descended upon China, and making the murder of 2 missionaries her excuse, annexed a portion of the province of Shantung. Thereupon, Russia seized the Liaotung Peninsula and extorted the consent of China to an extension of her Trans-Siberian Railway to Port Arthur, and in 1900 she occupied Manchuria. Britain was unable to resist the imitative impulse and seized the port of Weihaiwei, 1898. How alarming these movements must have been to every intelligent Japanese a glance at the map will show. They led to a war with Russia which marks an epoch in the history of Asia, the close of the period of European arrogance. The Russian people were, of course, innocent and ignorant of this trouble that was being made for them halfway round the world, and the wiser Russian statesmen were against these foolish thrusts. But a gang of financial adventurers surrounded the Tsar, including the Grand Dukes, his cousins. They had gambled deeply in the prospective looting of Manchuria and China, and they would suffer no withdrawal. So there began a transportation of great armies of Japanese soldiers across the sea to Port Arthur and Korea, and the sending of endless trainloads of Russian peasants along the Siberian Railway to die in those distant battlefields. The Russians, badly led and dishonestly provided, were beaten on sea and land alike. The Russian Baltic fleet sailed round Africa to be utterly destroyed in the Straits of Tsushima. A revolutionary movement among the common people of Russia, infuriated by this remote and reasonless slaughter, obliged the Tsar to end the war 1905. He returned the southern half of Saghalien, which had been seized by Russia in 1875, evacuated Manchuria, resigned Korea to Japan. The white man was beginning to drop his burthen in Eastern Asia. For some years, however, Germany remained in uneasy possession of Kiao. Section 12. We have already noted how the enterprise of Italy and Abyssinia had been checked at the terrible Battle of Adowa, 1896, in which over 3,000 Italians were killed and more than 4,000 taken prisoner. The phase of imperial expansion at the expense of organized non-European states was manifestly drawing to a close. It had entangled the quite sufficiently difficult political and social problems of Great Britain, France, Spain, Italy, Germany, and Russia with the affairs of considerable alien, unassimilable, and resentful populations. Great Britain had Egypt, not formally annexed as yet, India, Burma, and a variety of such minor problems as Malta and Shanghai. France had cumbered herself with Tonkin and Annam in addition to Algiers and Tunis. Spain was newly entangled in Morocco. Italy had found trouble for herself in Tripoli, and German overseas imperialism, though its place in the sun seemed a poor one, derived what satisfaction it could from the thought of a prospective war with Japan over Kiao. All these subject lands had populations at a level of intelligence and education very little lower than those of the possessing country. The development of a native press, of a collective self-consciousness, and of demands for self-government was in each case inevitable, and the statesmen of Europe had been far too busy achieving these empires to have any clear ideas of what they would do with them when they got them. The Western democracies, as they woke up to freedom, discovered themselves imperial, and were considerably embarrassed by the discovery. The East came to the Western capitals with perplexing demands. In London, the common Englishman, much preoccupied by strikes, by economic riddles, by questions of nationalization, municipalization, and the like, found that his path was crossed and his public meetings attended by a large and increasing number of swarthy gentlemen in turbans, fezzes, and other strange headgear, all saying in effect, "You have got us. The people who represent your government have destroyed our own government and prevent us from making a new one. What are you going to do with us?" A question whose answer still lies beyond the frontiers of history. Section 13. We may note here briefly the very various nature of the constituents of the British Empire in 1914. It was, and is a quite unique political combination. Nothing of the sort has ever existed before. First and central to the whole system was the Crowned Republic of the United British Kingdoms, including, against the will of a considerable part of the Irish people, Ireland. The majority of the British Parliament, made up of the three united parliaments of England, Scotland, and Ireland, determines the headship, the quality, and policy of the ministry, and determines it largely on considerations arising out of British domestic politics. It is this ministry which is the effective supreme government, with powers of peace and war over all the rest of the empire. Next in order of political importance to the British states were the Crowned Republics of Australia, Canada, Newfoundland, the oldest British possession, 1583, New Zealand, and South Africa, all practically independent and self-governing states in alliance with Great Britain, but each with a representative of the Crown appointed by the government in office. Next, the Indian Empire, an extension of the Empire of the Great Mogul, with its dependent and protected states reaching now from Balochistan to Burma, and including Aden, in all of which empire the British Crown and the Indian Office, under parliamentary control, played the role of the original Turkoman dynasty. Then the ambiguous possession of Egypt, still nominally a part of the Turkish Empire and still retaining its own monarch, the Khedive, but under almost despotic British official rule. Then the still more ambiguous Anglo-Egyptian Sudan province, occupied and administered jointly by the British and by the British-controlled Egyptian government. Then a number of partially self-governing communities, some British in origin and some not, with elected legislatures and an appointed executive, such as Malta, Jamaica, the Bahamas, and Bermuda. Then the Crown colonies, in which the rule of the British home government, through the colonial office, verged on autocracy, as in Ceylon, Trinidad, and Fiji, where there was an appointed council, and Gibraltar and St. Helena, where there was a governor. Then great areas of chiefly tropical lands, raw product areas, with politically weak and undercivilized native communities, which were nominally protectorates, and administered either by a high commissioner set over native chiefs, as in Basutoland, or over a chartered company, as in Rhodesia. In some cases, the Foreign Office, in some cases, the Colonial Office, and in some cases, the India Office had been concerned in acquiring the possessions that fell into this last and least definite class of all. But for the most part, the Colonial Office was now responsible for them. It will be manifest, therefore, that no single office and no single brain had ever comprehended the British Empire as a whole. It was a mixture of growths and accumulations entirely different from anything that has ever been called an empire before. It guaranteed a wide peace and security. That is why it was endured and sustained by many men of the subject, races in spite of official tyrannies and insufficiencies, and of much negligence on the part of the home public. Like the Athenian Empire, it was an overseas empire. Its ways were sea ways, and its common link was the British Navy. Like all empires, its cohesion was dependent physically upon a method of communication. The development of seamanship, shipbuilding, and steamships between the 16th and 19th centuries had made it a possible and convenient Pax Britannica, and fresh developments of air or swift land transport might at any time make it inconvenient. Air transport may indeed be already opening the way to a still more extensive and universal Pax, in which the British system may of its own accord merge. It is impossible to say whether this unprecedented imperialism will obstruct or help forward that final unification of the world's affairs towards which all history is pointing. A system so various in its structure has many contradictory aspects, some very attractive and some very repellent to a liberal intelligence. The conversion of Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa from mere administered dependencies into quasi-independent allies has been a very fine feat of statescraft. But in these cases, the British government had to deal with largely kindred and sympathetic populations, very ready to renew the methods of the old country upon a distant soil. In the case of mainly alien peoples, the record is not so good, and, for reasons we have already partly analyzed, Section 6, it has been worse during the last few decades than it was before. There has been a deterioration in the quality of British imperialism in relation to subject peoples. Whether that is a temporary deterioration, or whether it is a fated drift towards disruption, is a question of the profoundest moment to an English writer. But it is one that it is impossible to discuss properly within the limits of this outline. But even at its worst, it is open to question whether the British rule in India does not compare favorably with any other domination of one entirely remote and alien civilization by another. What is wrong is not so much that Britain rules India and Egypt, but that any civilized country should be ruled by the legislature of another, and that there should be no impartial court of appeal in the world yet to readjust this arrangement.